な宿命にあらがい立ち向かう己の正義を掲げて決して終わりのない戦いの行方は僕のこの手にかかってるからたとえ限界だって恐怖心だって超えてゆけるって言い聞かせて次の強く踏むだけ
How are we doing, everyone? Starting off game number one here a little more awkwardly than we normally do. Unfortunately, things did not work appropriately, but we do see that there is going to be a substitute coming in for the Ducks mid laner. JS Chaotic not showing up for game number one. We do have Matt G coming in to fill that place, but because of the time constraint, it is going to be a -1 ban coming in for the Ducks, and pretty sure that's going to be that Teemo there, but they are going to ban away some pretty solid champs in the Ashe and that Seraphine.
Yeah, and really, we've been seeing a development of the meta coming out, right? Maokai super strong, and now I don't believe Maokai or Blitzcrank are banned, or sorry, unable to be used in VRD. I think all those champions are available, and there is a first pick Maokai coming in from the Rhinos. Super strong tank top, also can be flexed into jungle if you don't like the matchup. So it still keeps the draft super flexible. Now, in this case, I would love to see the Rhinos keep this Maokai in the top lane. Calcep Jr., you've heard me say it before. You'll hear me say it again. This guy has one of the highest KPs in VRD at the moment. He's a jungler for Rhinos. And when he gets going, when he can get on these hard ganking junglers, they can start beating teams. And they are really just, like I always said, they are the sum of better their parts. They are so much better together as a team when it gets to team fighting. While the Ducks, they have some really good individual players. Hayden is no slouch in the jungle, but also Dallas and Quintic here, two very strong players. Dallas diff is something we've been constantly saying, Salt.
Yep, and we do see some blind picks locked in for both sides, right? The Maokai B1 coming in from the Rhinos, Melee G on that Aatrox most likely, and they're going to lock in that Caitlyn for Dallas. So just a series of strong picks here, and the Rhinos are forced into a little bit of a dilemma, right? They can either lock in the Lux or the Morgana to deny that pick, or let it through ego and just say, hey, we can deal with it. We'll make it work. We'll fight against that annoying combo in lane, and we will just be able to deal with that as the game does go later and later. But it's going to be interesting to see how well they can make that work.
Yeah, Caitlyn's one of those super strong laners. Unfortunately, one of the counters, or not counters, but one of the people that can lane pretty well into the Caitlyn was actually banned out by the Rhinos, right? Misfortune. Somebody has got some long range, can use E to harass, can use the Q to farm if he needs to, is banned out. Usually we see Jhin in this situation picked into Caitlyn, right? Has a lot of long range setup, doesn't need a whole ton of gold. Ooh. I like the Sivir. I definitely like it, but it's very short range. So it's really going to be up to Calcep Jr., sorry, not Calcep Jr., the Renata, specifically Zolobon or the Renata, to get a lot of that shielding off, a lot of that poke, and harass Caitlyn so that Caitlyn has to choose whether to choose CS or choose to hit the Sivir here, or potentially choose to hit the Renata, because Sivir most likely won't be in range other than potentially the Boomerang Blade or the Bouncing Blades if it gets a lucky bounce onto Caitlyn here. And we see Hayden picking up their famed Kindred, a very strong pick for that individual alone, right? Has a bunch of games onto it and is very strong on it. I want to see what the Rhinos are going to answer back into this Kindred as the Akali gets banned out from the Ducks here, not getting Lobum any assassin so far.
Definitely not here, but we'll see what the Rhinos do opt to do, right? They could opt to ban away one of the strong supports with Caitlyn, force her into more of a awkward spot there, but they do want to get rid of that Syndra, who, again, incredibly strong. She's not the greatest laner anymore, but her scaling is incredible. She can output so much damage. Her execute is pretty solid into the tanks. She has some inbuilt true damage now as well. She's just such a great champion that scales very well. But you do see a lot of these AP carries taken away, right? The Akali, the Veigar, the Syndra, already off the table here for both sides.
Ooh, and they banned the Morgout, just like you called it. Nice one, Saul. So there now, the Lux is probably going to be picked up, unless they want to just take an enchantment with it. They're actually taking a pretty strong, I would say, engage / counter engage, right? Very good peel, but also has the ability to just all in you at any moment, right? You get hit with the vines, the trap comes in, then you're taking damage from the plants that are also slowing you sometimes. So there's a lot of follow-up damage coming out from this bot lane. And it's also really nice because you can use the plants to block out the handshake, which is a very intricate skill. But I was just going to say, with the Syndra being banned out, with the Veigar, the Akali, this opens up the window for those handshake mid laners like Victor, like Azir, like we've been seeing at Worlds so far. These two champions have crept their way back into the meta, and we've just been seeing more control mages along with the Sylas, which is not traditionally picked into the Victor.
Definitely not here. It's a rough matchup. We've seen a lot of players just dominate the Sylas in lane with the Victor. And if the Victor's able to get himself a strong enough lead, he doesn't really have to worry about getting one shot out of lane. Not really too scared. But ooh, it's a very tanky composition coming in from the Rhinos. And they have some decent range there with the Sivir and the Victor as the game does go later, mind you. Not early. but later that Sivir will be able to output some damage with the Boomerang Blade, and those bounces will be annoying because the front line will have to walk up here, but the Ducks may not opt for a traditional composition here, right? The Aatrox doesn't really need to be a frontliner, and it's very, very counter-engagey, right, from the Ducks, especially if they lock in this Talia. It's going to be hard for the Maokai and Ornn to look for any real kind of engage, having to deal with this zone control from the Zyra and the Talia, right? And this Kindred ulti just nullifying a lot of their ultimates too. It's a really, really good composition, but I think it's a lot harder to execute on.
Yeah, I mean, Ducks, statistically are the better team, right? With the better record and everything. But I think Rhinos have drafted themselves a pretty solid composition, right? A 2-carry, classic 2-carry threat, right? That we've been seeing across the worlds, right? The one that's been most successful. 2 hard carries, people that farm, and then you just stick 2 frontliners, and you have somebody that can peel, either like a Renata. You can also pair it up with something like the Soraka that we've seen in Rogue. We've seen a lot of different kind of compositions, but the 2-carry threat has been very, very prominent. I think it's kind of creeped its way back into success here. While the Ducks, I mean, really every lane has potential to carry, but that doesn't mean every lane will, right? All of these champions function with a lot of gold, so somebody's going to have to give something up, or all of the players on the Duck side are going to create their own advantages, then they create their own gold leads so that they're not cannibalizing each other, right? Think Caitlyn and Zyra have to get the plates, they have to get CS lead. Kindred has to get the camps, right? Has to get the marks, and how her team plays around those marks is always, always very, very important. Now, Talia can function without too much gold, but she is also pretty much your primary AP threat, so you need to funnel at least a good amount of CS and give her a good amount of help into that mid lane, especially into the Victor, who essentially double scales, right? Because he also gets gold, but also his passive with the minions. If you just free farm it into the lane, Victor will come out on top. He will come out ahead. His lasers, his Chaos Storm, everything like that will just do more damage. So it's going to be up to the Ducks, like you said, to play that composition perfectly, to get their leads kind of intrinsically. But if, let's say, Cowsep Jr. starts wreaking havoc on this map, right, with the Maokai, starts ganking like a maniac, which is what he's known for, then this can be a really rough time for Ducks, and they'll be behind the curve of that damage, where they can start contesting objectives or pushing objectives and really start setting the pace of this game. Because if you just let it go 30, 45 minutes, Victor Sivir is just going to tear through your team.
Definitely. And Victor Sivir, always going to pose a problem, but they can't pose that much of a problem if you deny, dragons, if you deny a lot of zone control, which is exactly what the Zyra and, it's really on Quintic and Matt G here to make things work, right? They have a lot of control over those corridors, over these jungle fights, and these neutral objectives are where I think the game is going to be decided. They're going to be looking at Barons, they're going to be looking at Dragons. Both these teams have pretty solid objective damage, right? Kindred and Caitlyn double ADCs, as well as, grid constant DPS from that Talia. On the other side, though, Rhinos, they have a Sivir, they have Maokai who does percent health damage consistently, and a Victor. So both these objectives are just going to fall really, really fast, just like butter when you think about it, especially considering the compositions both these teams drafted. So the Rhinos really have to be careful of what they do, and they have to play this Maokai to perfection, right? They need to be throwing out those saplings, making sure not to face check, because sure, you might have a strong front line, but it's a lot of mixed damage coming in from the Ducks. So you can't itemize against just one type. Otherwise, you're going to get burst out by the other. So it's going to be, you're not going to be as tanky against one type, but you need to try and, hybridize your tank stats, right? A Gargoyle Stoneplate is good, or just build HP, but there's a lot of HP shred on either side.
I love how you mentioned the zone control as well, right? Both of these teams have a lot of zone control, right? Maokai saplings, Victor gravity field, right? You have the threat of the handshake plus hostile takeover. I mean, anytime you're close to a wall, Ornn has the ability to just immediately engage onto you, right? He can also throw out his own miniature wall. There's a lot of hard objective kind of barriers that you have to go through on both teams, right? Ducks, they have the Caitlyn traps, they have the Zyra plants. I mean, and don't get me started on the Talia rocks that litter the ground and how often she can spam her Q, right? She can zone you out even with her ultimate as well. You can just throw the wall out in front of the objective, burn the objective down, and leave, right? There are so many things that both of these teams have to kind of, jump hoops to even get a team fight started. But we have seen this Ornn do really good into Talia pick. He can break the wall. So any pick potential that might be there, as long as he headbutts the wall, you essentially create that opening for your team to get out. So it's gonna be interesting to see where this Talia kind of uses her first and second wall. It's kind of almost as important as your first and second TF ultimate, right? You really want to get those roams off. You really want to start those objective fights off. Either burn their flashes, get them low enough, and then go to the dragon, most likely here, or potentially the herald, and just start it like you said. Both teams have a lot of objective damage, like you said. And I think the champion actually got switched. It's not an Aatrox. It looks like it's a Gnar actually into the top lane. So
Oh, it is an Aatrox. It is an
it
Aatrox.
is a just got from word from production. It actually is an Aatrox, and that's going to do really strong to this double tank melee composition. Right? He's going to have a lot of healing, a lot of damage to do if he goes into the Eclipse build, or if he goes more to a Gore Drinker, Black Cleaver. That heavy kind of sustain build that Aatrox can go. He can start getting resets. He can start terrorizing people in the backline, or even he could just take on Ornn and Maokai by himself.
Definitely, right. And real quick, though, we are going to throw it off to a quick break as we get things rolling for game number 1 of the night. Playoffs start right now. You don't want to miss it. We will be right back.
seconds until minions spawn.
How are we doing, everyone? Starting off game number 1 with a little bit of spells thrown. You can see some mana gone from both the mid laners here, but Rhino's on the blue side with Ducks on the red, and this is our first best of 5 of the split, starting off right here, right now.
Yeah, starting off pretty hot and heavy into the mid lane, like you said. Spells being thrown, both of these mid laners not wanting to give anything up. 5-point defense for both teams. So you've heard me say it multiple times. A lot of these teams, they play very shy, they play very conservative the first game of the best of 5. As we get into like the game 2, the game 4 potentially, that's where you start seeing the invasion shenanigans, right? 5 people coming down from bot side or 5 people hiding in the top brush. That's where you really start seeing a lot of these kind of plays to get those small incremental advantages. Both teams, though, crucially not able to put down any wards. So both junglers are technically unknown starts. They might think that bot lane is leashing. I think they did get pinged out, though, because Duck's bot lane is trying to cheese here. So they're going to take the safe way. So they definitely know that Kindred started top. I think both teams with a little bit of IQ can understand that. Maokai was leashed on the bottom side. Top side's late. So therefore, Kindred started top. Although Kindred not going for the full clear here, going straight from red all the way to Wolves, Blue, and Gromp. Not opting to either clear the Krugs or the Raptors here, just trying to get potentially like a fast timer onto this bot side. It really helped Dallas and Quintek kickstart their lead into this lane.
And we already see that the bot lane has prio. They are going to be pushing constantly over and over again here into this Renata, into the Sivir, at least until level 4 is hit, and the Sivir actually has some wave clear of her own. But the Sarva, doing a solid job of poking out, blowing the Guardian nice and early in this lane, so that way the next trade is going to be a lot more effective. But Handshake lands, a lot of damage there onto Dallas, who is going to be chunked to half HP. You're going to have to walk away from that one, trying to get some autos over the wall. They'll be able to land that Piltover Peacemaker, and, trade some decent damage back.
I'm very surprised they were just willing to hand Zolo Bomber over the Renata, who's one of the stronger. Ooh, nice gank into the top lane.
Gank in the top side, directed camp. Can you please take me to the right place? Melly taking so much damage here. Anaka will be able to do it, but will be able to walk away. So no flashes burn, no sums burn, but at the very least will be out of here safe and sound.
I would have suspected that, Zoo on the top side would have gone for the Flash E to try to just get the stun off, but maybe it's just too much, it's too much time for Melody to react, and unfortunately, Melody is going to have to back burn the TP here, so I expect Zoo to trade super, super heavy into this because they have the TP advantage, force Melody out of the lane again. Oh, another gank from Galseth. Oh,
Beautiful flash there, a lot of damage right into Lobum. Galseth trying to find the kill. Can they confirm this one? No, Matt G will be able to walk out of that one alive, but Melly looking for the trade here onto Zhao as well. So much damage down. The Darkened Blade does not land. Umbral Chains won't be finding the pullback, but it is just going to be a trade of spells, and that's all we're going to see so far this game.
I would have loved to see Lobum flash the stun, or the knockup. Oh, Galseth Jr., though, he's in rock and a hard place right now.
Oh, rock and a hard place indeed. We see Hayden going for the damage. Wolf is out trying to find its mark, but cannot do it. At the very least, they do have some bot side proud, but next winter, going to land at least a Boomerang Blade, land some decent trade back, making sure that Hayden's going to think a little bit more before looking for plays.
And unfortunately, Galseth Jr. ended up getting the mark away from the Kindred, so she's still standing at that one mark. That means the next Scuttle Crab should guarantee a mark there. So let's see how, again, the Ducks play around this Kindred. I very strongly, and you know this, so I very strongly dislike it when teams pick this Kindred and they're not playing for their marks. They're not playing for the jungler. They're just saying, oh, we have a farm jungler on our side. She'll be able to get the marks by herself, but they're not really activating or not really playing for her in this early game. And so she doesn't become a champion. She's not really that strong. Whereas Maokai, super low econ, super low tank, can CC, has a lot of high base value damages. You can already see Galseth Jr. trying to get something started on the map, and I wouldn't be surprised if he re-enters mid lane knowing that Hayden's flash is down.
Definitely, but at the same time, Matt G's flash is down as well, right? So both these junglers could be looking for plays here in the mid lane, and that's where we want them to look for things, right? Lobum and Matt G, very, very susceptible to getting ganked, especially by a Maokai. Kindred can provide some nice counter gank power, but not really the greatest at finding something all on her own. She has to rely on Matt G to find these shoves and maybe look for something in that way.
Yeah, not a lot of gank setup, like you said. We'll have to kind of stay down into the mid, I would say, bot side. It's really hard for Melody to get their CC off if they're not sweet spotting consistently, or if the Umbral trains are down. But Ornn, one of those champions that's one of the best at avoiding these kind of ganks, right? Has the unbreakable CC, or has the unbreakable CC chain, so can just run out, with the W, can E out as well if he needs to. So has a lot of ways to avoid these ganks. But Next winter and Zolobomb are doing completely fine in this lane, right? Going even with Caitlyn is pretty much the best you can ask for, considering the amount of jungle attention that has gone into both mid lane and top lane from Calcep. They've kind of just been left alone, getting shoved in, and Sivir has been doing very, very well. And these saplings are just, kind of spotting out any of these sort of roams that are come in. And so Calcep Jr. has definitely practiced this pick, knows where to put the saplings, knows how to place them so that they can spot anything out. These little mini wards can get very, very annoying.
Definitely here, but top lane level 6 is going to be hit for both these laners very, very shortly here. But the first Taliyah ultimate you said is going to be very important, right? Want to be able to make that one count. It's similar to Twisted Fate ultimate or a Galli ultimate. Those ultimates need to have impact, otherwise it just feels really, really bad with the cooldown that it does have.
Yeah, and if you can't get the first one or two really going, it kind of just stops the momentum there, right? You can't really do much with this Taliyah pick. Once you lose that ultimate, you eventually just get shoved in by the Victor, and he may leave to go, maybe contest a dragon, or maybe Calcep.
No flash there. Chaos Storm is down as well. The Gravity Field will find the stun, and who will take first blood? It's going to be Lobum. Grabbing that one up on Melee. Aggressive trading up in the top side. Up against Zoe here. A beautiful Umbral Chains will find the pullback here onto the Ornn. Unstoppable's already been used. Does he have the Darkened Blade up again? He does. Q1 going to go wide. Sweet Spot is not going to land for Q2 as well. Trying to find the ultimate, and one more auto will do it. And no form is ended. Melee finds a solo kill in top lane.
Yeah, and that's just a champion diff right there, right? Aatrox, the best at fighting, the best at skirmishing, and Hayden taking the red buff away from Calcep here because of all the ganking that he's been doing. He hasn't been able to really farm his objectives. He's just now found out that his red buff has been pillaged, and now the dragon is the eyes for the Ducks here. Are they going to be able to even contest it on the Rhino side? Doesn't look like it. First dragon going over to the Ducks very, very early on. I really like that play, making something out of nothing pretty much here. Even though your mid laner's dead, Hayden beelining it over to that mark on the Gromp right now.
And that's a very important dragon too. Hextech Dragon scales so incredibly well. 9 attack speed and 9 ability haste scales very well into the late game, right? It's almost as imperative as getting a Mountain, right? I think the two strongest dragons are Hextech and Mountain. The Adaptive Force is nice and all, but I do value ability haste and attack speed very, very highly. But armor and match resist, you can't get any of that very, very easily. But look at this top side, just getting completely ransacked here by Matt G and Hayden.
The Ducks, man, playing this guerrilla warfare style. I'm going to take your red buff, I'm going to give my mid laner your blue buff, and I'm going to take the Gromp mark. All while Maokai pretty much can't do anything here. And Zoo, no, he's fine. He's just going to take a big chunk of damage here, unfortunately. Oh, Calcep, though. Level 6 to level 5.
Could be looking for the play here. Lamb's Respite is available. The roam from Victor is already here as well. It's going to be a 2v3. Taliyah has the ultimate flash for it. Finds the stun there onto Hayden. But the Lamb's Respite going to fall down first. And so much damage down onto both these solo laners. Over the wall they go. Taliyah ultimate has been used as well. The Weaver's Wall will block and buy some time for these laners. But they could have probably fought this one. But Lobum over the wall finds a beautiful laser. And they're looking for Melee G as well. Lobum takes him down. And all that Mac G can do is clear this wave and run away.
The Ducks flew too close to the sun. Unfortunately, their wings get burned. Calcep Jr. ticks level 6 off of the minions, throws the ultimate down, and there was definitely enough damage coming out from Lobum. A nice 3-0 start for him, picking up kills on both the mid laner, the top laner, and now the jungler here. Zoo is looking to contest Matt G here.
Matt G actually outputting so much damage here, and the health bars are kind of low, but Lobum denying so much space on Melee G has the World Ender. Is going to proc that one. Ultimate has been used. There goes the Ornn Horde. Not going to find much, but Dallas solo killed on the bot side of the map, and Matt G trying to fight for his life. Can he find one? Melee G trying to find the kill here, and Zhao very low as well. Who's going to be granted this kill? It's going to be Melee G. Over the wall, a nice Darkened Blade will find the double kill, and Melee G slam dunks all over the top side of the map.
Melee G picks up a couple kills for himself. He's got the solo kill in the top lane early on, and has also picked up 2 kills from the top laner and the jungler. All while that happened, yeah, Dallas just ended up dying here. I think Zyra, unfortunately, Quintek went on a roam, and that was the go button for next winter, and Zolobomb are just completely all in Dallas. You see every single summoner is pretty much burned on the side of this bot laner here, except for Quintek, who had the flash, but probably wasn't even in that lane to begin with. So really nice, pick up from Melly G here, right? Getting really strong on this Aatrox, a force to be reckoned with. You see how much damage he was putting out onto these tanks. Although they don't have their Bambi Cinders finished into these Sunfire Capes. If Melly G keeps going like this, it's gonna be very, very hard for anybody to deal with them, Lobum included. Even with this 3-0 start, Aatrox just has so much self-healing, so much mobility, can do so much into your backline.
Definitely here, and already starting off with that Eclipse very, very close to it. But Dallas dashing forward. That may have been the wrong move here. Sivir ultimate is going to be used on the hunt. They are hunting for this Stuck. Skeet shooting. They're going to take him down with a blade to the face. But we do see the rotation here coming in from Hayden and Quintic. They're looking for next winter. Very, very low. Hayden going forward. No Lance Respite available. May have just killed himself going forward. But one more auto may be able to take him down. The tree has been felled, and Hayden's going to be able to walk away.
Yeah, he's just not tanky enough, even right now, right? Kindred has been able to pick up marks, has the Noon Quiver, has the % health damage. If you put the E plus the W on, can really start laying into you. You see this, the jungle lead that Hayden has, 38 to 3,400, and that's just him pretty much pillaging and ransacking, like you said, Cowsep Jr.'s jungle. He's essentially robbed about 4 to 5 camps so far, including taking his own. So that's just a lot of influx of gold, regardless of the KP that Cowsep Jr. has. He's been going for this more gank-heavy, low econ style, which is going to put him behind in gold and not make him as tanky. Right now, the gold is pretty even from the Rhinos and the Ducks here. Objectives are in the favor of Ducks. Mountain is coming up in about 40 seconds. Talia ultimate is up. Maokai ultimate should be up by that time. Same with Sivir. So we might see at least bare minimum a 4v4 scrap for this dragon.
Definitely here, and taking a look at key ultimates. So we have 3 marks on the Kindred, but Lamb's Respite is available. Weaver's Wall up as well, Ace in the Hole, World Ender. All of these key ultimates are going to be up for this dragon. Quintic's ultimate should be up very, very shortly as well here. Teleports are not available. We also don't have any Unleashed teleports up on the map just yet. Still 12 minutes into the game.
I want to see if Melly G is going to walk down to this dragon. Actually, not even at all. Kindred and Aatrox have abandoned the dragon here. So this is the moment. They need to find out where Kindred is so they can start aggressing onto this dragon. They need to take it and burn it really quickly. Next winter, though, taking a buttload of damage, getting chunked out by Zyra and Caitlyn here. They don't know that Cowsep Jr. is here, though.
And I don't really like that play here. Giving up this Mountain Dragon is going to feel really bad, especially with the team. A beautiful Flash of Way will buy some space here, but the trap has been placed, but the double bind has been found by Quintic, and they are going to be forced to run away here. Health bars are already chunked.
Yeah, and they have to realize that nobody's on this dragon, right? Kindred is going for the mark. You see the pings going out. Half health for both of these guys, though. Talia, if she wants to, can just walk into the mid lane here. Oh, never mind. She's actually coming back. She based for her Meandries. Both of these guys on their 1-item power spikes. Victor has the Ludens picking up some plates as well. Blue team also summoning the Rift Herald in the mid lane. I like this double play. They're going to get massive plate value right before the 14-minute mark. They pick up the dragon, and they're going to funnel some gold into mid lane here. They might even just dive Matt G here.
Looking for Matt G here. The damage is down. One more auto will do it. Next winter finds that one, but a beautiful hostile takeover will find so much space. But the tower takes down the Sivir, and Cowsep trying to live for so long. A Lamb's Respite will buy some time. Quintic is there as well, but no ultimate on this Lamb, and they will be able to take that one down. The laser finding another kill, and it's a 4-0 Victor in this game.
Yeah, 4-0 Victor. First turret nearly going down. Actually,
oh my goodness.
It is still standing up. So much gold sitting on the hands of Lobum here. Has the double buffs. 401. Got the plate gold. They got the dragon as well. 5,800 in the bank right now. Just so much farther ahead of pretty much anybody in this game, right? Only Matt G can kind of compete here. Zoo and Melly G are going to duke it out, but it is a Sunfire Orange to pretty much a puzzle piece eclipse Melly G, but Aatrox very, very strong right now with the levels, with the Qs, with the sweet spots as well. So he's going to be able to trade pretty well. But now things are back to normal. Salt people are going back to their lanes. They're farming up. They've actually ended up moving Dallas and Quintic into the mid lane and shifting Matt G down to the bot side. I like that. No more ganks, playing a longer lane, can play a little bit safer, can just leave when she wants to, and the turret has a lot more health, so can't get really dived here. We're going to see if Rhinos end up forcing and trying to get this first turret gold into the mid lane.
They could have a look for this one. Quintic is going to get spotted out there by that ward. Oh my goodness, that laser did about a third of Quintic's HP there. And that's just the power of this Victor, right? 9-stack Dark Seal, needlessly large rod as well in the back pocket here. This Victor is just doing so much damage.
Yeah, Victor's doing so much. Brought the needlessly large rod right off the gate, right after that mid lane push
Uh-oh.
with the turret gold. Matt G though.
Handshake does land here. A lot of damage onto Matt G. Boomerang Blades are finding so much damage here. Next ones are going to Spell Shield a little late, not going to be able to find the kill or confirm that one. And Matt G is going to be able to walk away. We see Quintic, though, looking for the player onto Cows. We're going to miss the binding. Hayden dashing forward here has this Wolf pounding away here at this tree. Can they fell this one? But a beautiful Blaskin will buy a lot of space, but no Lamb's Respite is available. And Lobum goes unstoppable. Another kill into his back pocket. And Quintic trying to run for the hills. You're stuck in no man's land, but the ace in the hole going to be canceled there by the Twisted Advance here. And so much damage down onto this Ornn. Going to be forced to walk away from that one here, but it's a great counterplay from the Rhinos. And a great steal from Zhao as well.
Really nice collapse coming out from the Rhinos, just using the fact that they have everybody around here. The TP coming out from Zoo as well. They pick up 2 kills. They pick up the first turret into the bot lane, and they're also going to save the mid lane here with Lobum TPing. Uh-oh.
Oh my goodness, Matt G he might just die here, taking so much damage. The heal has already been burned from Dallas. We'll be able to get out of this one here, but this game is looking scary. This Victor is so far ahead, so accelerated here in this game number 1. 16 minutes in. Probably finished all the upgrades here if we want to take a look. Not just yet. Almost finished that next stack here.
Yeah, and that laser, the death laser plus the Q is going to be really, really strong. And once he gets that Chaos Storm upgrade, this Victor's going to be hitting like a dump truck.
Oh, no, he has all of them.
Oh, he has all of them now. Okay, he's good to go then. He's
chilling.
Victor is officially online. Gonna pick up potentially that Rabadon's death cap as he moved in.
Oh,
Rabadon's going to the Shadow Flame actually into this team, which is still a nice pickup. But also we mentioned right in the draft, if the Ducks composition cannot create their own leads, if they can't win these lanes, if they're behind when it comes to this, 15, 20-minute mark, they are simply outright just getting outscaled, right? Victor 5-0-2, Sivir 3-1 right now. All the right champions have all the gold on the Rhino side. If you look at the Ducks, really Aatrox is pretty much primarily holding the gold, as well as Talia. Caitlyn and Zyra have not had the effect that they needed to into this bot lane. They lost their turret first. They got solo killed multiple times. They just aren't as effective. And what you're going to see is there's going to be a massive, massive power disparity coming from the Sivir and the Caitlyn, where Sivir is just going to shred through your team while Caitlyn's going to hit like a pea shooter.
And the main problem here that we're seeing is Melee-G just hasn't been able to participate in these fights. This Ornn has done a great job of just denying this Aatrox the space to just walk out of lane here.
Yeah, and this massive tank line, as we get a nice little, skybox view of the dragon here. You just see the vision coming out from the Rhinos. 2 pinks in the river. They've got wards down in the bot side. Well, there is nothing that the Ducks can really do. They will pretty much have to walk into saplings, darkness, gravity fields, lasers, boomerang blades. There is so much damage they're going to take that they won't be able to see. They might just get bullied out of this objective before they can even think to contest it.
Yeah, they do spot that one out there with the blue ward, but it does absolutely nothing here. They're going to try and get a consolation prize of this mid-tier 1. The Rift Herald may be able to do it for them, but we do see the rotation here. The wave clear is just so insane from the Rhinos here, just stampeding down this lane. The Dragons already go down, and they can't even grab the turret. Ornhorn going to look to find a couple. Cannot actually find the R2. No charge going to be found there, and they're just going to deny that tier 1 tower.
They deny the tier 1. Really nice from them. They pick up the Infernal Dragon here. They're aiming for about a 30-minute Infernal Soul, which will be really nice for them as well. They are firmly in the lead with about 2,000, almost 2.5k gold. Isn't a crazy amount, but the fact that Rhinos is a scaling composition and they have this gold lead, it just hurts that much. It just hurts that much harder, right? You're gonna see Lobum finish his second item very, very soon. Once he hits that Shadow Flame spike, he will pretty much do true damage to Dallas and Matt G, or pretty much anybody on the side of Ducks, because of the MR shred that it has. And there's nobody building any magic resist other than Melee-G with the Merc Dreads. And that's more for the CC than anything.
Definitely here, and it's just going to be a little rough for the most part here for the Ducks. They don't have much of a way back into the game, right? They have no real go button that you did mention here in their draft. This is the draft that's super hard to execute on, and we did say most of the time the Ducks really have great solo play. They're able to create their own leads, but that's not what happened, right? Chaos have just burning summoner spells to left, right, and center. And, Dallas just not able to capitalize here on this ball lane. The Sivir and Renata just doing enough on their own to just stand tall and not really fall behind. Maybe down 5 CS through the entire lane phase here. But as the mid game did hit, Sivir was just not really punished all that much and is looking incredible so far.
Yeah, Cowsep has just had 7 KP out of the 9, right? He's been involved pretty much in every single play other than the bot lane ones, as we see some trading in the top side. And that was the difference. That was what we talked about, right? In the draft, in the pregame, right? Cowsep Jr., can he get his lanes activated? Can he start getting things rolling depending on the champion? Is he going to get this Maokai again? I'm not entirely sure. I don't think Maokai was the problem necessarily. It's just the fact that the Ducks decided to draft a scaling jungler into probably one of the most proactive jungle players in VRD at the moment. So when you're allowed to do that, you get no priority, right? He's just going to completely and utterly run you over with this constant ganking. And yeah, you took his red buff away in the early game. You took his top side in the early game as well. You tried to keep him down, but if his laners, if the people on his team that are the carries, the Victor, the Sivir, they're getting these ganks, they're getting the gold here, it's a lot more effective. And something like a Maokai can just function off of 1-2 items very, very easily. As he's opting in for the demonic embrace.
Big play, knock over the wall. Quintek trying to run for the hills. The flash away is not enough as Next Winter finds that one. Hayden trying to kite away, but Next Winter has the move speed, but they're not going to look to confirm anything more. They might just look to collapse on Melly, who is going to walk away.
And I love Cowsep Jr. just
over the wall.
Damage. Oh, Next Winter.
Next Winter Ace in the hole is not going to find the pick, but here comes the Weaver's Wall into the backline. But you may have just jumped into enemy territory. The damage is there. Ornhorn going to be found onto one. Melly G into the backline, but it's another kill from Lobum as well. Lamb's Precipice already been dropped here. Cowsep is finally going to fall. Melly G has to try and take down Lobum, but cannot find the damage. Has no flash, has no way into this back line. Just going to get kited out here. Going to get knocked up here by the Brittle Auto, but Matt G will find the kill onto the Ornn. But they can't really do too much off of this one, and they are stuck in an awkward position, but health bars are low on both sides.
Yeah, Next Winter kind of got deleted out of that fight before it even started, right? Took a bunch of bursts from Hayden, also took some damage from Dallas here, wasn't able to contribute as much as they would like to. Even then, RNO still come out on top. They trade, I believe, 2 for 3 here. They traded Cowsep and they traded Zoo here for pretty much 3 members on the side of Ducks, right? Hayden, Dallas, and Quintek. Matt G and Melly G both trying their hardest in these solo lane carries with the goal that they have to really put the pedal to the metal. And you said, right, this mixed damage coming out from Ducks can be difficult to itemize against. You can see Ornn and Maokai both have not built a sliver of magic resist. So for all intents and purposes, Matt G and Quintek can really burn through these guys' health bar and burn through these defenses pretty easily. You saw the Lobum on the backside pretty much one-shot Dallas and Quintek with the laser plus Q combo. So it really is going to be who is marking Lobum in these team fights and how are they going to deal with it.
Fertile Drake on the board here, just under a minute as well. Blue is going to be claimed here. I do think that this Dragon is definitely a winning fight here for the Rhinos. It's really hard for the Ducks to make anything happen, so we see them already moving on to this top side. Maybe try and get a sneaky Baron. That is their only real play into this game here, though. But this Dragon is going to fall fast and furious, and I would like to see the Rhinos just take this Dragon and run straight top side here. But they're already starting this one up. 12K.
It's going to go down super fast, like you said. Percent health coming out from both double Leandries. You have double ADC going onto it. This Baron's gone. So it is done. It is gone.
That is huge. 10 seconds on this Dragon. They're just going to give that one up. They're just going to look to push this top side, get a tier 2. Just get as much immediate gold as possible so they can fight for this next one here. It's going to be soul point, but they need to try and get immediate gold. As much gold as possible. Get this tier 2. Maybe move mid. Get that tier 1. They need to do as much as possible in this 30-second window that they do have.
Yeah, the gold has pretty much evened up entirely, right? If you don't count the base stats coming out from the mountain, the double infernal, everything like that, pound for pound, the gold is relatively even. They're actually ahead now on the Duck side. But if you look across the itemization, take a peek at Dallas's items. He's not built for tank shred. He's not built for this high burst damage. He ended up going Immortal Shield Belt into PD, which is not what you want to do if you're playing Caitlyn. You want to go for the Gale Force or the Kraken Slayer. That is the last item you want to build, potentially. Last mythic you want to build on Caitlyn here. So you can see they're lacking in the damage department, unfortunately, from the AD carry side. But Melly G, Hayden, Matt G, they've all pretty much got it covered for their end. Gold pretty much even right at this point. About 1,000 gold lead for the Ducks. But you look at the scaling. Ornn items are going to be coming in, right? Next Winter is about a half an item ahead of the AD carry here. You also see Lobum cresting on that full Rabadon's death cap plus 10 stack, Dark Seal here. So there is a lot of hidden ability power and a lot of hidden gold coming out from Rhinos that can still swing in their favor these fights.
Definitely, and we do see a fight breaking out here in the bottom side of the map. Cowstep Jr. taking a lot of damage.
My
Melly G going to cast
God.
that in the wrong direction. The shutdown comes through. Lobum finds another, and Dallas is next on the menu, trying to kite away here, using that Zyra to buy some space, and they will be able to get their AD carry out of danger, and Ace in the hole going to do basically no damage here to Cowstep. Does not really care. But look, this wave just getting pushed in nice and easy, and they're probably going to lose at least 2 waves off of that play.
2 waves, potentially more. Nobody's really going to pick it up right now. Finally, Matt G is going over with Hayden.
Oh, Cowstep over the wall.
Dangerous.
They're trying to find the play here. The damage is down here. Zhao taking a lot of damage here. Hayden trying to kite away, trying to kite towards his team. Will find one pick. Lamb's Pressman is down. Gonna buy some healing. Hostile takeover is gonna find one, but Lobum finds the other. And they're gonna look for more. The laser might find the slow. Matchy forced to flash away. Run for the hills. Gonna get rooted up here, but a seismic shove is gonna land. A lot of damage there onto this Victor. And Dallas trying to find anything, but gonna get stunned up here in the gravity well. Over the wall. The damage is there. Boomerang Blade gonna go wide. It's disgusting damage, and they are just going to be able to push against this Baron, and it doesn't even matter that these Baron up minions are present because they just can't do anything with them.
It's all that hidden gold value, the Infernal Drakes, the Mountain, the Dark Seal stacks. I mean, just Lobum miles ahead of everybody in terms of gold individually. 3 items to none. You look at it right now, 12K in the bank he managed to get, right? You look across the board, who's even remotely close? It's Matt G at 10K, right? He has 2 items, that's about it. Unfortunately, even with that Baron play, that sneak, it just wasn't enough. They're not able. Wait, next winter though.
Oh, next winter, gonna buffer that spell shield in the wrong way.
That's not how you do that. You buffer the chain. You actually buffer the W. You don't buffer the knockback because it's not considered an ability. But hey, you learn your lesson. Next winter knows. All right, you know what?
Yep.
Next time, I'm going to spell shield the W. I'm not going to spell shield the knockback here. Could have been pretty bad. Could have been pretty bad.
Could have been scary, but, you know, Sivir moves a little fast, and Aatrox W, you know, not the most effective spell unless you're able to combo it with another one. 25% slow, not really the greatest thing in the world, but the rest of the kit is just so insane that doesn't really matter. Gotta play it nice and easy. But we do see here that Matt G just trying to push this bot lane, trying to get something here with that Baron, or that they did have, but we do see it's fallen off already. So, you know, they weren't able to capitalize as much, but at least they did get some more gold in their pockets. They're not in as dire straits as they were before. But Loba might be looking for the pick here.
On Matt G.
Oh my goodness, that's 1 laser. 33% of the HP gone.
Yeah, imagine if Lobum just actually commits to it, walks around, gets the laser plus Q combo. You have to believe Matt G is pretty much dead there. Matt G, though, picking up some fruit, picking up the plants here, getting his HP back, and 1:15 for this dragon. Unfortunately, Ducks have to fight for it, because if they don't, if this Infernal Soul falls into the hands of Rhinos, it is game, set, and match.
I'm looking for the pick here. Trying to find Lobum here, forced to flash away, but it does not even matter. Lamb's Respite not there in time as well. And 57 seconds here on this dragon. No flash for their jungler as well. That is just they looked for the pick, they just couldn't find it.
Lobum, blink and you miss it. Hayden was gone in an instant, right? 1E, 1Q plus the Chaos Storm and the Empowered Auto is dead. Magic does not have a flash right now.
Knock up there onto Magi, gonna be stunned up, taken down. Cowstep Jr. claims that one up. First kill of the game for this Maokai, and dead right before the dragon will be up after it spawns up here. So just another blunder coming in from the Ducks.
Yeah, and they still have time to push this in. 20 seconds till the dragon is. They're gonna get the tier 2. They're also potentially gonna get the tier 3 in the bot side. Victor plus Renata here. So they're gonna pick up a lot of standing gold. They're gonna put it into their pockets. They're gonna pick up the dragon. They're gonna base and potentially just look to end the game as they're gonna reset. Go for the dragon. Sorry, they're gonna go for the dragon, reset, go for the Baron, and look for the game-ending push. I'm peering into my crystal ball, Salt, but that's how the events are gonna be in for the Ducks here. Unfortunately, they are gonna get pushed in. And it's Infernal Soul. Rhinos have so much damage. They're front-loaded across the board. They're gonna cash in, turn their eyes towards the Baron.
Definitely here. It's up in 15 seconds. And there's not really much here for the Ducks to do except wait for a mistake, right? That's all they can really do.
Yeah, unfortunately, Rhinos have been pretty on point, right? They've been collapsing on the right targets. They've been team fighting perfectly, allowing their tanks to create the space they needed. And you just see Ducks are fighting for this vision in this Baron side. They know it's coming. They know Rhinos have their eyes dead set on this Baron. They're trying to get as much vision as they can down. They're trying to potentially get a pick here, set it up with the Zyra, with the Talia here.
Oh no, Hayden! maybe getting picked here. Lamb's Respite going to buy some time, but not much, as he's going to be taken down instantly. They're looking for a little bit more matchy, taking so much damage. Ace in the hole, trying to find something here. Won't be able to find much. Ornhorn onto the backside, but over the trap goes Lobo, but it does not matter as the storm just rains hell from above, and Dallas is next on the menu, going to be taken down. The bailout using that attack speed. Quintic going to be next on the menu as well. Cowsum going to be trying to run away. Can this Aatrox find the kill? Can he fell this tree? And he will, but Lobum is going to take down the World Ender, and they're just going to look to end the game.
Yeah, death timers are super high at the 30-minute mark. Your AD carry is up. Your AP carry is still up. You've got minions pushing into the mid lane. Are they going to go for a split here? They're not going to try to commit to just one, end the game. They're going to go for both Baron and the mid lane inhibitor. It's a safer play, don't get me wrong, as Next Winter tanks like 5 turret shots. They're going to take the mid lane inhibitor. They're going to take the Baron. They're going to reset and then look for the game-ending push. But you just saw how that fight went. The Rhinos completely obliterated the Ducks, wiped them off the maps completely, unfortunately, and the Ducks are staring down pretty much a near 9,000 gold lead.
Near 9,000, going to be even more right after this. Baron here going to grab that purple worm dressed in the purple tuxedos. They can just look to push whatever waves they want, look for whatever wave looks best, and just end the game through there. There's not really much of a fight here that the Ducks can put up. I mean, Victor got caught out in the worst situation possible and still was just able to walk away.
And kind of peering into the future, right? Like, whoa, you know, out of the Ducks, I think what I'd like to see is them go for a more, stick to their roots. I think drafting like essentially a 5 damage threat composition is not what you want to do. You want to put Dallas in a position to carry. You don't want to have to make other. Oh, Lobum.
No, yeah.
That guy's dead.
Not much to say about that one.
I
just a one shot.
I missed it. Yeah, I blinked and I missed it, as we see mid lane as well.
Get out of there, Dallas, run! Flash forward, handshake's gonna land. They're looking to take him down, and Next Winter has found the pick. And Lobum trying to find the pick here. To matching it is actually a lot closer than you would have thought, but Melee next on the menu. Ornhorn gonna go wide, but Cowsub does not care because the CC is there. The tree's gonna root you in place, and does not even matter as the top laner claims their own lives. There we go. Top lane combat, one is down, and they're looking to end this one right here.
Yeah, they're gonna push with the Baron power super minions into the mid lane here. Everybody's alive on the side of the Rhinos. Nobody can do anything, and unfortunately, the Ducks drop game 1 here. Potentially, it could be a 3-0 from the Rhinos.
Oh, he's alive! And just like that, the game is over. First blood going over to the Rhinos, game 1.
And correct me if I'm wrong, I only actually see 2 little circles here. Is this a best of 3 for the semi or the quarters?
Definitely best of 5 here.
Okay, it is a best of 5. So like you said, Rhinos take first blood here. They get the first win. And Ducks drafting a very confident composition is what I'm going to say, right? Cocky, you could also use that word as well, as we get a level up and a champion capsule coming out here.
Thank you, Riot Games, baby. We take those.
Thank you. We take those here, as the stats will be coming up. And I just want to see that damage chart coming out. Yeah, 30K from Lobum here. Next Winter, no slouch as well with the 20,000. Double damage threat, doing what they need to do best, putting out the DPS. Cowsep Jr. on the Maokai, also posting up 16K on the tank jungler as well. Opted in for that demonic embrace, so has a little bit of extra damage to throw out. But Rhinos across the board just doing really, really well. And I want to see the Ducks draft a less confident, less cocky composition, try to match the Rhinos, because like you said, the Ducks in theory have better laners, right? They're very good at creating their own individual advantages, but I think you have to match Cowsep Jr. in that heavy gank style. Give Hayden, put him on something like the Zinzao, put him on something like the Jarvan, get him something that is more proactive. Don't put him on something that is farm heavy, that needs to be play around, and then don't play around it.
Definitely here. But before we do talk more about game number 1, we'll head over to a quick break as we get everything set up here for game number 2 of the night. We will be right back, folks. You don't want to miss it. How are we
And
going?
hello and welcome, everyone. It is a belated welcome to the playoffs. But hey, there we go. I still have Soul Spreader and Starshipy with me here. And the game one, well, we were talking pregame. I thought that the Ducks would have a much better fighting chance than what they showed in game one. Sure, Meligit was the shining light in that team, but you can sense a feeling of the fact that there was an overarching win for the Rhinos every time that they went ahead. So, lad, since you were in the game, I'll let you take it first. Like,
Oh
what
boy.
happened that actually escalated that Victor into becoming that monstrosity that it became?
I mean, there's a lot of things.
I think
Go
I
ahead,
think it was
Shippy.
that top lane fight. I think it was that
Uh-huh.
top lane fight that happened right where it was the 3v3. You saw the Maokai, the Ornn, and the Victor coming up. Victor came a little late, and unfortunately, the Ducks decided to turn on a point where everybody's cooldowns was back up. You saw the Maokai root come in, then you saw the laser plus Q. Maokai actually ended up leveling up in that fight. He was level 5 when he entered, but because the fight took so long and the minions were dying, he level 6'd. He turned his ultimate on and just immediately started turning onto the Ducks here. And it wasn't enough. Wasn't enough firepower or horsepower coming out from the Ducks. And that's where the Victor got 3-0. Yes, Melly G on the Aatrox ended up picking up 2 kills for herself or for themselves, ended up 3-1. But Victor, when he's that ahead as an AP carry, can just start hard carrying more than the Aatrox, right? If you can't reach the Victor, if you can't reach this every Aatrox, it becomes super, super difficult, especially with a tank line like Ornn and Maokai.
Mm-hmm. Well, Salt, how about you? Do you think that it was that fight in itself? Or was it more of a macro thing where the draft was giving them an advantage? As you were saying, like there are a lot of damage threats on the side of the Ducks, but at the end of the day, none of them amounted to as much as the Victor and the Sivir did.
I mean, there's not really much to say about the draft. Like, you have to execute near perfectly with that kind of draft, right? No real go button on your side. You just have to be set up. You have to have good vision down. And unfortunately, because of how much mid prio they were giving permanently, they weren't able to get things set up in time for these objectives, which is where they really needed to focus. They needed to fight around these objectives, play these corridors out, because as a team, I do think they're stronger around the corridors than the side of the Rhinos, right? They can get their setup with the Zyra, get some seeds down, get, Talia set up as well in bushes to be able to get some one-shot combos off and deal that damage that way. Use your magic damage champions and have the 80 carries provide artillery from a little farther away, right? That's really what they wanted to be doing, and just have Aatrox maybe look for a flank. Unfortunately, they weren't able to do that because the Aatrox was realistically the only one ahead.
Yeah, well, that is the case. We have seen some growing pains from the side of the Ducks. That will they be able to quake their way back into this? That's what we find in game 2. So I'll leave you to it.
Alrighty. Here we go, getting things rolling here with game number 2 of the night. The Twitch going to be taken off the table. The Queen of VRD also off the menu as well once more.
Yeah, and notably, Ducks have their mid laner back in action. JS Chaotic here. So hopefully, with their native mid laner, with the one they've been playing with for the longest time here, back in this lineup, back in the roster, they can look to build a more cohesive composition. They can play a little bit better, and they can look to match Lobum and Cowsep. But like I said, if Cowsep Jr. gets one of these strong junglers and they opt in for another farm jungler versus gank jungler matchup, this guy's going to wreak havoc on the board. Maokai being banned out from the Ducks here, not letting Cowsep get that. Hecarim as well being banned out from the Rhino side. So there are still some very strong B1s coming up here, right? You can take something like the Sivir. You can take something like the Yuumi. You have the ability to take the Aatrox blind if you want in the top side. You can also take the Renata for Zolo Bomber here, which is a really nice pick. Hides their draft, has a lot of flexibility still in it, and you force Meligene and Hayden to either pick their jungler jungler and AD carry or AD carry support, however rotation they want to do it here. But still some strong picks coming out from the Ducks potentially here.
There's a lot of options they still have the menu, right? The Caitlyn is up as well. Didn't really perform this game, unfortunately. Kind of was just a silent piece here, but they're going to lock in the Discord kitten here for Quintic down in the bot side here, and we'll see what they lock in next.
I must have not heard the memo, the name change here. I was originally under the assumption that champion was called Yuumi, but again, very strong champion. We've seen everybody and everyone complaining about it from the highest of high levels down to the bronze levels, right? everybody, I think this is arguably the most universally hated champion, right? It used to be Yasuo, it used to be Riven, but I think Yuumi has firmly taken their place as the most hated champion in League. And in VRD as well, it's going to be so strong. Also taking the victor away from Lobomir, really, really nice. I had a feeling they were either going to ban it or take it away. I don't think it was necessarily the problem, right? Obviously got super fed, but that wasn't necessarily the reason they won the game, right? It was the Ducks just not playing really well, giving up kills. If you give up those kind of kills to any sort of champion, be it the Syndra, be it the Talia, be it the Sylas, they're going to carry that hard. So I think Ducks just need to tighten up. Rhinos, they need to, keep the momentum going with this high ganking jungler. And if the Ducks aren't paying attention to where Calcep Jr. is, they're not tracking him, they're going to get punished in a very similar fashion.
And, we'll see what the Rhinos do answer with here. You said the Victor wasn't the problem, and I completely agree with you there. Once it got rolling because of some poor decision-making, yes, that's when the Victor became a problem. But initially, it really shouldn't have been and wasn't a problem, right? The Talia was laning just fine. They were just trading blows, going even. Nothing too crazy. But we do see here the Jarvan going to be locked in for the Rhinos, and that's pretty strong here into the Victor, into the Yuumi as well, if she is on an immobile ball lane carrier. But I don't like picking Jarvan so early because you don't really see much on the menu, right? You only see the Victor. There's still the possibility of a champ like Samira, like Ezreal, to be grabbed up here for the Ducks. They really want it. But the Azir going to be locked in here up against this Victor. Just a very, very standard matchup that we've seen. It's a tried and tested matchup. Victor, Azir, both sides of the matchup, it's just a farm fest. Not really much to be seen until Azir hits 6. That's when the matchup shifts, because Azir can look for playmaking here onto the Victor, especially with an aggressive jungler like the Jarvan. It's not that hard to look for a pick.
JS Chaotic picking up the Aatrox for his top laner LEG here. I want to know if the Rhinos end up blocking the Ornn in response after the second round of bans. Don't know if Ducks are going to look to pinch the top lane pool from Zoo here. Wait a second, I got tripped up. They're actually locking in the Ornn themselves.
Whoa, let me hold that real quick.
Full-scale composition, and thanks to the infinite knowledge of our producer, right? Letting us on the tip that, Ornn can actually break the Cataclysm, so he's not a very good target to be ulting here, right? So potentially can use that as a counter, right? Ornn, if he sees Victor getting ulted on with the Cataclysm, can just headbutt it immediately, let him get out of there, breaks him out of prison here, which is really nice. But Rhinos and Ducks banning away the Mordekaiser, Sivir being taken as well. I like pinching the 80 carries out. Don't give any more scaling over to the Ducks here to pair up with that Yuumi so you can start taking the game over. Take the Sivir away, take potentially the Ezreal away, the Zeri if that's still something that Dallas wants to play. Dallas's 80 carry pool is getting pinched quite a bit though.
And they are going to lock that one in most likely R4 here. They do see a lot of the draft coming in from the Rhinos, and it's a lot of pick potential, right? With the Azir ultimate, with the Jarvan, they can look for big picks. I really want to see something mobile, just so that, if Victor gets caught out, they're not really completely screwed out of the water, right? So it is going to be that Vayne banned away here from next winter, and I think that's a respectable ban. Probably the strongest threat here into the Ornn that they could potentially grab here, and maybe Dallas, grabs the Kai'Sa, right? I don't know if it's a great lanes partner with the Yuumi, but I do think it's... Oh, no, you're right. It's banned. I am so sad. But it is going to be that Xin Zhao pickup that you said you wanted for Hayden, right? You said that this is the pick that you really want Hayden to look for. Look for aggressive picks. Look for aggressive plays here. And a blow is your flash. Now you can look for picks. Nice and easy. Blow Renata flash. Again, she's also a nice and easy target. And you do win these duels against the Jarvan if you're looking for invades. You're a lot stronger and a little bit more forgiving than, say, a Kindred if you make a mistake, right? Because you are relatively tanky.
Yeah, and I think Xin Zhao does really well with enchanters as well, right? You kind of beef him up as this melee kind of carry that can just go in on your team. Very, very strong with the Yuumi. And now the 80 carry, pool has been pinched a lot. I mean, there's what's available. You have, I think, Caitlyn. You've got potentially like Ashe is gone as well. There are not that many 80 carries left up for grabs here, unfortunately. So we're going to see what they end up pairing up with the Renata. You potentially have, I think it's going to be Caitlyn, right? Zolowamer can just take the Caitlyn here, look for some lane dominance onto the Yuumi. Ezreal's up as well. Really nice spellcasting kind of 80 carry. Jinx going to be taken away. I like that. Draven going to be paired up with the Yuumi. I don't even love that lane combo, especially into something like the Renata, who can just as you're catching your axe, can handshake you, throw you out of the fight, and you lose so much DPS. While inside of Jinx, if you can get those lethal tempo stacks going, if you can start wailing into the Draven, you can potentially start winning these trades. I don't know if they're going to lock the Draven in. I like this a lot more. The Aphelios scaling pick coming out from the Ducks. If they lock this in, they're essentially handshaking the bot side. And I think Aphelios scales just a little bit harder than the Jinx when it comes to team fighting.
Not only that, though, I do think Aphelios is a better laner, right? He does have longer range level 1. He has a lot of sustain as well, very hard to poke out. And the fact that you have a Yuumi, and again, Jinx, Renata, not really the most aggressive lane. They can't really capitalize too highly when they do land their CC, right? I mean, I just really do think here that Aphelios was probably the pick. It's not very mobile. It's not great into Jarvan, but, you know, you can sustain your way through this one. You have Red Ultimate. You are that sort of 200 years himself, right? That's where the whole meme came from Riot Games having, you know, some questionable design decisions here. But we'll see if Dallas is able to pull this one off.
Yeah, and it's not just a very cut and dry see hero, kill hero for the Rhinos here. Cowsep Jr. has to be very, very selective of who he ults, because if he ults somebody like Dallas, who has red and white guns, or has ultimate with the Yuumi attached, he might just die in his Cataclysm, right? If he ults somebody like the Victor, he could easily drop the Gravity Field, drop the Chaos Storm, potentially buy a Zhonya's, and now you're just sitting in your Cataclysm, dying to Gravity, dying to Chaos Storm, and getting stunned up. It's not as cut and dry. And I think if Cowsep Jr. over-aggresses with this Cataclysm, if he tries to overreach for these opportunities, Ducks have a very, very hard punish style, especially with Hayden on the Xin Zhao. Any follow-up damage coming out from Sand Soldiers, coming out from the Rockets, right? You can block it with that ultimate that essentially makes anybody in your circle invulnerable, which is going to provide so much space, so much ability for the counterpunch coming out of Victor and Aphelios to hit that much harder. Ducks have drafted themselves another a similar 2 damage composition threat. Hayden might end up building more bruisery, right? Gore Drinker into potentially something like the Starax or Death's Dance. He's going to be putting out some damage similar to the Jarvan here, depending on what Cowsep goes. If he goes that lethal tempo build, or if he's going to go for that wacky Malrang build where you go like Bammy Cinder, then you build an Anathema, then you go for this like really heavy CC chain kind of build. A lot of tanks on the side of Rhinos. Ducks still lacking in that department, but they do have the Yuumi, which can provide that sort of pseudo-tankiness with the healing, along with Xin Zhao, who's more of a bruiser.
One thing that I do like about the Ducks composition here is they actually have the ability to shred through tanks, right? Aphelios can do a lot of damage once he does, you know, get those items online. 3-item Aphelios is a gigantic carry. Also, Victor does very well, a lot of zoning control, and generally will be able to provide a lot of DPS there with the lasers, and as long as he positions well, should be in a great position to make things happen.
It's really, really interesting to, you know, see that Dallas ended up opting into the Aphelios, into the Azir. Azir, kind of one of the classic answers, right? You see the long range versus long range Sand Soldiers. You have the potential to shuffle. I mean, I think Rhinos have the momentum right now. We predicted offline. I said 3-0 to the Rhinos. I'm still sticking by that prediction. I think they're a very strong team. I think Cowsep Jr., just one of the most underrated and probably best junglers in VRD at the moment in regards to how much he can get things activated. And if he can get somebody like Lobum, like Next Winter, ahead in these lanes, they have the ability to take over. He's done his job, and he just has to be that CC providing machine.
Definitely, and being that CC bot is ideally what they want to do, chant it with the Sejuani, just eliminate one of the carries right away, and then have Azir follow up, right? Azir doesn't really need to be that high DPS, right? He can just look to pick one target with the shuffle combo. They have that Jinx there who can just look to get a reset, right? And then we'll be outputting that damage nice and easy. And realistically, this Jinx just needs to survive lane. They have a lot of ways to stay alive. They have the Renata. They have that bailout. They have the hostile takeover to buy space as well. And, you know, when you place a baby cage around an Aphelios and a Victor, layer that on top with a hostile takeover, and the Aphelios will just be wiping his entire team.
Yeah, there's a lot of synergy coming out from both of these teams. And I like it. If they can stack these ultimates as the lights just went out. Sorry about that. It just got instantly darker. Hopefully the power doesn't go up. But yeah, there's a lot of synergy coming out from the Rhinos. You're like you said, hostile takeover. It's like shooting fish in a barrel, right? If the Cataclysm plus rockets come in for Jinx here, you can get the reset going. You also have the Sejuani into the Ornn, right? A tank v tank matchup, but Sejuani has that go button, has the ability to engage, can really just say, I want to start a fight right now. And Jarvan's like, all right, let's go. EQ combo, throw the ultimate out, Cataclysm that person. They can single one person out on the Ducks and completely obliterate them.
And unfortunately, we'll be able to start things right now as we are going to head over to a quick break and start in just a little bit. We'll be right back. How are we doing, everyone? Game number 2 underway, and both teams have taken the exact same sides. And we're getting started here nice and quick. Just another 5 point from either side. No crazy shenanigans happening just yet here. Those will come in games 3 and 4, like Shippy said. But I do expect everything to go back to just being chill if it does hit a game 5. But we'll see how things roll out here.
Yeah, guys are 5-point defensing, right? They want to try to keep these jungle starts hidden. Cowsep Jr. benefits a lot from that, as well as Hayden on the Zinzao. Want to see if any of these guys are going to go for the level 2 ganks. Both of them have a lot of potential to do that. Zinzao is a little bit stronger because he goes the EQ, doesn't really need the W at the moment. And obviously, same thing with Jarvan, right? EQ has the armor shred on the passive, has the massive damage. So I think in extended fights, if they end up meeting each other in the 2v2, either mid or top side, I think Zinzao is going to take it early. But Jarvan can actually put out a lot of damage. He recently got some buffs, right? His passive takes a little bit less time to reset, so he can do it, I think, every 6 seconds, which provides a lot. Opted in for the Conqueror, though, no lethal tempo, so he's not going to be able to get that quick burst coming out. Opting in for those long trades. As both these junglers starting same sides like they did last game. Top side for Hayden, bot side for Cowsep. They should know where both of these guys are starting.
Yep, and it is just going to be potentially a level 2 here from the Jarvan, as expected. That's what they always look for here with the EQ combo available, and they could just look to use it here. But just some trading on the top side. They are going to find at least a knock up there and a good chunk of damage there onto Chaotic, who is going to have to burn through some of these potions here to try and stay alive in this lane.
Yeah, and that's the potions I view as like how many mistakes you can make in lane, right? So if you have 2 potions, you can make 2 mistakes. If you have the corrupting pot, you can make essentially 3 mistakes in the lane before you have to start
handshake
playing.
lands. Dallas taking a lot of damage. Forced to burn 2 sums already. Dallas, though, trying to trade back here, is going to sustain up nicely with their Severum. That's all they can really look for.
I like that from Zolo Bomber here. The aggressive handshake. Ignite for cleanse and exhaust. You take that every single time. Now, a lot of that damage is going to be healed up because Yuumi is a champion in League of Legends, but Next Winter and Zolo Bomber are going to get the shove onto lane. They are going to get the push, potentially to support their jungler in this crab, or just look to get a nice early back, pick up a longsword, potentially another pot, as Zoo and Melly G, they're just going to have a wet noodle fight in the top lane, right?
Oh, look who's back!
Yup.
Oh, Chaotic. Going to be knocked up here, but under tower goes Cowsep. The burn is there from the red buff, and Chaotic is going to greet the flash, is going to stay alive here, but Hayden showing up. Maybe look for a little something now. Base is going to be canceled. Finds the wind becomes lightning, finds the dash forward, and finding the damage, but Chaotic going to be forced to flash out, but so is Cowsep. The red buff burn is not enough. It will be. The tick is there, and it's going to be first blood over to Hayden.
Oh, the auto knock-up from Hayden ends up landing right as Cowsep Jr. goes for the EQ, the double flash for flash. I really thought that Hayden wouldn't go in on that. Lobum needed to be essentially right next to Cowsep Jr. The only reason that... Zoo, though, just going to get the damage off onto Ornn.
Big damage there. Good trade from both sides. I did like what Melly was looking for here, but Sejuani is a stronger laner. That's the main thing you have to be worried about here in this matchup. She will win out on these early trades, even though she does have the flash instead of the ignite. Does not really matter. Again, she did not burn that potion earlier, but we do see Hayden looking for another play here. A good chunk of damage. Root is going to be found with the Graviton, but a nice handshake will buy the space.
And that's just annoying, right? If you're somewhere like Hayden's still going in,
Next Winter staying way too far forward. Bailout is going to be used, forcing the flash away. The ignite is down, and Zolo Bomber is trying to run for the hills here, trying to buy some space, but Dallas has no flash. Next Winter so unbelievably low, but Hayden very low as well. Heal baited, going to be taken down, and Next Winter finds the kill.
A game of
inches. Dallas will find the pick back. A beautiful look here from the AD carry of the Ducks, and that's just a good look. Ooh, crazy stuff.
Flash forward from Dallas here into the Gravitum. That was really nice. And Infernum able to confirm that kill. Picks up the double buff transfer for himself. 2-1, 500 gold. And this is just a game of inches, right? Next Winter beautifully baiting the heal to Hayden. And then as well, Dallas flashing forward. The unexpected aggression. I doubt the Rhinos were even thinking that could happen as top lane, though. All right, Melly G backing out, getting the better of that trade. Next Winter, both of these guys ended up going call into the lane. Aphelios is going to pick up the Berserker Greaves just so he can get some more damage down, along with the lethal tempo, can potentially look to really just burst somebody out super quick if he has red and white, or the Chakram and the Severum here. from Aphelios here, but really nice turnaround. About like you said, a 500 gold lead for the Ducks here. Really nice, turning out much differently than game one.
And Hayden just going to stop that base there, buy some more time here for Melly to just hold this wave in a good spot. Teleport is available. And next Winter, going to be taking a good chunk of damage there from the Yuumi, who has that Comet. Will be pumping out the damage, already sitting on a nice Dark Seal.
And Dallas has the double buffs. Lanes have kind of stayed pretty quiet. Calcep Jr. though. I don't know if you want that fight, buddy.
Calcep is going to claim that one up here, but Hayden is taking a lot of damage, but a nice Q flash coming in. But the Orn Horde is here as well. Can he find the knock? Will not be able to find it on the right target, but the flash forward will find the brittle proc, and down goes one. Melly looking for number 2 here. No flash here on this edge wanted, but Melly is very low. But Chaotic can look for some damage over the wall. No flash available, but they are just going to trade 1 for 1.
Summoners burn from both Zoo and Melly G. They both had to burn the flashes here. A really nice turn. Calcep Jr. is playing with absolute fire right now. Opting in. Oh my god, that wave clip from Dallas. That was just absolutely beautiful. But playing with fire, right, from Calcep Jr. here. Just opting in for these trades onto Hayden when Xin Zhao is just head over heels the better dueler, the better jungler so far, and can really just duel Jarvan and force him out of these fights, but getting some help from his laners, Zoo and Lobum, helping out Calcep Jr. And you can see the Ducks are always just one step behind as Zoo is hunting for Ornn here. They're always just one step behind helping out Hayden, and that can be the difference maker in some of these fights.
Definitely here, and we see the wave, not the greatest spot here for Melly G, but Hayden stepped on a ward, does not know it's there, but will force Zolo and Next Winter to back off just a little bit here. Dragon is on the table, and it is that coveted Infernal.
Super good dragon to get here, pick up from both of these guys, and you have to expect both of these teams are going to try to contest it, right? Xin Zhao really gets a real nice bump from that, and not even a question. He burns the smite super early though.
Oh, this could just be a look here coming in from Calcep. No level 6 available, and smite isn't going to be up for the next little bit here. Calcep looking for the play, finds Dallas. The damage is there. Handshake is going to be found, but it saves him.
Dallas.
And Lobum finds the shuffle onto the back line, but he's lived for so long, but into the back line he goes. One goes down. Jinx is excited and is going to look for some more damage, but Chaotic has to run for the hills. Yuumi is going to provide some nice shields and heals. Calcep trying to find this damage here and trying to take down this mid laner. Flash away. One more auto will do it, and it's going to be enough. Calcep running for the hills here, but finds the Cataclysm. Windstick has no way out of this one. Handshake is down as well, and they're going to give a double kill over to the Jarvan, not opting to give that one to Winter.
Not at all. Double kill for the Jarvan. Are they going to try to turn onto this dragon? No, they're going to reset. They're going to look for another fight. They've got the gold into their pockets. 500 gold lead for the Rhinos has swung in their favor. Crucially, though, kills going on to Jarvan. That's a lot of damage coming out from both Zoo and Melly G. These guys, although they're playing tank salt, they're just scrapping it up right now. But you could just see the gold graph right now. 2 kills for Jinx, 3 kills for the Jarvan, firmly ahead, about 800 gold onto the Xin Zhao here. What was once a Xin Zhao favored matchup going in has now flipped it on its head, and Jarvan should be able to come back with the Gore Drinker.
Yeah, should be able to get that one in the back pocket nice and quick here, but this Infernal Dragon, again, was not claimed, even though the Rhinos did win that last fight. So we'll see what happens here. Are they going to continue to try and grab this one up? It's 9 minutes in. Dragon is going to be late, which means Soul is going to be delayed. And both sides really do just want to scale up here, especially with the style of carries they've picked.
Yeah, and, I think with this composition, it kind of lends itself for the Rhinos here on the Jarvan. Can really just start cataclysming. There's a sneaky.
Melly has no way out of this one. Under the tower he goes. Yeah, there's just nothing to say there, really. The flag was just placed for the assist. The slow was there as well, and not much to do. But we do see the Xin Zhao hovering in the spot side in the alcove, looking for some alcove gaming here. Are they going to be able to find something here, though? Yuumi has no loss or final chapter just yet.
And I think Next Winter and Zolobomber suspect something, right? The way that Dallas and Quintek are now playing up super far ahead, playing without a care in the world, it can kind of tip off if your jungler is there. And that's sort of those subtle things that you can look to in a lane and see, like, oh, why are they playing so aggressive, right? Is their jungler here? Is their mid lane roaming? What's happening? And as I say that, though, next winter, he's
Oh,
walking
next
up.
winter may be caught out here. The damage is there, but the ultimates are going to go wide here. One more auto will do it, but the bailout will buy so much time. Your shutdown goes down, but onto the backline goes Castle Jr. And Zolo is going to be good taken down here, potentially by Hayden, but under the tower, it means absolutely nothing. It's just going to be a triple kill here for the Jarvan, for the side of the Rhinos. And it's going to be a 3-for-2 trade, definitely in favor of these stampeding monsters.
Yeah, Rhinos turning a bad situation into a good one. Casap Jr. just in the right place at the right time, was able to get the gank off into the top lane, come down to the bot lane, pick up a double for himself, 3 kills in total. A nice dive. He kind of Hayden had to commit to that, because if he doesn't, then they trade 3 for 1. We could see the strength, though, of this Yuumi, Zinzao, Aphelios. When they get going, there is a lot of damage coming out, as we see the gold graph here. Both AD carries pretty much even, mid lane's pretty much even, but that huge gold disparity coming out from that jungle matchup, 53-42. And I'll say it before and I'll say it again, Cowsep Jr. is probably the best jungler in VRD right now.
One thing we haven't been looking at here is Chaotic having a grand old time here, but flash forward there onto Chaotic, finds the slow, but Yuumi has shown their face in the mid lane as well. Casper going to get stunned up here by the gravity wheel, but it's a 4v2. Hayden is in the wings, going to be forced away from this fight though, but Casper going in here on Hayden, has no way out here, and you may be a Jarvan, but you're not the strongest, but a handshake into the chompers will find a lot of space. Chaos Storm into the back line, and a beautiful shuffle here from Lobum will find Chaotic, and they cannot find the kill on Lobum, and Hayden's so unbelievably low. The zap going to go wide, but the bailout is there to find the move speed, and another excitation coming in from next winter, but they cannot find the pick onto winter. Or sorry, onto Quintic.
Yeah, Quintic on the Yuumi, trying to keep his team alive. All in the meanwhile, though, Dallas has been picking up plates into the bot side. Don't know if he has the Severum and Chakram ready to go, just wailing into that turret right now, but they are going to trade the Rift Herald for that bot lane plate goal. And yeah, look at him. He laid into that turret 4 solo plates for the man himself, and we've seen things like that happen before. And Aphelios is when they pick up all that gold, when they pick up so much of that gold, the plate gold down there, they're gonna come out with a full mythic, ready to go, ready to fight, and it could be very dangerous funneling and giving all that gold over to somebody like him.
And you know, even though the Jinx is so much more kill participation, it's a 200 gold lead for Dallas, all things considered. And maybe a play here, Lobum gonna take a good chunk of damage, or the Yuumi gonna chunk that one out there.
Yeah, you're just seeing this top lane matchup as well. Both of these guys have been farming pretty well. They're just trading right now, but their time to shine doesn't really come until we get to the second dragon, until we get to these more 5v5 team fights. That's where we can see who is better on these tanks, who can start the engages off, who can start these fights off properly and let their team clean up the mess, right? Sejuani, a lot faster of a go button. Melly G has a bit more of a delay, but can catch people at a longer range. It's a lot less middle. You can use it as House of Junior.
No flash available, no blue smite, or no range for the blue smite, but they are just going to place this Herald down here, grab some plates. But we do see Zhao looking on the backside here. Zhu might be able to find Chaotic here, has the ultimate available, and this tower is just going to go down nice and easy. And the OK Rammus is there, but Hayden is here on the backside, going to try and find something. You're going to get rooted up here by the handshake. Chaos Storm is down on account. The bailout's going to buy some time, but hostile takeover will find 2. Zhu has the ultimate, not going to use that one just yet, will not find that one, but the Super Mega Death Rocket will find that one on the backside. But here comes the final chapter onto the backside, and so much damage from Dallas. Red, white, don't fight! And Zhao is next on the menu as well. Dallas May has fallen, but his team is still alive, his team is still strong, but they can't find anything more.
Dallas was able to put out so much damage. I don't know if Calcep Jr. wanted that Cataclysm onto him. So much damage. Red and white don't fight, just like you said. Ducks come out on top with the kills, but Rhinos come out with the gold lead right now. First tier 1 going down, first gold going down, plates as well. They're able to pick everything up and more. But this game is a lot closer than game 1. Ducks have they have their ducks in a row, right? They know what to do. Dallas is very strong. Chaotic is very strong on this Victor, but they have to face a 7-3-7 Jarvan, this monstrosity of a champion going in on them with the Cataclysm, with the EQ. Can they look to burst him out before Ducks die, from the Jinx, from the Azir? Are they able to just outstand this pressure?
There's the Shrelia's battle song going to be popped here. Not going to be able to find Melly, though. And, I mean, I like the look here from Zolo, but doesn't really look to commit the handshake or anything to try and get this pickup here. Unstoppable is always present as you look at this Ornn here, but Dallas is on the spot side here, might be looking to try and grab up this turret. You know, Red-White still takes down turrets like a monster here.
Gonna be able to pick it up with the assistance of Hayden here, and Lobum, he's got to back up. You can't defend it. Just wait for the CS to come to you. They've got 3 members here. You just look, that turret's dead. It's gone. Pick up the CS. That's all you can do. Hayden trying to pick up a consolation prize here. Calcep Jr., though, is waiting in the wings with Zoo.
Zoo is going to find some damage here onto Hayden. The ultimate is still available. Arctic Prison can be found, but Hayden just surviving so long. Shuffle finds absolutely no one, and Dallas finds the pick here. Flash forward as well. Super aggressive play coming in. It's a double kill for this Victor. JS Chaotic has arrived and is finding the damage with this pick.
And that's who you choose to burn your cooldowns on? The jungler? Not the immobile Aphelios with no flash, no
Gale
cleanse?
Force.
No Gale Force either? That's who you choose as your target for the Cataclysm and the Sejuani ultimate? I don't agree with that target selection. I think that was a massive blunder coming out from the Rhinos here. And with that, they're going to give up the Dragon. They're going to lose the stacking potential that they have potentially. Yeah, they're going to lose the stacking potential completely here as Jarvan can't make it. And now the Ducks are in the driver's seat. Dallas on this Aphelios. We've seen it before. This guy can carry from this position. He's done it before. Dallas diff is a very, very relevant saying around BRD. I want to see if he can do it again here.
Dallas is also up 300 gold here in the little department. And we do see some crazy things happening in the mid lane. It is just going to be a 4-man stack up here. Maybe try to take this one up. But Meli-G just going to catch that wave top side here. Not going to look for anything too crazy.
Yeah, nothing too crazy. The game is slowing down just a little bit, but we have 25 kills at the 17-minute mark. So if anybody's tuning in right now, they'd be like, oh, I guess these guys are just farming up. But there was a lot of skirmishing, a lot of fighting that just happened in the early game here. Both these teams, you can see where their gold is allocated, how much they're willing to fight and scrap here. And target selection is key in these fights, right? Who gets the right ultimate onto the right target? Who can they burst out? Because if these fights go longer, depending on who's alive, the Jinx and Azir can start resetting, right? Or the Aphelios and Victor will immediately just burst somebody out, and then you can get the right guns going. Then you can just start chasing down with the Yuumi, with the Zins out. It's a lot more important for the Rhinos. They cannot just walk forward and press W like they did in game 1. They have to be conscious of who they're engaging on and who they're burning CDs on.
Yep, and we just see Dallas out putting some decent damage there with the help of Quintic on this Yuumi. And I mean, Yumi's just chunking out in Winter over and over again with these prowling projectiles here. Dark Seal has been evolved there into the Medjai's, you know, has some pages there in the book, and is probably getting more, you know, the one that she's floating on after all. Getting a little more pages than that one.
Yeah, and we see Quintic opting in for the more heal-focused build on the Yuumi. Usually we see something like the Ludens or more damage-based, but opting in just to heal the team up, you know, keep them healthy. They have enough damage. I guess Quintic is just like, yeah, we have enough damage. It's fine. I just want to be somebody that can keep my team alive and keep them in, you know, keep them in these fights longer and in these situations. As Hayden and Meli-G are going in onto Zoo, he's just going to walk out completely fine. You can't be slowed.
They use the teleportation device here on the bot side of this fight here, and Meli going to try and run for the hills. He has the Ornn available, but hostile takeover buys a lot of time. But Hayden finally falls after so long. Bailout's going to be used as well. Chaotic forced to flash away the wall. The shuffle is there, and Meli-G so incredibly low. But here comes Yuumi, and Dallas again wasn't in that fight. Your 2-item AD carry was not present, and they just completely lose that one. They do trade one for one at the very least.
1 for 1 at the very least. A little bit of over-aggression coming out from the Rhinos here. Calcep Jr. stepping a bit too far forward. And you see these shuffles just aren't being followed up on, right? He's getting them onto the targets, but nobody is really looking at Lobum. Nobody's really focusing and trying to burst out whoever's getting shuffled into the team here. Unfortunately, you know, 1 for 1 for the Rhinos with all the summoners they committed, all the different abilities they committed. Dallas is just going to take mid lane turret tier 1 for himself. Red and white, a beautiful way to take turrets here. 2 items, like you said. He has the Immortal Shield Bow, has the PD, so he's going to be relatively safe, even with this cleanse available as well.
One thing to note, though, is Victor, no flash. Xin Zhao, no flash. Ornn, no flash for this upcoming Dragon fight here. And this is third one of the game. Unfortunately, is the Ocean Soul. Very mitigatable. Just buy yourself a Chemtech Putrefies on either of your enchanters, and that soul does absolutely nothing. But again, getting these dragons here for these out-of-combat fights, going to feel really nice as you're able to sustain up while you're not doing anything at all.
Yeah, and I don't love the anti-heal pickup from Lobum here. Yeah, you would have loved to see it more with Zolo Bomber just focusing the gold into that, like you said, Chemtech Putrefier. I know we've seen all the Twitter talk around, you know, the Oblivion Orb rush onto the carries. It doesn't really reduce that much healing. Maybe we can get a stat later on that, how much healing it's
We've
reduced.
seen it.
So far, 0.
Yeah, no, it's not a great stat. No, just never buy that unless you like. There's not that much healing, all things considered. Yumi's healing is gutted, so just buy it on your enchanter. You should not be investing gold in that as a carry like Azir, especially when your style of play here is to just look for a one-shot onto Aphelios or onto Chaotic. Right? That's your play. You look for the shuffle, output as much damage in one instance, and you should not have to worry about reducing healing at all. But they could be looking for a play here. They have the ultimate on the Yumi. Lost Chapter is available. The hostile takeover finds a beautiful play, and the shuffle finds everyone with the help of the Cataclysm. And Ornn does absolutely nothing as he just watches his team fall from the backside. And just as we were saying, this beautiful pickup here, the Cataclysm into the shuffle, just does so much damage that they can't do anything to get out. Flashes were not available. Dallas cannot get out, and they're looking to try and grab this Baron.
The hostile takeover into the Cataclysm, into the shuffle, and then next Winter is just picking up everything with the AoE. We talked about, like you said, the synergy that this team composition has. They're able to get the dream setup. Ducks just over-aggressing. They're going to lose the Baron. They're going to lose the Dragon, and Rhinos have projected themselves about 4,000 gold into the lead.
A huge goal lead here for the Rhinos. They've started up looking very, very strong. But the main issue with that setup there was Hayden wasn't that far in front of his carries. So it just gave Cassim Jr. great access into the back line. Not a proper setup here, and they're just denying so much space. But the Ornhorn is not available, but a lot of the key ultimates are down for the Rhinos, and they're looking for the player knock up onto two. Beautiful play here from Meli-G. Zolo Bomber is going to be taking down Hayden, buying a lot of space here with the Crescent Guard, and Zoo running for the hills, but Shutdown goes over. Chaotic picks that one up on the back end of this one, and the Dragon should be theirs, and they know that the cooldowns are down, and Meli-G is going to get sniped, though. A beautiful, beautiful rocket here coming in from Winter. Cannot find the steal, though, but they are going to at least get one pickup off the end of that one.
Yeah, that was meant for the steal there. They thought they could burst the Dragon down with the Azir, with the Jinx. They end up losing 2 Baron buffs, giving some gold back. But, you know, overall net benefit play for the Rhinos here. They pretty much get a clean ace, near a clean ace, right? Meli-G was the only one that didn't go down in that fight prior to the Baron. They pick up the Baron. They've got the key members, right? Zoo still has it. Lobum still has it. Next Winter still has it. They can go for a 1-3-1. They can go for a 1-4. Up to their discretion here. And there's not much Duck can do other than answer with the Aphelios and the Xin Zhao here. Fights are still going pretty close. If Aphelios can get to that 3-item mark, then we could really start seeing him shred into the enemy team. He just has to dodge that hostile takeover. If he doesn't, he's gonna shred his own team pretty much.
Exactly, and having no Gale Force is going to feel a little rough here, especially against that huge ultimate, which is doing so much work, right? We didn't mention the hostile takeover over that big Cataclysm, and Dallas was just shredding his own entire team, and so was Chaotic.
Yeah, it's really rough, right? Looking for the Ducks. They can't just press W and go into something like Zolo Bomber, who's on that Renata, because that's going to happen. Zolo Bomber sees that. He's going to push that R button 10 times out of 10. He's going to look for that massive hostile takeover. There's nobody on the team that can, like, kind of block it out. There's no Samira wall, no Nasuo wall, nothing like that. So it can't really do anything, unfortunately. You can't really block it, so you have to look to dodge it. No Gale Force, no mobility on the side of the Ducks as well. So if you're face tanking that, you're pretty much dead, as Lobum and the rest of Rhinos are looking to just get the dive onto Meli-G.
And it may be Lobum falling first here. Meli-G has the Ornhorn available, forced to flash away here, but can he stay alive for just a little bit longer? He's just going to be shredded here. Lobum will find the pickup in the end, and Zoo just zoning the entirety of the backline here and forced to flash away. A good look coming in, nice and easy. Burden that cooldown away from this Victor, who's so immobile here, especially into this Jarvan. And they're just pushing forward. Hayden taking so much damage on the back end of this one. Crescent Guard is going to buy a lot of time, a lot of space, and Dallas, one auto does so much damage, but is it going to be enough to keep them alive here for just a little bit longer? And he's going to at least zone them for something. But here, a beautiful look here from Cassim Jr. A nice stopwatch will buy some space, and Lobum going to be taken down by the tower. Dallas finds that one, and Bailout going to buy some time here. But forward goes Cassim again, and this may have just sparked to no space, no time. But the heal, the cleanse, but the burn may do it. No, it's just not enough. Dallas will stay alive, but they do find a lot of damage here, and they do at least find the tower.
You saw the idea coming out from Calcep and Lobum. That's just a synergy of these two guys. Cataclysm into Shurima Shuffle. That is the combo that they're consistently looking for. They are consistently fishing for. And Chaotic luckily had the stopwatch available, but ended up upgrading his Dark Seal into the I'm blanking out on the name. Magi's, there we go. Sorry. Dark Seal into the Magi's doesn't have enough gold for the Zanyas. So if they go for that play again, Chaotic is dead 10 times out of 10, right? No flash,
100% of the time
available. He's 100% dead, and unfortunately, Dallas doesn't have a flash either. Calcep can keep fishing for this. They can keep fishing for it with Lobum, who has the flash Shurima Shuffle available here. Really nice play. Would have loved to see them play it a little bit cleaner. They ended up only getting the tier 1 bottom lane turret.
Oh, Hayden!
Hayden's dead.
Hayden is dead to Rice. Maybe caught here. Crescent Guard is going to buy some space here, but a beautiful ultimate from the Sejuani will buy some space here from this Victor, but not much to be found with that rocket, but they will buy some time here, but no neutral objectives on the board. Nothing to buy, nothing to get, nothing to take. And this Ornn is just going to be pushing down to this bot side. At least they're getting something off of that back of that play.
Yeah, hopefully he can pick up the tier 2. It's a little bit of increased gold. It got increased a long time ago, but not many people know about it, that the tier 2 turret gold was increased, so it's a lot more valuable to pick it up for your own. But next winter in Zola Bomber, they're just going to be able to push into this. I don't know if Dallas can shove them off.
Not really. Right. Tower is going to go down here. We see the melee looking for that base as well on the bot side of this map, and Dragon is up in 45. Key ultimates are available, but again, no flashes here on Chaotic and Dallas. And these are these immobile carries that Calcep can just jump on, fish for the play. No stopwatch again as well. You mentioned that. Lobum can just look for a shuffle and in tandem here with Calcep as well. So it's positioning. Perfect positioning is completely necessary from Dallas and Chaotic. They have to play eons apart. They can't get caught together.
No. They have to play essentially parallel to each other to get the damage out, right? And I don't know if the Rhinos are tracking this. You have to be weary that they're looking through their chat log right now. They're pinging the flash. They're saying it's still down. Calcep Jr. has the flash Cataclysm available too. So his engage range is a lot longer, and the Ducks aren't respecting that right now, which is scaring me because Lobum and Calcep Jr., they are more than likely to combo you out if you're just not respecting them. Lobum right now, hiding in this bush. They have to know something's up.
9k here on this Dragon, but Lobum can look for the play here. Soldier is going to reveal his mission. Gravity Well is down, but Hostile Takeover means that they are at least going to get the Dragon. Hayden trying to buy some time. Ornhorn can land onto the back line. A beautiful knock-up. Dallas finds the damage as well. Solo Bomber so unbelievably low. Lobum is going to be taken down as well. Quintep takes one, and Calcep is down as well. Chaotic finds some death with these lasers onto the back line, but Next Winter is still alive. Not excited for much longer, and it's going to be stuck up by that Gravity Well. But it's a big play coming in from the Ducks.
Calcep Jr. was just not allowed to move there. You saw what they were trying to do. They shot the hostile takeover a little early, wasn't able to get into the Cataclysm. They need to get the Jarvan ultimate down first before they fire something like that off so they can guarantee the hit. Unfortunately, they were just able to walk out Dallas and Chaotic, so they didn't have to burn their flashes. Uh-oh. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. I thought it was going to get stolen. It was 3,000
not that close, but, good look.
Good look. At least they're trying to get something for the Baron take. They're going to take the tier 2 down in the bottom side. And you can see, if Calcep Jr. is stunned up, if he's not allowed to move, you see Dallas and Chaotic just shredding through the life bars of the rest of the Ducks here. Even Chaotic on this Victor, he is scaled. He's got 21 stacks on the Magi. I was critiquing it before, but this man is pumping the damage out, and Azir is just not able to keep up.
And again, this Azir should just be looking for plays, but unfortunately, Zola Bomber did not have the greatest hostile takeover. Calcep couldn't get into the fight in time, and really, he's playing for this burst combo. That's what the Shadow Flame Ludens build is all about here, but just can't find it. Just getting burst out before the fight even begins.
Yeah, unfortunate for them, and that Oblivion Orb there probably has. I'm gonna take a guess here, Salt. It's probably only reduced about 500 healing, maybe 7.
Not even remotely close. Not even remotely close. It has done 187.
And that right there is the only reason you need to know to not burn 800 gold on an item like that. It has only reduced 187 healing out of all the team fight, and he got it around the 15-16 minute mark, if I want to say. So it's already been
15
almost
minutes.
20 minutes. Yeah, it's already been 10-15 minutes here, and he's only reduced 100 healing. You'd have loved to see that 800 gold go into something like Magic.
This could be the play here.
Yeah, this might be it. Hayden.
Slow is down, but it's only onto the tanks, and Dallas can open from the backside. A beautiful Inferno ulti. Hostile takeover finds a couple, but here comes the Orn Horn. Finds the knockup only onto the front line, and these frontliners are low, but that's all that really can be looked at. Lobum, very low as well, going to be forced to base, but the teleportation device is available as well. But the Baron can just try and push down this tier 2.
Yeah, they have the Baron in their hands. Dallas hardy and healthy right now with the Yuumi, fully HP, has the Infernum, has the Severum right now, can really look to just burn these turrets down completely. I don't know if RNO can just take this right now.
Oh my goodness. Hayden dashing forward, taking a lot of damage here, but it's a shutdown going over. The laser finds one. Melly looking to find some more. Chaotic Storm on the backside doing so much work here, and Dallas over the wall flashes, finds one. Looking to find another, will find Cowstep too. Lobum stuck behind enemy lines here, and he's just going to be instantly eliminated by the Yuumi.
That is the game ending. That is the backbreaker play from the Ducks. They're going to look to push this in. 4 members strong from the Ducks here, crawling their way back after that massive team fight coming from the Rhinos. They were able to pick up kills at the Dragon. They're able to pick up kills now, and Aphelios is just too far ahead. 3.5 items. That's Aphelios gaming, especially with the Yuumi. Scaling is king, and it looks like the Ducks have scaled their way to the Game 2 victory.
Hagen second here feels pretty good. 1-1 apiece. It should be side selection here coming in for the Rhinos. They have a decision to make. What do they want to look for in this next game? Game number 3. Going to be very interesting to see what their thought process is here.
And Dallas's damage numbers have to be off the charts, right? 35, maybe 40,000 was, I'm guessing. He was just putting out so much.
26K.
26,000. Victor actually ended up putting out 30K damage here. Really nice pickup, and denying that from Lobum. I didn't think it was the problem in game 1, but just putting that onto JS Chaotic here, who's really good at the Victor, able to put that damage out, wasn't really getting aggressed on. 10, 3, and 8. Yes, the attention was on to Dallas, but Chaotic having a very, very good game here. 4 items on the Victor, pumping out the damage. It just outperformed Lobum, who was on the Azir, unfortunately.
Definitely, and I think Chaotic was just a silent victor here, right? Playing the lane very well, did have to burn some stuff early, but that didn't really matter. You know, stayed ahead in CS the entirety of the game, right? Just a good look overall, being that annoyance in the mid lane and barely dying as well, right? But we also have to talk about here, you know, the top laners did exactly what they're supposed to. Just be tanky, just be frontliners, look for engages. You know, they did their jobs, but Cowstep Jr. unfortunately just couldn't find the angles, right? You saw as these fights did get later and later, it was hard to punch through this front line and find a dive into the back line.
Yeah, they just weren't able to get that dream layer of ultimates off like they did in that river fight. You can saw they were fishing for it, they were looking for it, but sometimes Zolobama would throw the ultimate out early, Cataclysm wasn't able to go down, or you'd see the streamer shuffle somebody out of the Cataclysm and not in, and just for the damage. So it was desynced, right? They got that one team fight, they thought they could repeat it over and over, and unfortunately they kept fishing for it, and they just tunnel visioned on that dream team fight scenario. Eventually they paid for it because they weren't paying attention to Dallas. They weren't really paying attention to Chaotic. They were just trying to punch this front line. And unfortunately, like we said, Aphelios is just a harder carry than Jinx, especially when paired up with that Yuumi, who ended up opting in for that the healing mythic, the Moonstone, into the Staff of Flowing Water, just providing that extra AP, the CDs, and the healing just kept Dallas topped off completely during those fights.
Definitely. And one thing to note, though, the timers, those were the big issues. You burn flash on Dallas, you burn flash on Chaotic. Look for the plays when their flashes are down. And unfortunately, they weren't able to do so. And we'll see if they're able to rectify these mistakes here coming in for game number 3 of the night. We'll be right back.
And the Ducks go back, Ducks do bite back, and the Rhinos, they are stumbled as we are on the 1-1. Right now, it looks like we have reset. The teams are doing great, especially with JS Chaotic coming back into the fray here. So, Salt, Moonstar, how did it go in this game? Like, I saw a lot of emphasis on the Yumi Aphelios. So, do you think that this was the point that actually transitioned the game into a lead, or was it just Chaotic coming back, taking that victory away, and actually performing really well with it?
You can go first, Salt.
All right. Well, I gotta say, Chaotic, didn't look super flashy that game, but was just outputting constant damage, which allowed for Dallas to make some big plays, right? Dallas is on the flashy 80 carry, Aphelios, I'm gonna ability spam and use my ultimate. But Chaotic just constantly placing down those lasers, just denying a lot of space. But I think I heard draft is starting soon. But if you want to finish off a point, should we go for it before we do go?
I think they just look a lot better with Chaotic in, right? The mid lane matchup was a lot more stable. They were allowed to play their game. And you just saw when they're allowed the space they're created, right? When they can, play parallel from each other, Dallas and Chaotic, they can be these really, really big carries for the side of the Ducks. I think sticking Melody on a tank is perfect, right? Leaving them to that long range engage. Not that I'm saying they can't play carry tops or fighter tops, but they just looked a lot better when they had that dual damage threat, when they were able to match Calcep Jr. in that jungle pressure kind of, right? You saw Calcep Jr. did get ahead in the early game, but the Zinzao was still looking for plays. He was still using his ultimate to negate a lot of stuff, and just having Dallas on something that he can hard carry on, the one that you can scale into. I mean, he is the difference maker, those two, right? Chaotic and Dallas, once they're allowed to play the game, they can really just take over.
See if they will be able to withstand the charge of the Rhinos as we head into draft. So, Salt, Ponstar, I'll leave it to you guys.
Alrighty, here, rolling nice and quick. Same bands, very similar, right? Ashe and Seraphine off the table, the Queen away. But Victor is going to be the one taken off the table here by the Ducks. So denying that pick from both themselves and the Rhinos here.
Yeah, and Rhinos have to ban Maokai, right? I don't think there's any way in the world that Rhinos don't ban it. If they don't, Melody just locks that in.
Chases Cabrera into
the top side. Super, super strong. You can also flex it to Hayden if you need to. Super, super strong B1. They might just end up banning out another 80 carry or even a support. I would ban the Yumi out if you're not going to take it. Or if you don't ban the Maokai, don't ban the Yumi as well, right? So then you can trade it. You can do the Maokai for Yumi plus scaling trade. Bans are staying consistent for the Rhinos, though. Twitch, MF, and Hecarim taken away from the Ducks. Well, the Ducks have banned out Seraphine and Ashe every game, and they've used their third ban to switch stuff out. So now you trade. Oh, this is an Udyr. I love
the deer, champion. Baby.
Paired up with the Yumi, and that combo can get very, very dangerous. Yumi with Udyr. He's zipping around, putting the empowered R onto you, bursting you out. He can be super annoying to kill. He can dive your backline, peel for your backline, stun the front line. There is a lot of potential with this Udyr, and I'm surprised we haven't been seeing it in VRD. It has only been getting buffs and buffs and buffs. It only got one nerf, and it was a very minor one to the R awaken damage, but it is still one of the best, fastest clearing junglers, especially if you take that into something like the Maokai. He will just pillage and ransack every camp he can get. They're not going to take the Yumi, though, here. They're going to prio the Renata for Zolo Bomber here. I don't think that's the right choice.
But we did see how effective that Zolo Bomber was, It was those key hostile takeovers that won them game one. And, it kept them in it at game 2, right? They were very effective. But again, Quintic back on the Yumi. Going to take that one. And they're going to put Dallas there on the Sivir, pulling out the LPL special here for game number 3.
Sivir Yumi, super strong. We've seen what it can do at Worlds. We've seen what it can do, like you said, in the LPL and other regions as well. Very solid 3 picks coming out from the Ducks. Scaling is king. We said it before. We'll say it again. Rhinos haven't shown me too much. Udyr is very good. Can clear super fast. Can get really tanky. Can opt in for that, full tank into the demonic embrace build where you can start shredding you down with the R, but it's got to be really rough to try to walk into this when there's so much CC. You have to expect that he's going to go into the double tenacity tree with the legend tenacity plus the unflinching coming out from Udyr if he wants to have any chance at taking down the Ducks. Vayne being locked in for the Rhinos here. It was banned out from the Ducks last round. So I really want to see next winter Vayne.
Very, very interesting pickup here, right? Is going to be able to shred through this Maokai, but at the same time, you can't really deny his lockdown, right? Because his lockdown is untargeted. He just goes in with the W, the E does not land, and he just stuns you up, and you can't really play the game. And will win out on the duel against Dallas, but again, Sivir's teamfight damage, I think, is just a lot higher, a lot more difficult to deal with, as in, as if you're clumped up, and considering how short range your comp is so far, Sivir will just be popping out these ricochets left, right, and center, and you can't really do much about it. But taking a look at these bans, it's going to be the Azir taken away from Chaotic, and the Mordekaiser taken off the table as well.
Yeah, and Ducks, there's a really solid Aatrox angle for Melee. I know we said keep him on the tanks, but the short range composition coming out from the Rhinos just feeds into what Aatrox is so strong at. Rhinos banning out Azir, banning out Syndra, no Victor, no Mordekaiser as well. So this mid lane matchup is going to be something different. We could potentially see the Talia. We could see some more Sylas. I haven't seen any so far this series. I still think it's a very strong champion, especially when you have such good ultimates to steal coming out from the Sivir, from the Maokai. Even the Lost Chapter on Sylas can do a lot of damage and can lock people down. Let's see what Rhinos end up taking. I think they're gonna take the top laner here. Just stick Zoo on a tank again. Sejuani was fine. He did perfectly well on that champion. I don't think they want to take their mid laner. They want to save it for the counter pick here.
We'll see what they do lock in here, but yeah, I do think that, just be that meatball. We've seen what Loam can do. We've seen what Next Winter can do, and just support that. And yes, they are going to grab up that Ornn here. Going to take the opposite end of the matchup here, and we'll see if they lock in, the big ol' boar. Oh, but they are going to opt in for the Aatrox again. You said it was a good Aatrox angle. I am very likely to agree with you here. I do think it is a solid Aatrox angle, especially with the Yumi and some good lockdown coming in, some good setup here from this Maokai too.
You've got the Yumi on your back. You've got the Sivir speed up coming in. You've got the lockdown with with Hayden on the Maokai. Pretty much have 2 roots and a stun. Dallas or Melee should have no problem on this Aatrox catching somebody like the Udyr, like the Vayne, like the Renata. Now the issue is if the Ducks continue to funnel in like they did, Zolo Bomber is ready to let that ult rip. So they are gonna lock the Aatrox in here. And now what does JS Chaotic pick? He has a bevy of mid laners to pick from. He can opt in for something like the Corki, which we haven't seen too much of, which is pretty safe right now. You can also opt in for the Sylas, like we mentioned. This brawly composition paired up with the Yumi could be very, very nice. You can also opt in for a more long range mage like the Talia, potentially a Zerath. There's a lot of things to pick here. Sorry, the Sylas is actually banned. My apologies. So you can't pick that up, unfortunately, which is banned out. But I think the long-range mage should do it for JS Chaotic here. That's where he's comfortable. Cassiopeia has been known to pick that as well. We're going to see what he ends up locking in here on the Duck side.
And timer should be whittling down nice and short very quickly. But it is going to be that Veigar here locked in, and I really do like that. It's a great pickup here into the Vayne. It denies a lot of space and from this Udyr as well. So it's just a good, solid mid laner, right? It's a decent blind. You will just be able to farm up for the most part, considering the champ pool that we've seen from Lobum. No Azir to look for playmaking either. So we'll figure out what they opt into real shortly here. But I do like this Veigar pick, But it does limit the range that you have as a composition, right? So both teams are very low range, very scrappy comps, right? They're looking for wild skill shots to land and capitalizing off of those. And we'll see which team is able to do that better.
Rhinos have a ton of scaling, right? They're essentially just matching pound for pound what the Ducks have picked up. Vayne, Cassiopeia into a Silver. Vigar is going to be so rough. Vigar does have a lot of gank setup onto this Cassiopeia, can throw the event horizon around her. You have Hayden with the jungle on Jungle Maokai coming in to root. You have so much setup for your damage. So I think Ducks drafted a really nice composition. It's essentially 4 melee or 4 short range champions into Aatrox. It's going to be up to Cassiopeia to kite them out, use that W really, really efficiently. And if Aatrox can get a flank off, if they're not keeping track of him, right? If you get the TP flank off, it can wreak havoc onto the Rhinos. It's going to be up to next winter and Lobum once again to carry the Rhinos out from this victory. But the Ducks, a 3 damage composition, the Aatrox, the Vigar, the Sivir. Where is Hayden going to put his attention to? This is a ganking jungler on the side of Hayden for a more farm-centric jungler for Calcep. But we've already seen, regardless of what Calcep picks, this man is going to chain gank you until he can kill you.
Exactly. And, you could take that Boar stance level 2 or the Ram stance level 2, look for CC, and just do something that way, or just opt to farm to hit that level 4, make sure you're nice and healthy throughout your clear. So it's we'll see what Calcep does opt into, right? But Hayden, again, the clear speed on the Maokai is really insane. With those saplings, toss 3 into a bush, you can insta clear first camp, move over, keep that rolling, right? And, low range on both sides here, but I do think that Hayden is going to have better ganks, especially with this Aatrox. I think that's where he wants to either look here, because Dallas and Quintic are just going to be able to stay in their way through lane, right? Nothing too crazy. It's Sivir or Yuumi. They can farm under tower, nothing to be worried about. But this Ornn, before he hits that level 6, very susceptible to ganks, right? As the unstoppable, but you are a Maokai. You have many ways to CC someone up, and you have great follow-up with the Aatrox as well. And you could gank mid, yes, maybe blow a flash, but your damage is very, very low, and it's of the same damage type. So it's going to feel really bad to gank this Cassio, and she can ground you if she plays it properly before you're able to get the W off. So be wary of that. So I do think just focus this top side, get this Aatrox ahead, so he's super hard to kill for the Rhinos.
Yeah, I think Yuumi just kind of warps the game into their favor, like you said, attaching onto the Aatrox, giving him that speed. You have a lot of setup. This is Melly G's game to carry. I'm going to say this now. Melly G has to perform on the Aatrox in the early game, can provide that cushion so that Chaotic and Dallas can farm up, can get their items, can get the scaling going, and they can carry the mid to late game fights. Rhinos are probably going to look to force objectives early, I would say, on that bot side. I think if you have the Udyr, who's a really fast clearer, who can look to pillage and ransack the jungle of Maokai here, Maokai's going to look for more ganks. Like you said, if he's focusing that top side, start the dragon stacking early and don't give up priority on it. Because you saw what happened. The Rhinos gave up priority. They took one bad dragon fight. They think they needed to force it, unfortunately, and they ended up giving a bunch of gold over. Stack it early, blow some sums, and just start getting that dragon going. Because we haven't seen a Dragon Soul be an early Dragon Soul yet, and I think that's the key for both of these teams, especially Rhinos, who have this really nice Udyr, Vayne, and Renata composition. Start forcing these objectives early.
I mean, you can think of it 2 ways, right? Getting the early dragon buys you time, buys you space to scale up, because all these teams want to hit 3 items. Sivir doesn't really do anything till 3. Vayne as well. Same with, Cassio and, Veigar. They want to hit their 3 item spike. Same with the Aatrox, especially with the new, Eclipse, Cleaver, or Serylda's build. You want to hit 3 core before you are truly online as champions. So, you can either opt to try and stack your dragons early, or just take one to buy space and let the other team set up around those objectives while you farm outside lanes, farm out that mid, push out, get towers, right? So it's really a decision. Do you value getting to your items faster, or do you want that innate scaling from the dragons? It's really a trade-off if the game goes 50-50, if it goes even either way.
Yeah, both of these teams kind of see pretty quiet matchups coming out from both mid and bot lane here. Hayden going to look to affect the map on this Maokai. He has to get ganks off because he's going to lose in that farming more. And then Calcep Jr. is just going to get super far ahead. He's going to go, I'm hoping he's going to opt in for the more tanky build, right? Sunfire into Demonic Embrace, into some MR, right? And just really look to be a nuisance onto this back line. There, Ducks are pretty short range too. They have the Yuumi, they have a way to get out. But if Calcep gets a flank off, if Zoo looks for a nice Ornhorn, there is a lot of CC and a lot of damage coming out from the Rhinos that can be unexpected here. It's gonna be up to next. Definitely. It's gonna be up to next winter It's going to be up to next Winter to navigate these fights and really get his target prioritization on point. If he steps even an inch too far forward, that's a Maokai route. That's an Event Horizon. That's a sweet spot Aatrox just hammering down onto you. So he has to play near perfect in these fights for this Vayne pick to work.
And I mean, this Vayne is going to be a big issue, right? Vayne spotting. But the main issue I have with, not issue I have with the pick, but she's going to have to play this game perfectly. Like you said, Winter is going to have to be dodging things left, right, and center to dodge away from the Event Horizon, dodge away from Zivir Boomerang Blades can come from out of nowhere, right? But, you know, having a Casio does prevent a lot of tools that the Ducks do have, right? Aatrox can't really get the QE combo if he's grounded. Maokai can't activate his W if he's grounded. So play towards that. And Yuumi gets shut down if she gets caught. If she W's out, she can get caught out by the Miasma and won't be able to reattach until it's, you know, the cooldown just goes off. So he has to wait. So it's going to be interesting to see how Lobum does play this one out, right?
Yeah, and I think JS Chaotic having the Ducks native mid laner back into the game after game 1's E-sub, he has just been providing that stability in the mid lane, actually ended up carrying game 2. Let's see if he can do a repeat performance on the Vigor. It isn't a Victor, but it is somebody that can burst you out and can really just look to use that primordial burst into the Event Horizon, just absolutely shred through one of your carries and, you know, just press the delete button and say, you know what, I don't like you. I'm going to take you out of this fight. We're going to win this 4v5 pretty easily. So both teams picked a lot of scaling. Scaling is king in these games. I think we're going to see a very quiet early game, and it's going to be up to Hayden to just kind of get things going for the Ducks here.
Before we do get things going here for game number 3 of the night, we'll have it over to a quick break as we get things rolling here. We will be right back. Alrighty, everyone, we are back. It is 1-1 apiece. The Ducks took game 2, the Rhinos took game 1, and we're going to see some early trading here. Melly just blind Q in that one. You know, knowing where this orange is going to stand in the 5-point.
That's just funny. It's just a random Q. It didn't even do that much damage, really.
It didn't even get a sweet spot. It's just, you know, a first damage. You know, we take those.
Yeah, and Zoo just on the orange here. Melly didn't have a great game 1 performance on the Aatrox, but was getting the solo kills onto Zoo, who was on the Ornn. So a repeat of the game 1 matchup. Bit of a different jungler, though, right? Hayden on the Maokai this time instead of Calcep in that game 1. But Calcep crucially going that Udyr, which is something I've been wanting to see. Super fast clear times, can essentially come out 6 camping before the crab if you do it right. If you use your empowered R correctly, if you double camp the blue and the Gromp here, or actually he's not going to double camp here. He's just going to look to transition, but you can really use that empowered R onto the Raptors here and look to just get that empowered R again, resetting onto the Krugs. So I'm going to see how he clears here. If he can get to that Krugs, or sorry, get to that Scuttle Crab before 3:15 and really look to impact the map, just mounting that gold lead. But the rest of the map, mid and bot lane, you have to believe, Salt, it's just going to be a farm fest.
Yeah, and you see the call star coming in from both these 80 carries, and you know, yeah, we're not looking to do anything here. We're just looking to chill out, farm up a little bit, you know. We just see Winter going for some aggressive trading here. The level 1 from Vayne, not that bad, especially considering it is a Sivir here who did use the Q to clear the wave instead of damage.
And anytime you see that, yeah, you just Q in that empowered attack damage. You can see Dallas and Quintek. Quintek doesn't have the W, I believe, leveled up. Ended up going Q. So he's not going to be available to that. So if you can get them down long enough, as I say that they hit level 2, if you can burst them down low enough, you can really burn that Yumi's mana pool and you can really start to assert some lane dominance. But unfortunately, they're just going to get shoved in because Sivir is a champion that's all she does, right? She shoves you in, puts you under tower, and farms. This Calcep Jr. gonna take the red here, and I don't think he's gonna opt in for the full clear. Ended up 4 camping, so he has to have that Ram stance level 3, so no turtle available to it.
It is going to be the Ram stance that has been leveled here, and the Boar stance not up yet for this Udyr. Could look for the gank on the top side, as we're still focused here on this bot lane. Thank you, Directed Cam. Not much to be found here, but Calcep looking for the play here. Melly has no dash, might not be able to get away. The flash is available here, and the double Phoenix stance has been used, trying to burn away at this Aatrox's health bar, and that will do so, and his sustain is gone. No potion left in the back pocket.
Yeah, no potion at all is going to give Zoo, alleviate some pressure for Zoo. Are they going to look to use that gank, use that damage that they got on? Nope, you cannot get the Scuttle Crab. Cassiopeia has been shoved in, unfortunately, from the Veigar. Veigar also going Predator here. So on his first back, he's going to really look to start supporting Melly and Hayden. Uh-oh.
Event Horizon is down. The Conqueror has been proc, but Hayden has the way, has the flash forward. The Ghost is actually buying enough space because of the creep block, and Lobum is just able to walk away.
Oh, walks it out. Has the blue suede shoes on. You saw the flash coming out from Hayden. That Ghost gets popped perfectly, but now Lobum has no mana, right? And Udyr is still on this top side. Calcep is losing double Scuttle as the Udyr not willing to keep his top side up for a little bit longer. So he's looking to do something, but unfortunately, he gets spotted out. You see the ping going out from Chaotic here. They know where he is. Gonna have a bit of a delay camp, and you see Maokai 33 to 21 CS, or essentially a 12 CS camp lead for the Maokai, which is not something you traditionally see.
Definitely not here. And we see this Maokai already going for base 1, has the Dark Seal, has the boots, has that Ruby Crystal, so looking to do a little bit more damage this game, right? At the same time, though, you know, this Aatrox did, you know, get a little chunk, so it has to try and farm out onto the tower. Going to be down a little bit of CS because of that that jungler showing their face in the top side of the map here. But we see Dallas, you know, kind of doing his own thing in the bot side with the help of Quintek. That's what's going to be happening here for the next little bit.
And Calcep Jr. has not taken the first back yet, opting in to clear the second rotation of his top side, the level 3 or level 4 Wolves and the level 4 Grom. Gonna take most likely his first back after this. I don't know if he's gonna give a gank down to this bot side. Everything is pretty much warded up. Really good job from Dallas and Quintek here. Double wards, both into the inner part of his jungle, also covering the river. So if he wants, he'd have to loop all the way around to try, which is just a waste of time for him. So I would take the back if I was him. Maybe he's actually just going to go for the gank. They know where he is. And this could be a really dangerous counter gank setup from Hayden.
Hayden is there, but Umbral Chain's going to go wide here from Melly G. Going to hit that minion here and actually taking the worst end of that trade. But a good ward coming in will spot out the gank, or the counter gank rather. And Kausup is going to show their face in the bot side of the map as well, but not going to be seen, I don't believe, here.
No, Kausup does get seen. I guess they knew he was at River, but he's not going to get seen coming on that backside. Both of these junglers are playing some amazing mind games because they both think that they've been seen and not seen, and they cleared wards. So they're just hanging around here in the fog of war. Really nice toggle from our production staff here. Amazing, really mind game from both of these
here
junglers.
We go. This handshake is going to land. Kausup going to use that Ghost. Dallas forced to flash away here. Soul Bomber been bopped away by the Maokai here, but this could be this moment where Sivir is able to pop off here. The Ricochet doing a good chunk of damage here. A lot of damage there onto next Winter. Quintic is going to be forced off. No more Yuumi available here, so it's just going to be traded damage here. Dallas was forced to burn both Sums, though. That's going to feel pretty bad.
Unfortunate, both coming out from both of these guys. Dallas had to burn the flash and the ghost, and Quintic also had to burn the exhaust onto the Udyr. So they win the summoner spell war, the trade here, but all that damage, all that HP that they took, they're gonna give that first dragon over to the Ducks, and that's where the dragon stacking starts. And it's Mountain Dragon of everything, really gonna scale well into the mid and late game as you build up more resistances, especially for someone like the Maokai and the Aatrox who can use and benefit from those so much. Lobum, though, looking to get some damage onto Chaotic.
Horizon is going to be down, but the Miasma is going to be placed in response here, and Chaotic going to be zoned away from a few minions there, but Hayden going to show...
Walk around.
Yep. Nope, going to get spotted out by the pink ward there, but Lobum is going to look to do some return damage here. The Cassio gets that move speed. You're going to be slowed down, though, by that Bramble toss there.
That's how you know that's a real true mid laner, right? Just absolutely so greedy for that CS. He is not willing to give up the space, even if he gets queued, even if he gets eat. He's like, no, I'm gonna walk through here for those minions. Muscles his way in with the help of Hayden, but loses out on a lot of gold here onto that mid lane.
Ooh. Good trade coming in from Melly, but not going to land the third Q, so not that much damage going over. And until the Eclipse is really completed, the Aatrox does sort of lose out on this matchup, especially because of that gank. Again, the Udyr setting this Aatrox behind a little bit, at least where he should be. It's going to be like that for the next little bit. Good looks from Kausup, though, in that early game to try and make this Aatrox struggle in this matchup.
Yeah, he's trying to get his team started with something, right? We said Kausup, regardless if he plays a ganking jungler or a farming jungler, his playstyle doesn't really change. He wants to get things going early for his team. He wants to get the damage down, give them an easier time in lane, which benefited him in game 1, and he was doing well in game 2. It's just, I really think you should prioritizing the farm, prioritizing the gold, and prioritizing taking camps away from this Maokai, as you can know that he's on his bot side, as the Rift-Herald is being taken from the Rhinos here. Nice pickup. Potentially look to inject some gold into the mid lane or the bot lane. If he uses it top, I think it's just going to be a waste because you're putting it into an Ornn.
And the thing is, though, Cassio is running low on mana. It's having a pretty rough time. You're just constantly shoving in this Veigar because they're using the spells over and over and over again. So we'll see what the play is here. But Hayden going to use that Twisted Advance, but a flash away from Lobum is going to force that one away. So it is going to be a trade of flash here, but Kausup is waiting in the wings. Can they look for the play?
I don't know if I necessarily agree with burning the flash and ultimate. If you're already gonna preconceive that you're gonna, I'm gonna burn the flash anyways, I think you just flash out, save your ultimate for another time, because they might now you don't really have anything to defend yourself, right? You have a ghost, and that's about it. But if you have that ultimate ready, then you could at least look to maybe ult the Veigar while maybe Hayden comes in for a regank. As now Kausup Jr. is looking to invade, looking to impose his will.
Definitely here, but Hayden has no smite, taking so much damage, and Udyr is just going to walk in, claim that one up, and just walk away. And that is the power of the deer, baby.
Yeah, taking a page out of the famous Trick 2G, just walking in, taking your jungle right in front of your face. No care in the world for him right now. He can pretty much just walk up as you have priority in that mid lane and that top side. You can see Aatrox getting shoved in consistently here. So really nice steal from Hayden here, and we saw Hayden implement that same strategy on the Kindred in game 1 against the Maokai to some effectiveness, but they ended up losing.
Oh, here we go.
Looking to replicate it. There might be some fighting here in the top side.
This could be first blood here. Zoo trying to run for the hills here. One more, anything will do it. Who's going to grab the kill? Flash forward from Melly. Going to grab first blood. I don't think that was completely necessary. I mean, it's also not bad on Chaotic, but, you know, first blood after 10 minutes going over to the Ducks.
Yeah, 10 minutes, the slowest game we've had so far here. 400 gold into the pocket of the Ducks here, specifically into the Aatrox. He's going to be tapping him. Oh, does he get the... Nice,
Does get the stun, but a beautiful Event Horizon will stop anything from happening. Cowsup is going to be forced to just walk away. And look at this, Dallas already 2 plates down. Well, one of them did just die. 2 minions wasn't there for the local gold here. But Next Winter going in for some damage here. But, you know, the Yuumi going to keep this one topped up.
Yeah, it's going to be fine.
Oh, Next Winter going in for the play. Going to be stunned up, rooted up here by the last chapter here. Dallas taking so much damage. The flash forward enough, and it's going to be just a free kill. But on the backside of this one, Cowsup might be next on the menu. Going to be taken down here. Lobum trying to kite away, has the damage. Event Horizon is going to land, though. Flash away. It's not enough, but it is going to be a 2 for 2. But definitely winning for the Rhinos as they got a pick in the bot lane.
They got a pick in the bot lane. They got the kill onto the Sivir. 2 for 2. Like you said, both mid and jungle going down for Rhinos. They just don't win it, right? They don't have the damage just yet. Cassiopeia is not at that level. Chaotic has a lot more burst. Once you single somebody out, you can land the W, you can land the Q and the R, pretty much guaranteed if they're rooted up by Hayden. Really well played from the Ducks into the mid lane here. Next Winter seizing his opportunity, understanding that Dallas's summoner spells were still down from that earlier gank and exploiting that window perfectly. Really nice from Next Winter here. And so far, this Vayne pick working out in their favor.
Definitely work it out very, very well here. Up a little bit of CS, or just even on plates here. But, you know, Dallas should just have the priority. But again, their fighting power just isn't really there, right? Next Winter is going to win out on these duels. That's the main problem here with the Sivir, right? Is not a great duelist. An excellent team fighter. Provides so much AoE damage, but is not great in the 1v1 if she's not ahead.
Yeah, and now we're going to see kind of where these teams look to focus their attention. We're going to get out of the laning phase in a couple minutes here. Herald has been dropped. Cowsup Jr. Just taking the Raptors and taking a fight with Hayden here.
Oh, Lobum.
Oh, Chaotic's
walking a little bit too far forward here. Umbral Chains are going to land, but it's going to be Chaotic who grabs the kill, taking vengeance for that earlier kill stolen from him up in the top side of this one. And this could just be a Hextech Dragon. And you talked about stack, and I talked about buying time. It looks like it's going to be the stack coming through here.
Yeah, apologies. Lobum is going to die there. Chaotic with the nice collapse onto Lobum, especially with Melee G walking down as well. Just guarantees that kill pretty much. And unfortunately, no flash for Lobum, no ghost. They're going to pick up the dragon, like you said, with that mid lane kill. Yes, they did get some gold back, the Rhinos, with that Rift Herald. They're also going to get some gold back into this top side here. But these guys, they don't take the turret too well. They're not taking it too fast. As Shattered Crown comes out from Chaotic, I like the early pickup. It's not horrible, especially if you don't want to get popped by something like the Udi or like the Cassiopeia. It allows that early mythic spike as well. So you can start stacking your other item. It's probably one of the cheapest mythics in the game in regards to other than the support one. So I don't mind the pickup. It is really nice.
Yep, and here comes the Maokai here, looking for something, can't find the big old play, but here comes the final chapter. Gonna force Zola Bomber to flash out of that one, and it's a good look. They do burn some flashes, and they take that every day of the week.
Yeah, Lost Chapter, Sivir Ultimate, and the Maokai Ultimate taken for one flash. Maybe that's a good trade. Obviously, those are going to be on a lower cooldown for sure, but mid lane turret is getting pressured right now, and Lobum.
Nice trade. It's really all you can see there. Do you see some trading to the top side, too? Not much.
Yeah, pretty quiet game so far. 6 kills at the 14-minute mark. Hayden just looking to get, things rolling again. Has 4 KP, 100% for his team. Hasn't been involved in every single one. Unfortunately, Cowsup really not able to get a good farm lead going. Not able to match pressure, either ganking or just super far ahead. He tried to do something with that early start. Like I said, I would have loved for him to prefer just full clearing, building that gold and then entering these fights. Because you can see the item disparity right now, right? Hayden almost has a full Sunfire cape to what? Cowsup Jr.'s Bammies plus like a Boots of Swiftness. You're not going to be winning these 2v2s or 3v3s anywhere you go. So as long as Hayden is matching Cowsup's pressure wherever he is or just being around for any of these potential ganks, they're going to lose out. The Rhinos are going to lose out every single time.
Definitely here. And we just see the Sivir, just constantly pushing in, pushing these waves, just making sure Vayne can't really show up for anything, right? And that's completely ideal. That's exactly what you want to be doing. You don't really want to be trying to fight in this bot side. Just have the better wave clear and move around with your jungler. And we see Hayden looking for a play here.
Yeah, really nice setup, right? Pink in the alcove bush, another ward down there. There is no way that next winter and Zolo Bomber know that he's here, and especially with this ultimate coming out, flash is down for Zolo Bomber. I'm assuming
Quintic has no way back. No way back. Hostile takeover is going to be found, but Zolo Bomber is going to be first to take him down. Bailout's going to buy a lot of space, but Dallas already takes him down. The team fighting damage is there, and Quintic is finally going to go down. It's going to be a 2-for-2 double kill for the Udyr, but we do see some damage coming out here from Hayden, but they can't really confirm the kill. It's going to be a 2-for-2 trade overall, but the kills do go where they should. And that's a good play overall for the side of the Ducks, especially when they're able to find picks like this.
Yeah, 2-for-2. They killed the bot lane here. Calcep picks up the kills, but crucially, Dallas picked up a kill for themselves. I believe Maokai also picked up a kill. Hayden, and they can't really do much. These minions are going to crash into the bot side for the Ducks here. So they're going to deny a lot of gold here. Cassiopeia slow to move. Lobum can't really match the pressure because Chaotic ended up going that Predator, but they're looking for a play. They're looking for something.
Oh, Flash Stun finds two. Lobum outputting the damage. Primordial Burst is available. It's not going to confirm the kill, though, and the shutdown comes through. Lobum trying to kite for the hills. Can he stand up to this Maokai? One more auto will do it, but the sustain, the conqueror, and you've conquered the world as a tree has fallen, and Cassio stays alive.
Captain Planet not there to save Hayden at all. Unfortunately, Lobum kites him out with the Leandries, with the Conqueror, like you said, living with a sliver of help. You have to believe if Hayden had any more mana, that Q Bramble Smash would have gotten the kill. Really nice. Again, the Rhino making something out of nothing, keeping the chase alive, keeping the damage there, and just letting Calcep Jr. run havoc onto their backline. Chaotic just not able to pick up a kill here, unfortunately. Really nice pickup, really nice gold for Lobum. Has finished his 2 items, has the Archangel Staff and Leandries. He's going to be able to put down so much damage.
This game is as close as it can get, right? You know, like 400 gold, but look at the dragons, right? 2 dragons in favor of the Ducks here, and it is going to be a Cloud Soul, which is great for the Zivir, great for the Veigar, great for the Maokai, great for the Aatrox, right? But if you are on the Rhino side, you're kind of sad, right? The Udyr likes it, Cassio and likes it. Renata, though, not the biggest fan. Neither is the Ornn. They don't really want to be running with their ultimates. They just want to be using them from long range and looking for a fight with that. But, I mean, it's not the worst thing in the world, and you can maybe get some, you know, out-of-combat move speed, which is pretty effective here, especially if you're looking for rotations with this Cassio to match that Predator from the Veigar.
Yeah, the slow resistance is really nice as well, like you said. You can't really do much out of ultimate. Next winter's going to be loving it, right? The mobility, as we see Hayden looking to aggress with the ultimate here, not able to get anything.
Oh, Hayden.
Crucial ultimate taken out before the dragon.
The ultimate down, hostile takeover finds one. Dallas is going to be caught up by that one as well. Not going to spell shield. That one taking so much damage. Melly G takes down instantly. Dallas next on the menu as well. Houston has fallen, and they're looking to take down Quinton as well. They get the tower, but look at Maokai stuck in no man's land. This is not your forest, friend, and he has to try and get out of here.
Yeah, a nice 3-for-0 pickup on the Rhino side, and that's just off the back of Hayden burning his ultimate.
No!
Hayden's still dead!
Run, buddy! Run! Get out of there, bud! Run! He's gonna get caught out here, though, trying to stay alive here. But Chaotic found the backline. The Primordial Burst will instantly take down this Vayne, and Hayden looking to try to take down Solo Bomber instead of dying on the back end of this one. The Bramble Smash is enough. The bailout will not bail you out of this one, and you have to pay your tax. This is Hayden just running for the hills. We'll take one down.
Yeah, well, maybe there's some more here.
Over the wall he goes. Hayden has to sustain here. Brought in this Cloud, doing so much work here. Event Horizon is down as well. Calcep is going to be CC immune. Crown is going to buy a lot of space here for Chaotic, not taking so much damage. Flash forward from Zoo. Can they find the play? But here comes Dallas. He's showing up once more and is outputting the damage. The Ricochet doing so much work here, but Conqueror has been procced once more. Lobum trying to conquer the world. Cannot do it, though. Forced to run away. Zoo next on the menu as well. Gonna fall. Your world has been ended. This Veigar is online, and Lobum stuck behind enemy lines. But so much damage there onto Melly. Can he survive this one? The Q2 will land, and it's going to be the passive that takes the kill.
The longest team fight I've ever seen, and it's such a head scratcher. I felt like they had Hayden locked up on that top side when he was by himself, right? You saw the Vayne and the Cassiopeia walk away from him for whatever reason that allowed the Veigar to flank, allow the Primordial Burst to come out to next winter, and then it was just a wild goose chase onto Hayden, buying so much time. All that gold, all that pressure they ended up getting. Calcep, yes, he picked up the dragon, but you gave so much gold over. 3 kills worth of gold. Calcep Jr. died, Lobum died, and Zoo died after all of that. And those kills went over to both Chaotic, Dallas, and Melly G. So a really nice turn from the Ducks here, keeping the play alive, burning so much time, and they've come out with the 1.5k gold lead.
You take that, nice gold lead, going to feel really, really solid here as they do move forward into this mid-game here. And just farm up. We see that Dallas has a slight lead here. Not up in the kills, but did do well with getting some towers here. Going to be slightly ahead of his lane opponent. Kazip Jr., though, having a good showing here on the Udyr, but unfortunately, I just don't think the angles that he looked for were the play.
Yeah, I mean, Rhino's just over-aggressing, overstaying, right? It's kind of been one of their faults throughout this whole season is that they get a really good play, they get a really good gauge, and they think they can keep going. They're not keeping track of the death timers here. Predator has been popped, and the ultimate from Maokai, but looks like nothing is really going to be coming out of it.
Nothing too crazy. Cooldowns are going to be burned, but nothing major off the table. We do see the Maokai ultimate has been burned, but we already see that cooldown burning down nice and quick.
Yeah, it's a really fast cooldown, right? And Zoo looking for an engage. All these saplings are going to be hard to go into. Kazip?
Kazip going to get chunked out here very, very low, but has that boar stance to try and heal up nicely. And we do see Veigar already completed that death cap. Already 2 items, super, super strong here on this pick. And let's take a look here at some of the stacks here. And we're seeing 195 stacks here from the passive alone, getting amplified again by this death cap. So every little bit counts here.
Yeah, every little bit of ability power, every stack of his passive counts, right? He's getting stronger and stronger, especially when you pair that up with something like the Yuumi. And nobody has picked up any anti-heal yet, right? And Zolo Bomber has not been able to pick up the Chemtech Putrefier. So these tanks, this Hayden, this Melee G on this Aatrox, the self-healing, all this so much healing coming out from the Ducks, they're able to sustain through these fights. And Lobum, unfortunately, cannot put the damage out fast enough because he's also one of those long, drawn-out, kind of fighter mages that we see.
Hey, look for Lobum here. Stun is available. Only going to be landed there onto Melee G. Kazip into the backline, trying to output the damage. Hostile takeover finds only the Sivir, but that's a good amount of damage down onto JS Chaotic. Onto the front line, though. Hayden trying to do some work, but a beautiful play from Zoo. Finds the kill, but Dallas cutting over the wall. They can't even match his DPS. As Winter's taken down. Going forward, Hayden just sustained so much, and Dallas running forward straight into Zoo. The melee range Sivir is not even a matter, as they do find one more. They could just look to turn on this Baron here. Ghost has been popped. Lobum trying to find something here. Chaotic, going to flash forward. Not going to find anything with the flash, though, but Zolo walks straight into the event horizon, is going to be taken down.
Yeah, and you saw Lobum try his best to kite out, but Dallas and Chaotic were playing that fight perfectly. The Ghost and the Flash were popped. Nobody could get onto the Sivir, so mobile, especially the whole team of the Ducks. The Sivir ultimate gets popped, and unfortunately, Kazip and Next Winter doesn't have cleanse. He couldn't cleanse out of the event horizon. Could not put the damage out, like you said. Quintic just healing everything up. Van really needs to get to that 3-item mark if she wants to duel somebody like the Sivir. Dragon is up in 40 seconds. Another fight could break out. The Rhinos need to reset. The carries need to cash in the gold before they take this Dragon. I have to believe Dallas is sitting on IE gold right now.
1600, little short. But will at least get some very, very powerful components on this base here. We do see item has been completed there for the Yuumi. Gonna finish up that Medjai Soul Stealer. And Aatrox sitting on the Sorrel is going to be dealing a lot of damage even to the frontliners. Going to be slowing them down too, making this kiting even harder. But they're looking to trade it for the Baron, doing the same thing the Ducks did game 1.
This is a nice sneaky Baron here. They see the Cassiopeia on the other side. They actually have no clue that the Rhinos are going onto this Baron right now. They think they're at the Dragon. Baron for Dragon is the trade here, especially if it's just a Cloud Soul point. You will take that trade 9 times out of 10. Are they going to go and try to take it? No, they're not going to even try to contest. They're going to give it away. They're going to look to pick up a standing gold, similar in fashion to that game 1, like you said. Really nice play from Rhino to at least inject some gold back into their pockets. Take the Baron away, stall the game out, and let Cassiopeia and Vayne scale. But Lobum going to pay for his sins.
Well, that's good as long as you don't walk up and get caught out here. And Lobum trying to go straight, trying to run for the hills, but anything will do it, and Quintic finds the kill. They are going to grab that tier 2, but it should be traded back. It's going to be even towers, but the kill's going to go over. But they're just pushing even more, and you cannot outpush a Baron.
They're not going to base race. They're not going to do it right now, right? It's only one Veigar. If they can see that everybody else is on the bot side, they're going to trade in it for tier 2. A massive blunder from the Ducks here.
Smite's down. Chaotic has to use his abilities to try and buy himself some space. Will do so, but they can't get the in him. The wave clear is there. Dallas has arrived, and is just doing so much work here.
And that's just a misplay from the Rhinos, right? Everybody should be focusing that in him. Everybody should be hitting it, right? So they can take it here. They don't get the trade. Still favorable for the Rhinos here. Tier 3 for Tier 2. They pick up 3 charts on their side. But they could have gotten that in him if everybody focused it. Instead, Cowsep ended up opting in to go onto Chaotic on the Vanguard. Not really outputting too much damage. Not really burning anything either.
And the Force of Nature is going to help out with these, move speed debuffs coming in from the Aatrox, from this, from the Veigar, placing down the Event Horizon as well, just trying to deal something here, make something happen. But it's just so difficult, right?
Yeah, it is really difficult for the Rhinos here. It's so much control, so much space. It's rough to walk in if you're the Rhino. You can't just see hero kill hero because of the mobility of the Sivir, the space denial from both the saplings, the ultimate from Maokai, the Event Horizon. You also have to walk into somebody like Melly G, who's almost 3 items, right?
Well,
so
they might be finding Hayden.
Oh.
Handshake's going to land a lot of damage there, trying to buy himself some time here, but taking so much, going to be instantly taken down by Next Winter. Event Horizon going to find absolutely nothing, and they do claim up the jungler, but there's not a single objective on the board. But that Twisted Advance is going to be gone here. Nature's Grasp is off the table, so they can't really look for anything here.
Yeah, they can't really look for much. This Baron push still going into the favor of Rhinos here. They're also just posturing onto this bot side, looking to pick up this tier 1 that they weren't able to get early on, unfortunately. And, gold is still in the favor of the Ducks, but the Rhinos are keeping it very, very close, denying the Baron, taking the standing gold, getting the pick onto Hayden. Are they going to try to force a 4v5 or a 4v3 here? Sivir is nowhere in sight.
Sivir is nowhere in sight. Sivir is in the mid lane. Dallas is not going to be here to match, and here comes the hostile takeover. Going to find absolutely nothing, but going to deny the zone. Here comes the Orange Horn. Going to land onto the final chapter, is finding the route onto all the members of the enemy team, but Chaotix instantly taken down. Cowsep Jr. may fall to the tower, will finally go down, but it is going to be a 3-for-1 trade. 3-for-2 make that, and Dallas is finally showing up, but Next Winter outputting so much damage, the Bale buying so much space, but Maokai is showing up once more, and Next Winter will find the final auto, but will be taken down by the tower. But it's a quad skill for the Vayne. Hayden trying to buy some space, but can they kill this Maokai in the jungle? No, they cannot. They will be able to defend the tower, but the minions are there, and they're looking to try and take this one down as fast as possible. But here goes Hayden, goes under the root, trying to find the knockback here onto Zhao, cannot do it. The damage isn't there. The tower isn't helping him out, and they are just going to walk away.
These guys, these big, beefy boys trading back and forth. Crucially, though, 2 kills went over to the Yuumi, unfortunately.
Oh,
they're not going to get a lot of that gold. Hayden
the
goes
play.
in.
Hayden goes in, has the healing, has that passive up, and we see the teleportation device being used here by the Veigar. Chaotic has his way back into this fight. Flash Force from Zolo Bomber, and the Primordial Burst will find the kill. And it's just going to be staggered death timers here. 118 on this Dragon, 2 minutes here on this Baron, and if they can find a pick in the meanwhile while this Ord is dead, that is the perfect play.
Yeah, really nice from Hayden here to keep the play going. Again, Chaotic using his TP, using the flank ability to keep the play going. 4 kills, though, got onto that Vayne. Next Winter has the wits end ready. A lot of gold put into the pockets of the Rhinos here. They have essentially evened it out after that bot lane dive, and now Next Winter is in the position to carry. They can do the damage. You can see how much they are outputting, especially with the lethal tempo. The extra range is so deceptive when fighting into the Vayne because you don't expect him to be able to auto you from that far. He's going to be able to shred through the tanks. He's got magic resistance for the Veigar. There is so much in the hands of Next Winter. He's going to have to carry this next dragon fight. Everybody is up. This fight might be the game-ending, game-deciding fight here.
We did say eyes were on Next Winter here for this game, and so far, been putting on a show, right? A beautiful quadra kill. A lot of damage was output here by this Vayne. Unfortunately, they just weren't able to get on her during this fight. So the Ducks are just trying to get this mid priority here. Dragon is up in 7 seconds. This is their soul, but they're walking in blind.
They're walking in blind. They can use the saplings to check. That's about it.
They're looking.
Do have
Melly.
a really good flank.
Melly's going to be caught out here, instantly taken down, and they're just going to have to give the Dragon a blunder here from the top laner of the Ducks, as this Dragon's going to be instantly taken down. We see the pink going towards this mid lane. They want to try and push this, get something back, but the Baron is up in 30, and Melly's still going to be down.
They do have minion waves over. They're going to definitely clear this, force Rhinos to take at least this minion wave for them. They can look to go to the Baron, though. The Rhinos, 4v5. They don't have Melly G, who's going to be up in 30 seconds. Cowsep and the rest of Rhinos are looking for something. Horn is up. All the ultimates are up. And unfortunately, Melly G chokes during that team fight. A little too early on that flank on the engage. If you wait maybe 5-10 seconds more, that would be a beautiful team fight for the Ducks.
10 seconds here on Melly. Going to be up very, very shortly. Teleport is available as well. But right now we see Chaotic here looking for a pick here onto Kasip, and they might just be able to find it. The route has been found. The event horizon is there as well. He is finally CC immune, finally pops the stance, but it's just not enough. He is going to be chunked down to half HP. They did burn quite a bit for that pick, though. Not even.
And they burned the Lost Chapter. They burned the Predator, I believe, for that, so they're not going to be available. But Kasip also burned the Ghost, I believe, and the Empowered E, sorry. Kasip Jr., though, is half health. Everybody's up on the side of Ducks. Are they going to look to try to turn this because Lost Chapter is down? It's still down for another 30 seconds here.
Yeah, and they are looking for a beautiful event horizon on the backside. Dallas instantly takes down Zolo Bomber. A beautiful, beautiful Nature's Grasp onto the backline. Finds 3. Ornhorn is going to be used. Can they find something? Buy the peeling space. Buy some time. Dallas is taking so much damage on the backside of this fight, though Melly G does fall. Lobum outputs the damage. Next Winter takes a lot, but the Primordial Burst is not enough to take him down. Lobum kiting. That's the name of the game, baby. But the event horizon is going to be found, and one more spell will do it as the burst finds Vayne. They're trying to take down Lobum. Kasip Jr. is going to be the front liner who's going to fall. Dallas is running at speed of sound. The Yumi's buying a lot of healing, but sticking in this burn damage as Lobum finds the kill. Can they find Maokai? They are trying to take down this tree with an axe, but it's just too dull. Here comes Kasip trying to sustain his way through, but this Maokai with the help of Yumi just does not fall. The saplings have been tossed, and Lobum trying to output the damage. They can't do anything here, as it's just going to be a 3 for 3. No one comes out on top. No one gets an objective, but Zolo Bomber's back up.
Zolo Bomber is back up, and that was a 4v5 for all intents and purposes from RNO here, right? Their support went down immediately. Couldn't get the hostile takeover off. Couldn't get any of the abilities off. And Hayden plus Yumi. That is the scariest sight I've ever seen in the world. That man was not going down. He could have really just 1v2'd that with the Yumi. I would say 2v2, but that tank, that's a tank. So that is a tank champion.
Not a single damage item.
Nope, not at all. And now has opted in for the item's never even built. I'm so sorry. The the Abyssal Mask here for Hayden here. It's gonna increase that magic damage coming out from both himself and Vigar here and the Yumi. Really nice. I like that pickup.
We do see they're starting up this Baron here. We tell you the teleport also going to be used on this backside. Nature's Grasp can land. They could look for the play. Lobum going to be stunned up here, taking so much damage. Zolo Bomber is going to be taken down instantly. The flash does absolutely nothing, but a beautiful Ornhorn finds 2. Hayden into the backside, steals the Baron. The tree falls. That purple worm, but Dallas is trying to kite for his life. Can he find the damage? Going to be taken down eventually, but Dallas is still alive. But next Winter, can he find the pick? Will be able to do it. It's just Quintic alive. Going to be taken down as another Quadra for the Vayne. And they're going to look to end the game.
Next Winter with the Quadra kill. Baron be damned. This man will kite you out. He goes on to the Vayne. There's a reason it was banned in game 2. They're going to look to push, potentially ending the game here. Death timers are really long. Melly G is the only one up, coming up in 19 seconds. They have the minion wave. They have the cannon. Can they end the game? Are they going to look for the push? 15 seconds on Melly G. 14 seconds on Hayden. They aren't going to look to end. They don't have the pushing power just yet. They're going to take the inhibitor into the mid lane. Dragon is coming up in 50 seconds. They're going to reset. Next Winter probably has another item in the bank right now.
And we talk about Dallas playing very well, but look at next Winter showing up when it counts here. Team fight after team fight, just doing so much work for the team.
And I think really the Ducks focus, even when they take down somebody like Zolo Bomber super early in the fights, these 4v5s, there is no target focus onto next Winter. And, you know, I'm applauding him as well. He got the cleanse off, has the Mercurial Scimitar as well, and another fight might just break out.
We do see that ultimate burned away, and they're looking for the pick here onto the jungler, taking a lot of damage here, but he's running at the speed of sound. Ornhorn gonna land onto 2. Melly and Chaotic caught out, but Maokai trying to buy the space in the back line. Dallas gonna be taken down by next Winter in the back line, and they just have no damage. They've lost their carry as Dallas has fallen. Chaotic stuck in the middle of all of them. Complete chaos as this team fight goes over, and it's not gonna be a penta, it's gonna be another quadra, but this should be the end of the game.
Dallas Diff be dabbed. Next winter is here. 17-5 on the vein. Full items ready to go. This man carried the Rhinos from the brink of defeat, able to lock down game 3 here, put them up, match point. That is a
Houston,
heartbreaker.
We have a problem. Going to game 3 or game 4, Houston, we have a problem, and we're going to match point. Rhinos take this one, and it's going to be a bumpy ride. Strap your seatbelts, folks. There's going to be some turbulence on this duck flight.
No Mighty Ducks here. They have been felled in game 3 after amassing a solid lead. It all started from that Baron take. The Rhinos able to inject themselves into the goal. As we see everybody ready to go back into the lobby right now, we should probably go to a short break before we go into game 4 of this quarterfinals matchup. The Ducks versus the Rhinos.
Roll it, folks. We'll be right back.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. And well, with that bombshell, it will be the Rhinos charging in for their serious points here and a chance to get an easy semifinals entry. It looked like in the back for a very good period here. So looks like they are willing to charge again into draft. So Salt, Pawnstar, I'll just let you have it. Maybe you can even talk about the game in the meanwhile.
Alrighty. Stampeding forward here into game number 4's draft match point for the Rhinos. Now, speaking about last game here, you know, it was a back and forth fight. Super scaling compositions, very, very close on either side, but it was just some bad decisions here from the Ducks that cost them the game here.
Seraphine was let through, by the way.
And it's just B1. It's just B1 instantly.
They banned the
Queen.
Renata, a blessing in disguise for the Rhinos. I'm going to say that. I think I think the Renata prio has been too high for them. Game 2, it didn't really do too much, right? It got that one really nice team fight off. But game 3 was absolutely useless. His last 4 team fights got picked off immediately. Seraphine, Gigaflex, right, can be put in the mid lane, the bottom lane as a carry or a support. So really nice. But Ducks are going to lock in the Victor for themselves. It looks like they don't want to wait for it to get banned out. What are they going to lock in, though? Are they going to go Victor Yumi? I think Yumi is a good pick. I think it's fine. It's just like you said, the positioning coming out from the Ducks, it was just, it lacked structure towards the end.
Definitely. And, Victor's going to be a solid pickup here, and we'll see what they do want to lock here. But it could be a Seraphine mid, right? We do see that popping up a lot. So it's a little interesting to see what they are going to draft here. But they could prioritize jungle because the Seraphine is still flexible, and they might want to see where it's actually going before they do lock something in, right? So they pick a weird support here to just try and all in the Seraphine. They could just instantly get blindsided, right?
Yeah, I think Graves still being up is criminal, right? That champion is so good after the buffs, right? Super strong farming jungler. It feels like that's where Hayden's comfort is into these games, right? He does okay on the ganking junglers, but you just see on the Maokai, he was really strong with the Yumi, but it just didn't feel like he was getting the right engages off. His ultimates were very lackluster towards the end of the game, right? A lot of those ultimates were just thrown for one reason or another. Hayden, though, locking in the Kaisa for his AD carry. Dallas going to be taking that into the bot lane most likely. So very nice, very, mid to late game scaling comp right now with the Victor, the Kaisa. You've kind of thrown your gauntlet down by locking these champions early. And so now Rhinos can just counterpick mid lane here. Unless they're thinking you want to keep the Seraphine flexible, they can lock in their jungler, they can lock in the support, or they can lock in the AD carry if they want and still flex that Seraphine around.
Definitely here. And the Amumu is still flexible, right? So the Rhinos haven't really revealed too much because we've seen Kausa, he has played this Amumu a couple times, more damage-oriented, though, rather than the full tank, right? So it's not a complete, they're not showing their hand just yet with their picks. And I think the smartest pick here, just lock in ADC. That won't really show too much, right? You just pick, anything that's pretty solid into the Kaisa, right? Could just lock, Misfortune is banned, sorry, but there are a few AD carries that you can lock here. If you want to play safe, you could pick Ezreal. You could again pick the Vayne as well. It is not banned, right? But they're going to actually lock in the Yasuo, which again, still flexible, could be put into that bot lane. We don't really have anything solidified here from the Rhinos composition.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen Yasuo top in some regions as well, right? There's a lot to still be thrown around here. And Hayden possibly going to lock him. Yep, they're going to ask
could be Zachary mid.
Here. Could be Zach. Yeah, could be Zachary mid. Could be jungle. Could also be top lane, right? Solo lane, Zach is still pretty good. It's not horrible. We saw it in Worlds. So a lot of flexibility on that pick, but Rhinos haven't really revealed too much. Most likely assumption is that this Amumu and Seraphine are going to go onto the bot side. Yasuo will probably go mid, but you can still ban a bunch of stuff out, right? Rhinos taking the Yumi away, taking more support picks away. I would say take something like the Leona out, the Nautilus, keep your Seraphine super, super safe. You could potentially take more enchanters out. You can also take a couple top laners out if you don't want to face the Aatrox. Diana, though, and Poppy being banned out from the Ducks, really smart play. Poppy would have absolutely ruined their composition, especially with Kaisa and Zach diving in.
Definitely. Poppy is one of those champs you really don't want to be locking in, with Zach or Kaisa into, so get rid of that pretty good, right? And it's going to be rounded out here with an Ornn Band, and we'll see what they give to Melly G. Are they going to grab up the Aatrox once again, or are they just going to pick a tank?
Put him on a tank. I'm sorry, Melly G, just 2 games of Aatrox. Both of them you lost. I know that's results-based analysis, but also just if you look at the games, right?
What is that?
That is a Pyke support coming out potentially for the Ducks here, looking to just get super, super aggressive and snowball. This is a very snowball-heavy bot lane, right? They're looking essentially saying, I'm throwing the gauntlet down. We're going to look to kill you. We're going to look to get all this gold in, but I think putting Melly G on the tank is probably the best thing you can do. I think the Aatrox was lackluster, right? Solid in laning phase. Wasn't able to get the flank timings off. Wasn't really able to do too much. You saw as the later the game went, he was just getting absolutely shredded by everybody and wasn't able to really do much as a backline disruptor.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and we'll see what they're going to maybe come up with here for the rest of their draft. The Rhinos, I mean, I think their composition is very solid. It's like, oh, we go in and we have good backline with the Seraphine. She's just going to keep us topped up, keep us rolling here as these fights go extended. And the main problem here, the Ducks, they have to burst down the target with their composition so far. If they build Kai'Sa the way that we've seen a lot, right?
That's a Malphusius.
Oh my goodness.
Malphusius coming in from the Rhinos here, all-inning on that 5v5. Slam down your throat composition, right? They're not wasting time. They want to press R, click R. That's all. They can take every single key to their keyboard. And a Sona. So that's a Sona Seraphine bot lane. A Mumu jungle, the Yasuo Malphite combination might be lacking a little bit of damage, but you did say Calcep Jr. likes to go the Amumu, the more damage-orientated. Most likely, we're going to see next winter build Seraphine more towards that Liandry's AP variant. So a lot of that healing is going to come out from the Sona. This is a 5v5 death ball composition. I like it. Rhinos just absolutely saying, you know what? We're just going to close our eyes, click forward, and press R, and that should be enough to win the fight.
Definitely here, and it's a good Mordekaiser lock-in, right? It's solid into the Malphite, right? Rock solid, haha, funny. Laugh, please. But Sona Seraphine, just such an obnoxious bot lane to deal with, right? They just heal up. I mean, these hooks are going to be very imperative, right? But the thing is, it doesn't even matter if they're behind, as long as they're not, like, just chain feeding 0-20 by, like, 10 minutes, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, Sona Seraphine is the definition of like celibacy, right? It really is just so it is so anti-fun. It is so like anti just do nothing. You do nothing. You talk to each other. That's really about it. And you just stare at each other in the bot lane. That is literally what Sona Seraphine is. It does nothing. And then finally, once you pop the question, once you get all the levels going, then it really starts to have fun. Then you see that, oh, this is horrible. I hate this. I don't like playing into this at all. And
I don't like League anymore. I'm going to uninstall. Yeah, I'm not having fun.
I'm going to uninstall League. This is the kind of bot lane that makes you not want to play the game anymore. And with all this different kind of champions flying in at you, Amumu, Yasuo, Malphite, their team fight presence, their 5v5. I want them to start stacking dragons early. The moment they hit 6, start forcing 5.
I mean, the Wombo is insane, but the thing is, even if they miss the Wombo, they have the sustain, right? Because the same thing has to be said for the Ducks. They have to do their Wombo. And if the Wombo fails, they have nothing left in the tank. The Rhinos, on the other hand, have so much gas. They just never run out. As long as they have mana, it just doesn't matter.
They can burn one ultimate, whiff it, and be like, all right, next in line, guys. Come on, we'll get in here. Throw your R. All right, we missed that. All right, Seraphine, throw your R here. Let's go. They have so much CC. They are lacking in the damage department, I would say. They have to be a little bit more ambitious and bold with their builds, right? Yasuo is going to be their primary damage stat for most of the early game until Calcep goes off of that Sunfire into potentially the Demonic Embrace. And next winter is probably going to go rush that Liandry's. She's not going to really start doing a lot of damage on the Seraphine until she hits 2 items, I would say. Liandry's plus if she goes to Seraphs, or if she goes Liandry's plus armor or Magic Pen, right? She's not going to really be able to provide that upfront damage. Crucially, though, Malphite did get a lot of AP buffs recently. His W, his R.
Your missile Malphite.
You can go missile Malphite here. And if your job is to kill hero, see hero, kill hero, there are only realistically 2 damage threats on the side of Ducks, right? It's Chaotic and Dallas. once you deal with them, Melly G, Hayden, and Quintek, they can be cleaned up relatively well. I'm gonna see who Mordekaiser targets into these team fights. Who can you get out of these team fights? If you choose the Malphite, if you choose the Mumu, who are you gonna look to isolate and really kind of deconstruct this Rhino's composition? There's a lot of different avenues, a lot of different build paths. I think the Rhinos are just going Ooga Booga, Orc Smork into the team, and hopefully they're just going to look to win off of that. These games have been pretty scrappy as we've gotten into the mid and late game.
And one thing to note, thank you, 6000J in chat. The Mumu passive going to provide so much value here, right? An additional 10% magic damage is true damage. Look how much magic damage you have on your team. Right, you have a Seraphine who's going to be ticking Leandries. You have a Sona who's going to be just outputting some decent damage. It's there. It's like present. And Malphite, if he does go that nuclear missile, 10% on top of a Malphite ultimate is just so insane, right?
I'm waiting for the Luden's missile Malphite, the absolute nuke that this man can drop on somebody like Kaisa, somebody like the Victor. Potentially could even just look to say, oh, that's Pyke, you're out of position. Oh yeah, you're dead. You're off of this map. Yeah, there's a lot of potential here. I'm going to assume he's going to go tank. You want to build that beefy tank line. You want to give Sona a lot of targets to heal. You're going to get a lot of value out of this Moonstone if a Mumu and Malphite are keeping topped off. But it's going to be up to Lobum. This is the Lobum show. He has to stay alive. He has to be on point with his positioning. He's not on something like the Cassiopeia. He's on something like the Yasuo. So if you get caught out, you're pretty much dead, right? You don't have Ghost available to you. You only have Flash. So he's got to be really selective on what ults he goes in on, how he navigates these team fights with his E, and he's going to be the primary carry for majority of this game until we get to that 3-4 item point where somebody like the Seraphine can start pumping out some more AP damage. Somebody like the Mumu can start building into that demonic embrace, potentially more AP coming out from the Malphite as well. There's a lot resting on Lobum's shoulder here.
Alrighty, folks. We're going to see some elastic slingshots coming in from the Zac, but before we see that, we're going to be throwing ourselves over to a quick old break as we get things rolling here for game number 4 of the night. Will the Rhinos take it or will the Ducks come back? We will be right back. And game 5 is where the shenanigans begin. They're looking to try and burn this flash off of here, but they may be spotted out here. It's a good 5-point setup here from the Malphite. They should be able to spot something out, but it's going to be the Pike Hook. That's what they're looking for right here, right now.
Might be a flash Q, right? Oh, Zoo! Run!
Run!
Zoo, run!
Run, boy, run!
It's
the
flash
hook. Is he going
right?
to flash for it? Flash for it. Will be able to find the
why
hook
would you not
and not going to burn the flash. You just got to burn it. Oh my goodness, that is first blood over to Dallas as well. A big look here from the AD carry of the Ducks. Yeah, the Ducks.
Yeah, Dallas here just picking up that nice kill off the back of the Quintek Flash Ignite. Now, this could pose some trouble. Calcep Jr. can go in and potentially look to gank bot lane if Quintek burns that E, burns that really mobile ability from Pyke, and look to get a gank off early. But even then, you're ganking a Seraphine Sona. And it's not exciting. I said it before, right? It's not an exciting lane. You don't really do much with it until you pop the question. So unfortunately, Calcep Jr. is most likely going to be looking to focus top and mid here, specifically Yasuo. You want to make sure this Yasuo is fine in lane. You have to make sure that he doesn't get set behind because he is your only AD threat. He's pretty much your only damage threat for a majority of this early game. So if he keeps going, if he's kept happy, then he can really affect some of these fights and really start moving towards these objectives, which is what you should be doing with the Rhinos, taking them early. Once you hit level 6, you need to start getting the wombo combos off.
Silver lining, though, here for the side of the Rhinos, you know, Quintek has no flash now. And you're A-okay with that because you are Sona Seraphine. You have to play super safe because of the fact that you have to worry about this Pyke. So no flash on the Pyke, gonna feel pretty solid, right? He has no easy way of just confirming a hook anymore. We see, again, aggressive trades up on the top side.
Yeah, Malphite unfortunately doesn't do too well into AP carry threats, so Mordekaiser a really savant pick here, especially into this champion. And also, like you said, right, Quintek can't just randomly E in.
Never mind.
A bunch of damage. Oh, Solo Bomber, though. eats a Q, unfortunately. He can E in after the Q, though, because he won't take too much return damage because of the stun and because of the knockup. But yeah, he can't E and Q in, you know, on command, because next Winter and Zolo Bomber will return a lot of that damage, and there's not much else that can be done. Dallas just doesn't have the damage on this Kaisa. Not the best early game right now. Still needs to build. I'm assuming he's going to go Serrated Dirk first and then build into the Mythic.
Please don't.
Going. Yeah, I'm assuming that's what he's going to do.
Next Winter is actually going to dodge away. A beautiful play. Flash forward. Does find the Sun, who has no way out of this one. They're trying to find the damage. The cleanse is going to be used to burn away the exhaust, but Hayden taking a lot of damage. Flash forward. The Crossive is procced, and the Plasma Stacks find the kill. Dallas finding another.
Is he going to be able to get the Q off? No, he's going to live. Sat's going to live.
Oh my goodness. God. Oh, the misery.
That was a really nice snipe from Dallas here onto the with the W onto Zolo Bomber here. It looked like he was going to live, right? Next Winter burned the heal. They had the shields going. They had the heal going. But a really nice snipe. Hayden using that passive to maximum efficiency, tanking up the turret shot so they can get one more W, one more spell off.
That's
really
a
nice
noon quiver.
From the Ducks. That is a noon quiver.
Chaotic forced to flash away. Gonna burn that one up. A good look there from Cassim trying to capitalize on this, you know, very mobile mid laner. And they could just look for a repeat here. Once this Yasuo hits 6, it's a guaranteed nada with the Mumu CC, which is exactly what I want to be seeing here out of this pick, right?
Yeah, and Chaotic also opting in for the exhaust into the lane, and Hayden just being the biggest bully I've ever known, sneaking down into this bot lane. Seraphine and Sona none the wiser. Flash still on the Seraphine here, but it looks like they're just going to keep trying to focus Zolo Bomber with these ganks, right? No flash, no real mobility, is a lot weaker, has a lot less base HP than the Seraphine, so a lot easier to kill, as Amumu is just going to keep farming here, finally taking his first back. Sitting on a couple, about 1,000 gold here. Oh,
no flash from the Seraphine. Going to be forced that one a little too late. And Quintic under the tower. It's going to be Dallas getting another. Can they find Hayden? No, still alive. And Kausam can't even find a return play on the top side of the map.
No return play available. Hayden again, once again, using the HP to his advantage. Barely able to sneak out. And Seraphine is now dead into this bot lane. These guys are absolutely getting bullied. This is not how they expected their time in the bot lane to go. They wanted to farm up. They wanted to chill out. They wanted to just help their team once the level 6 happens. But Ducks applying the pressure, putting the pedal to the metal onto this bot side and forcing them, punishing them for this absolute snooze of a pick.
I mean, I like this aggressiveness, right? They really need to be doing this because Sona's Seraphine scales so unbelievably well. But Hayden looking for the play here onto Lobum. No knockup available, and the slide and glide, he'll be able to get himself out to safety. Gravity Well going to do absolutely nothing, and Lobum just kind of putting them on skates, putting them. The ultimate is down, the exhaust is going to be used, but Quintic has shown up in the mid lane. Hayden going to be trying to get out of this one, and Lobum's going to be able to walk away. Quintic just showing his face to make sure Lobum does not go for more aggressive plays.
Oh, Ducks need to ice their ankles. Lobum put them on the spin zone right now. Eing out, Eing in, dodging every single ability, even going for the ultimate onto the Zac. Burning the exhaust from Chaotic there. Really nice summoner spell usage from Chaotic. I like that. If that exhaust doesn't go down, 100% Hayden dies, unfortunately. So really good. You trade ultimate for summoner
looking bot again.
Lobum doing work right now. And yeah, they are looking bot again. No wards placed from next Winter Zolo Bomber. They are completely in the dark to everything right now.
And the thing is, they can't even look for vision, right? And Merchart's already completed by Melee G. Zoo going to be able to dodge away from the pullback with the claw. And it's just going to be, aggressive trading here from both these laners, but, it's going to be Melee G who's losing out on these ones. The Comet Poke is just really, really annoying.
Yeah, Pew! Comet Poke is pretty annoying. They need to replace Comet with that noise specifically. If they include a summoner sound effect like that, I will buy it 100%. They need to include it. Yeah, and Comet plus the corrupting potion, right? Plus he most likely opted into mana flow buying as well. It is actually super annoying for Melee G because for the shield to go off, he needs to do damage, and that was a Q. That was death in the arms from that bush. The bush control coming out from Ducks here. Dallas and Quintic just absolutely asserting their dominance. Even everything after, though, CS is pretty even, although Kaisa does have a 3-0 lead. She opted in for that Noon Quiver. I think everybody's saying pretty much go attack speed, go Bork. You have to go on hit. That's the way to build her, but I don't think everybody's caught on
flash!
yet.
This could just be a solo bolo here. Melly is stuck under tower. Zoo could be forced to flash up, but stuck under the tower. It's going to be a solo bolo the other way around as Melly takes that one.
Yeah, that's the shield coming out from Melly G plus the Conqueror. And it also looked like Zook was kind of just stun locked for a little bit, right? He flashed the E, but was still stunned in under the turret as well and just wasn't able to get anything off. Not enough damage. I mean, yeah, you have Comet and everything like that. Uh-oh.
Wait a minute.
Hayden's level 5.
Finding Hayden, and does Hayden have flash? It's not up just yet. The ultimate is down, and it's just gonna be a solo bolo by Cowsep. A horrible look from Hayden.
Hits him with the watermelon head. A Mumu just absolutely bonking Hayden to death. Catches him out. Cowsep Jr. and
Dallas
nice.
gets stunned up here. The second Q is available. The bandage toss the towel, looking for another play. Quintic going to be blocking that one, and they are going to burn the flash and the cleanse away from Dallas. And Quintic just going to walk away as well. But Lobum here as well in the bot side of the map. Slide, glide, looking for the play here. Quintic taking so much damage, going to be able to dodge away. And Dallas maybe stunned up here. The knockup is not going to find it. Flash forward, the Q is there. Does not have the ignite, but does not even matter as the shutdown goes over. And Quintic finds the flash away. Quintic, one more auto will do it. The ignite is down, but the NATO lands true. The fadeaway pickup looking so good from Lobum on this Yasuo. It's popping off. Game number 4. And it's a Mountain Dragon too!
And it's a Mountain Dragon into the eyes of this team composition. They pick up 2, they pick up the Dragon, they swing the momentum in this favor after a horrendous early game start. Wait a minute. Zoo?
Flash out from Zoo, or flash out from Hayden, finds the pullback, the claw is available. Can they find the pullback? No, they won't, as Zoo will just be able to walk away. The claw has finally been used, maybe baiting out a little bit. The damage is there, but the Malphite has no TP.
Malphite OTP. Hayden really wants to go in on this. Wants to force the 2v1 here.
Hayden taking a lot of damage here. Going to be tanking, but has the passive available. Zoo running for the hills. Melly trying to find the claw, finds the pullback, and finds the damage. But the ultimate brings him out to safety, and it's going to be an outplay by the Malphite. The Rock is better than Slime, as Dwayne The Rock Johnson stands tall.
Rock beats paper, Rock beats scissor, Rock beats slime. A beautiful outplay from Zoo. The ultimate to avoid the damage, gets the kill onto Hayden. That was a massive outplay from Malphite. I see why they locked in the Rock top lane. My God, well played, Rhinos.
And they're just coming back. The gold is dead even after that horrendous early game, giving Dallas 3 kills. The shutdown goes over to Yasuo. They're picking up kills left, right, and center. And that's exactly what you want to be seeing.
Yeah, and the game has stabilized. Gold is even after that early game start. Yasuo 2-0. Malphite's got a kill in his pocket. Cowsep's got a kill in his pocket. And the bot lane is doing just fine on items right now on CS. You see Dallas opting in for that high scaling build, potentially, or most likely, gonna be going into that Kraken Slayer. And now Chaotic is just getting shoved in. He's not allowed to do Victor things. He can't shove the wave in. He can't apply pressure anywhere else. He can't roam to some of these objectives. And you have to believe that now Rhinos, everybody on the team has hit 6+.
Quintic taking a lot of CC here, trying to get away. The ignite just might be enough as Lobum gets another kill.
3-0 on Lobum. We were worried about the damage threat for the Rhinos. Worry no more. Lobum heard our despair, heard our concerns. You know what? I'm just going to get
Hayden.
I'm going to... Oh, Hayden's going in on both of these guys. Can he take the kill? Can he take the...
Finds the knockup onto one. Looking for the pullback onto 2. Kaisa dashes forward. Uses the kill instinct to try and find something. Thinks his own ultimate is going to buy some space. Dallas is going to be charmed up by the encore. But another elastic slingshot will find one. Next Winter trying to run for those. Forced to burn that flash. Still alive, but Cowsep has joined the fray. No ultimate available. The root going to stop that slingshot. Chaotic is here on the backside. The flash forward. The Chaos Storm finding Winter. Do they have to sustain to stay alive? They're trying to turn onto Chaotic. But Dallas may be the dead one, in fact. But here comes Quintic. Going to find the stun. But Dallas going to be solo bullet on the backside of the fight, but the shutdown comes through. The execution is there. X marks the spot. Quintic gets the kill.
They stay a little too long. Rhinos think they can turn it. The missing pings weren't there. Lobum is joining this fight late. He's not going to be able to get anything. And they didn't realize that Quintic was on the backside coming in. And all the meanwhile, Zoo has been trading super aggressively onto the Mordekaiser. Still hasn't really built... Oh, he's got the double no magic mantle actually into Melee G, but it's just not enough. You'd have loved to see something like the Spirit Visage or even potentially the Force of Nature. I think Spirit Visage would have been a little bit better here. Gets the HP regen plus the magic resist and a little bit of just raw HP base stats here. Zoo
And the shield
not
increase.
having a good time. Yeah, and the shield increase as well. Spirit Visage is pretty solid play, especially in the triple AP from Ducks.
Definitely. But this late phase is just going to be rough, right? It looked okay in the early game, right? Just chucking out those Qs, but you've already reached level 9. You've reached your max damage potential, at least into this Mordekaiser. And it's going to feel a little rough, especially since he already has those Merc Treads completed. Leandri's, though, finished here up on this Victor. He also almost finished that Blade of the Ruined King, though.
Yeah, going for a little bit of a puzzle piece build, has the pickaxe, the recurve bow, has the Vamp Scepter as well. Is just looking to finish that off, really get going. And Spirit Visage is actually a very solid pick for pretty much every carry on the side of Rhinos, right? It's going to amplify that healing, like you said, amplify the shielding. It's going to do so much, have so much value here. So if they're not going, well, it looks like Zoo actually ended up opting in for Bammies plus Merc Treads plus just finishing off that Sunfire Cape with the no magic mantle and the armor here. Dragon is coming up in 35 seconds, and this should be Rhinos, right? They should just be able to look for an engage, posture up, and just find the right team fight. They have so many tools to burn. They have so many different ways to engage and start a team fight. They just need to get onto this objective first.
If Dallas is smart, he either goes Wit's End or Bork here. Either item is really solid second, but considering how much magic damage they have, I do think him surviving is more important than him dealing optimal damage. So I'd opt for Wit's End in this situation here. And they are going to stop Hayden from looking for a play, dragging up here in 8 seconds.
Dragging it up here in 8 seconds. TPs are not unlocked just yet. Now they are unleashed. 14 minutes hits the mark. Zoo is still in the top lane. Melly G has walked their way down.
Teleportation device activated.
Oh, the dragon is getting started.
Oh, hook. The flash is there. Hayden trying to find the knockup. It finds the Seraphine. Into the back he goes. Let's bounce, baby. But the dragon goes down. Encore. Lands onto Dallas. Cleanses not there in time. Lobo trying to find the damage. The knockup is there. They find one pick. Dallas going to be taken down. Chaotic is next on the menu. Victor cannot do anything. The Chaos Storm is not chaotic enough.
Where's
and
Melly
Hayden
G?
trying to find the backline. Cannot even take down Seraphine. The healing is too much. And Zolo running for the hills. No items available on this champion. But Melly is very strong, very tanky. The slows are there. Zoo trying to run for the hills, but cannot do it. It's a triple for the Mordekaiser on the backside. Next Winter going to be next on the menu as well. It's going to be a 1v1 here. Lobum versus the world. Can he find the kill? The dunk down is there, and it's a quadra for Melly up in the top side.
Melly going unbothered, says, see backline, I'm going to destroy your backline. Next Winter, Zolobomber and Cowsep all fell to Melly G. Lobum was next on the menu, and Zoo could not do anything. Yes, the Ducks lost their carries, but Melly G on this Mordekaiser, providing that third damage, that third threat, opting in for the Riley's Crystal Scepter first item. A ton of gold going into their pockets. If this is the game for Melly G to carry, then this is the one. You had 2 Aatrox games. Show me something else with the Mordekaiser, opting in and showing up right now, 5-0.
And he has enough gold in his back pocket for most likely a full item, right? 3.2k, has that Sunfire Aegis, so unbelievably tanky, so early into the game. But the dragon stacking, though, is in favor of the Rhinos, and they can look to just opt to give up some dragons for the next little bit. They have Sona Seraphine, just wait till they're 2.5 items. You are A-okay to just sit back and chill for the next little while.
They can just hang out for a little bit. Although the items are coming in, the mythics are coming in for the Rhinos, right? Sunfire, or sorry, not Sunfire. The Frostfire Gauntlet coming out for Zooclaw. Cowsep Jr. opting in for the Sunfire Cape. Mythic has not yet been built on Lobum. It's got to be a while before he gets that. It looks like he's opting in for the Immortal Shield Bow. Next Winter still doesn't have the Leandries yet. Opted in for the tier, plus finishing the boots. But Zolobomber crucially has that Moonstone Renewer. So these fights that are going a little bit longer, it should start favoring them.
Hook goes wide, but Zolo taking a lot of damage. Can they find the slingshot? They do. It lands onto Zolo, but they're not going to commit for more.
And you gotta look. Melly G has the 2-item spike right now. Sunfire Cape, Riley's Crypto Scepter.
Cowsep?
That is a hard Mordekaiser kill. Cowsep just walking up.
Looking forward, not really taking that much damage though, and he has the sustain to back it up. That's what my backup dancers are for this game. Cowsep's having a good one.
The backup dancers there, keeping him topped off. Cowsep Jr. with this big little, his big watermelon head, just walking up, looking for something ready to throw damage out. Melly G is just waiting like a shark in the water, waiting for somebody to face check him. Zoo is also very afraid. Okay, all right. The traps were set, they were laid, but nobody was taken out. Everybody had Mystical Space Typhoon ready to go for that trap card, so they're all good to go.
Oh, Dallas, my boy, what is that crit cloak there for, my friend?
Hey, collector. That's a collector, isn't it?
It could be PD. It could be PD, but either way, I just don't think it's the right one. But here comes the Zachary. Gonna find the knock-up onto absolutely no one. Last clean shot. Can't find the second auto. Will find it onto the Malphite. Gonna find the Let's Bounce onto the back line as well. Encore is available. Cast looking for Quintic. Can they find something? Can they find a little bit more? Next Winter trying to stay alive here. Encore is still available, but Zach falls first. They're looking to try and take down one carry. Chaotic is living on the backside of this one. Exhaust is down here onto Lobum, and Lobum going to be taken down as well. But they take down Chaotic. It's a 1-for-1. Try to stay alive here as long as they can. Kassim trying to run for the hills.
And Lobum goes down, and you see the rest of the team scurry away. He can't go so deep into that backline because everybody's waiting for him. Everybody's waiting to turn on him. You also saw that Meli-G used the Mordekaiser ultimate onto Malphite. So even when the Ducks were clumped up, you couldn't really get that knock-up, the 3-4-man knock-up that Lobum would like into these fights. I think if Zooklaw's smart here, you just opt in straight into the QSS so that when Meli-G ults you, you can QSS out of it and ult the rest of the team and set Lobum up for success. Because right now, the single damage threat of Yasuo, even if he gets the ultimate onto somebody like Chaotic, he's not able to finish the kill off. He's not able to get anything, and it's really unfortunate. As now a pause has come in. I don't know who set the pause, but we have a pause coming in right now.
Definitely, and we'll be right back. We'll see if we're going to have to figure things out in just a second here. Hopefully the buffer doesn't completely mess up everything as it usually does. But Dragon spotting up here in 22 seconds. Will they be able to find something with this Dragon here? They could just look to give it up and farm up, and we have reached the buffer point. We'll see if things stay in sync. So
yeah, I think we should be fine here. But, I mean, right now, the Rhinos have the composition, and we see, oh, he's flying in. There we go. We're back into the game. Rhinos have the composition of 5v5. They just, the concerns are there. They're very realistic, especially when Meli-G has 2.5 items, full armor, doesn't have to worry about any AP threat. Lobum's not going to be able to get through him until he gets armor pen, right? That's not going to be until the third, potentially fourth item, right? So now you have Meli-G. Calcep Jr.'s gonna die here.
Way too far forward. Gonna be instantly taken down here. And Meli-G claims that one.
And that's the Dragon stacking gone for the Rhinos. Now that game is going longer. It's getting delayed. And I feel like if this Kai'Sa, this Victor get to that 3-4 item point, especially with Meli-G just being such a threat, such a big force to be reckoned with, it's gonna be really hard for anybody to walk in and anybody to kill her.
Thank you, Blue Otter League, for the raid. And again, another pause, unfortunately.
Yeah, another
Alrighty.
Another pause, unfortunately, here. Yeah, it looks like Lobum has been having some disconnect and reconnect issues in game 1. I'm back. We're back on the screen. Hopefully we're not back for too long here, right? On the screen. Hopefully we can get back into the game right as Blue Otter raids us again. Yeah, thank you so much for the raid. I know you guys are doing your quarterfinals and semifinals matchups. Would love to catch that VOD afterwards. But we've got a quarterfinals matchup for ourselves. The Rhinos are up 2-1. Number 4 seed is currently on match point against the number 3 seed. Both of these teams, I would say, are pretty equally matched, right? In terms of strength, in terms of power. Rhinos, we've kind of deciphered as the team that is really good when playing together. Some of their parts, well as Ducks, have a lot of good high variance individual players that can really start to carry this game. And you can see it shining right here with Meli-G on the Mordekaiser.
And they are starting up this Baron here very fast, very furious, and I don't know if they know it's going down, but it's going down quick, and I got another buffer. Thank you, Riot Games. Love ya.
Now, Riot Games buffering up. The Baron is definitely going to go down super quick. They have so much damage, right? With the Rileys, with the percent health coming out from Mordekaiser, the Leandry's coming out from Victor, also Kraken PD, like you said, coming out from Dallas on this Kai'Sa here. Not the best build, not the most optimal. I think it is Bork, Kraken, and then Rageblade, I believe is what you go. I could be wrong on that one. Yeah, it is Rageblade, and that just allows you to do so much on-hit damage, so much burst, and just really look to just pump out that damage. Still, it's not like Dallas is not going to output damage by any means. He's still going to be able to burst, still going to be able to go through, but it's just not going to be the most optimal build. It's not going to be, you're not going to be seeing those crazy harder zeros like you usually see from those kinds of builds.
And, one thing to note, though, I do think that the Rhinos need to try and slow down this game, right? They need to be hitting their items, and they're a little behind, right? They are a good chunk of gold behind, 6K. down in the hole. So they really need to try and slow this one down, give up some towers so they can get some experience. They need experience, they need money, and they just need to stop fighting.
Yeah, I mean, it's just Lobum is the focal point of this composition, right? And he's still stuck at one item. He needs to get to that double crit. He needs to get to that 2-item break point, potentially even 3, before you can really start following up on these. Cowsep Jr. is dead again.
Dead again, trying to stay alive here for as long as possible. The Chaos Storm is going to take him down. Dallas will find the snipe onto the back. Quintek forced to flash out of that one.
Yeah, Quintek is forced to flash out. Hayden's just going to walk it out as well. Lobum did pick up the Immortal Shield Bow here. Has it that 2-item spike? Is it enough, though? Meli-G is still shoving in that top lane, pushing in that top side right now. And it's going to just pick up the turret. TP's coming in. I don't know if that's going to get channeled all the way.
It will finally get channeled. The ultimate is going to be used. Meli-G taking so much damage, forced to flash out of this one. And the fail flash from Lobum. So unfortunate there. And Meli-G is just going to be able to walk this one out.
Everything is going from bad to worse. Cowsep Jr. gets picked up.
Oh,
the TP gets burned.
flash.
Another flash gets burned off of the Hayden E. And then you can't follow flash as well, burning the TP. You're not able to get that massive 700 gold shutdown off of Meli-G.
Oh, it's a Randuin's too. It's already
Randuin.
Finished.
It's a tough hill to climb for the Rhinos. This is the largest gold lead we've seen in the series so far. 7,000 up for the Ducks. So there's no way, right? There's possibly no way that the Ducks, throw this gold lead, right?
Surely not. Surely we're not going to get a G2, right? Knocking on the base doors and we'll somehow throw the game. Surely not. And, things are looking on the down low here for the Rhinos. They're in a rough spot. They aren't finished their items. They aren't farming as well as they need to be. They're down in almost every lane. But they still have the scaling factor. If they can get online, if they can hit 3 items before the enemy hits 5, I think they have a chance. But so far, at this rate, it's going to be really rough for that to happen.
They have the wombo there. They have the ability to just start a fight and look to just 5v5 destroy somebody. Right? If they can get that magic dream team fight going, then it's possible. But Ducks have just not been giving them opportunity. You can see that both the carries, Chaotic and Dallas, have been playing pretty much parallel to each other. They're never stacked on top of each other. They're never chasing the same target. Most of the time, they're playing away from each other so that even if one of them gets caught out, the other one still has the ability to pump out damage, to pump out DPS, and all the meanwhile, Meli-G is in the Thunderdome with one person always, so that 4v4 is a little bit stronger for the Ducks.
Solo, be careful, my friend. Get out of there. But we do see Meli just pushing in. Look how much HP this Mordekaiser has. How are they going to deal with this monstrosity up in the top side?
You don't, right? You just play away from it. You force the 5v4 engage. You give Meli-G what she wants, and you just leave her alone. Because right now, you don't have the ability to do anything. You can't survive the 4v4. You can't realistically match her.
Is this their pick?
They are going to try to go in on Hayden, but Hayden has passive. I don't think they can do much here. There's no damage.
Oh, Encore does not land onto the Kaiser, the key target. Cowsep taking a lot of damage here. Will they be able to find the kill? But a beautiful knockup finds two, and they're looking to try and channel the fight. Mordekaiser TPing into the back end of this one, and they found the miracle. But into the Thunderdome you go. Welcome to Brazil, my friends. Loud will greet you here, and Lobum is stuck there, taking so much damage, but the shield bow is buying so much time, and the enchanters have arrived. KDA is here, and they're looking to take down Meli-G.
Dragon is up as well. That's going to put the Rhinos on soul point. That ultimate timer from Yasuo was absolutely absurd. At the very last second, was able to keep the knock-up going from Zoo here. That was absolutely bonkers. They get the magic almost near ace. They kill everybody but Quintek, putting themselves on soul point. The gold has been injected. They are now only down 3K gold, and that's not even a huge deficit at 25 minutes into the game, especially with Rhino's composition.
Huge play, super play coming in. They found what they needed. The miracle was there, and the Queen has shown her face once more, picking up that shutdown. Oh my goodness.
They whiffed Encore, right? They Encored one person.
Encore.
Sona ultimate only got one person. Really, only two parts of their composition hit. They are looking for Lobum. He can't send them on the wild goose chase.
Slide and glide. And Stretching Strike's going to go wide. Hayden taking a lot of damage. Blade of the Rune King has already been procced. Hayden trying to stay away, trying to heal up. Will be able to do so. Quintic not going to find the hook.
Not going to find the hook. The ultimate does go out from Zac, so that's a very key cooldown getting released from Zac here. It's a pretty long cooldown as well. Not being able to have that, not being able to be a disruptor in those team fights. All the meanwhile, Zoo has been shoving this bot lane and picking up CS that they so desperately need. And that is a blunder right there. The double wing plate, you would rather just sit on the orb.
Big crystal, yeah.
Yeah.
Solo taking so much damage here, but they might have found the pick here onto Quintic. The ultimate will find the stun, and the burning is there. The extra magic damage is going to find something here, but Quintic is going to be able to walk out of this one. No Curse of the Sad Mummy available anymore, and the Baron is up.
I don't know if I agree with burning Curse of the Sad Mummy for just one person. You really want to lock down a majority of the team, but the health bar is being chunked from Quintic and Hayden. Allows him to start this Baron, but Melody can just walk up and throw Calcep into the Thunderdome. I don't know if I agree with this. Dallas is nowhere to be seen, though.
Dallas is in Narnia, finally showing his face there as they do push them off the Baron, but they could look for a pick here onto Melly. They find the ultimate. They find the extended CC. Who are they pulling into the Thunderdome? It's going to be Calcep, but it does not matter as the shutdown comes through. Lobo takes him down, and that should just be a free Baron.
It should be a free Baron, but Hayden is playing Zac, and E is available. Can do the drive-by steal if necessary. They know this Baron is being taken. They don't have vision on it. How can the Ducks turn this around? What can they do? Hayden charging the E up.
Oh, he's looking for something here, but Zoo gonna spot them both out. Here it comes, but the knockup from Yasuo will stop the steal, and they're gonna grab the Baron and just walk away here. A beautiful look. Great shot calling from whoever called it. They were able to stay alive in this game. Only down 2K.
So much has been put on the shoulders of Lobum this game, and he has not disappointed. The double kill in the bot lane, the massive ultimates in the team fights, and now that Q to stop the Zac E. This guy has been put on a pedestal, and he's been performing admirably on this Yasuo, dragging his team to potentially a victory as they claw their way back from a 7,000 goal lead.
It's too early. It's too early, but Dallas is going to be able to flash away, but they're going to find Quintic instead. It's 1-for-1. They burn some ultimates, but Dallas has no sums before this dragon.
Dallas, no sums before this dragon. They also have Baron going down this mid lane. Melly G, the sole survivor, the loner in this mid lane right now, looking to stop whatever push is coming, holding the gates.
The gates are falling, the walls are crumbling down, but they do find the stun onto Lobum, taking a lot of damage, but they might just find someone. Welcome to Brazil, and they're taking a lot of damage. It's Lobum versus Melly, and Lobum is losing this one here, trying to stay alive, but the shield bow gonna buy so much time, and the enchanters are here. Melly forced to flash away, but the ultimate finds Melly, but he's still alive. Hayden tries to dive onto the backline, but just can't do the damage. Calcep has no mana, but the Encore lands onto 2. Chaotix next on the menu, and they're looking to take down Dallas too. Houston, we have a problem, but Lobum goes down. Quintic finds 1, but they might just end the game right here, right now. The Baron's still up.
A near ace, Baron is still up. Melly G and Quintic are up, though. The damage is gone. You don't have Lobum, you don't have Calcep, you just have Next Winter to provide that AP damage. Let's see if Melly G and Quintic can save their base. They can give their team another fighting chance. Gold is dead even. 200 gold lead, 300 gold lead for the Ducks. Dragon is coming up in 40 seconds, so these teams are scrapping it out, and the Rhinos have been getting the better of these team fights at least the past 4.
Let's take a look here. Moonstone, 3K. Bonus shielding, 3K. Leandris has done 1,300 damage. Oh my goodness, it's just so hard to punch through this healing.
You can't punch through this healing, and now you see Zolobummer also opting in for potentially the Chemtech Putrefier, which is going to reduce the healing coming out from Melly G, reduce the healing coming out from Hayden, right? It's going to just, those little extra inches are going to turn the fight for everything. Melly G had the lead, has 4 items, but now is getting stifled. Yasuo is online, 3 items here, 100% crit, has the IE ready to go. This is the team fight that's going to decide the game.
Melly already chunked though. Look at his HP. Already down at least to 5th. But is that going to be enough to decide this fight? I'm not too certain. Going to start up very, very soon. They're looking for the play here, but they find the stun here onto Hayden. Brazil has been found. Lobum is stuck in the Thunderdome. Will they be able to take him down? It's very, very close here, but the Steel Tempest is going to find something here into the backside. Dallas, so incredibly low. They've already taken down the Zac passive, but Quintic cannot find the resets, cannot find the damage, but Hayden still lives. Melly doing so much damage on the backside, but the Enchanters are doing so much work. The heals, the shields are too much as the K-pop idol is doing so much work, but finally falls. The teleportation device is going to be used, but the pullback is there. It's going to be a triple kill. It's going to be 4 for Melly. The slows should be there, and he's trying to run for the hills. The pullback's not there, but the Comet going to stop him. The cheese wheel stops him, and they are going to at least look at the base. Look at the base. The minions are hitting. They're trying to start up this dragon.
They're banging on the front doors. Melly G inviting a fight. Needs to take something here. Got the quadra kill, but Zoo, being the most annoying little brother in the world, pestering, poking, pestering again onto Melly G. Zoo is so annoying right now. The base is in shambles. Salt, what's going to happen?
We don't know, but one tower's fallen. It might be 2. They've lost both the Nexus towers. They haven't even gotten the dragon, and they have to clear the base. The respawn timers are here, and the Rhinos can just look for this dragon.
The Rhinos can look for this dragon. The threat of a backdoor is there. The Twin Towers have fallen. Gondor calls for aid, and nobody answers. The tower in the top is gone as well. Another team fight is to break out. If the Rhinos win this, the Rhinos win the game. If the Ducks win this team fight, they stave off a loss for another couple of minutes.
Dallas is really strong at this moment. 3 items, but Zoe, very low, but they have to sustain. They're trying to find the damage here. Into the back line goes Lobo. The exhaust is there, though. Gonna get stunned up here. Kaisa may just take him down, but they find 1 pick. They cannot find 2, but the Encore finds a couple picks. Joe Cowstep trying to stay alive, and they cannot take down Hayden. The heals, the shields are there. They find 1 execution, and it's a double kill. Make it a triple. They're looking for more, and they find 4, and they might just look to TP mid. Could they end the game off of this push? I don't know, but the restart timers are very, very long.
40-second death timers. Dallas is still up. Their AD threat that takes the
30
tower down is
seconds.
still up. Rhinos are only on 30 seconds. Yasuo is going to be up in 25. Cowstep up in 28. They're going to look to end the game here. They have the cannon minion escorting it through. Also, Melly G is tanking the turrets to have that increased damage. Ducks are going to get victory from the claws of defeat. Their inhibitor down, their twin towers down, and they're knocking on the base of the Rhinos.
5 seconds here on Lobum, but I don't think it's enough. The towers are falling. The Nexus is going to collapse, and they have fallen when they were so close to the finish line. They had to win 1 fight, and they just couldn't do it. We're going to Game 5. Roll the silver scrapes.
The Ducks send it to match point off of a botched team fight from the Rhinos. The damage wasn't there. The healing wasn't there. They were separated for too long. You can see Lobum on the Yasuo trying to carry his team with that 32,000 damage, but Melly G on the Mordekaiser showing up when it counts. 10 and 2, 33K. That
Oh
was
my
a
word.
banger of a
That
game.
was a game.
Banger.
An absolute banger. And we're going to Game 5, everyone. We're coming in hot. The Ducks are soaring high, but the Rhinos are stampeding forward. We'll see which one wins. The land mammal with the horn or the bird soaring high. We'll be right back. You lost with Exodia.
It was bound to happen. It was bound to happen. Long live the queen. Long live the queen.
They lost the dragon too. That's so depressing. How come nobody built a QSF, by the way, on the side of? Oh my God.
Hello, everyone. How are we doing? Getting closer and closer to the end of the night. Final game gonna be happening right here, right now. Gonna be these drafts already underway.
Yeah, and Ducks banning out the Maokai, the Ash, the Renata, and Rhinos, they looked pretty good, right? Even off the Renata, they had the Sona Seraphine, they had the composition, they were winning these fights, but they just one missed team fight, one whiff, not sticking to your core, not staying together so that your enchanters can heal you and buff you up, and that just allowed the Ducks to steal that victory away. Really well played from Melly G. We can see why that Mordekaiser was banned out from the Rhinos consistently. Same bans coming out from the Rhinos here. Twitch, Hackery, and Misfortune, they're not going to let them get those hands on those. Well, as the Ducks, they have been banning out, they've been dynamically banning, right? They've banning out Calceps Maokai. They've been taking out Zolo Bombers Renata. Ash has not fallen into the hands of Next Winter, rightfully so. But now, what are they going to be able to lock in here for their R1, R2? The Ornn is nice. I like that. But that allows yourself to be opened up to that Mordekaiser counterpick once again. And if I'm Ducks, I slam that in for Melly G again, right? Performed super, super well, was able to pick up kills, and is really good into the Ornn. Can ult when he ults, take him out of the fight. It facilitates how Ducks want to play.
Mm-hmm. And we did actually get confirmation here from the previous series. Wolves have taken it 3-2. Another fiver.
Wolves have beaten the Hounds. So does that mean Hounds drop to the losers bracket? Is that what happens?
Hounds drop to losers. They face the winner of this match.
Yeah, they place the winner of this match. So if I was the Hounds, I would be watching very, very carefully, doing my due diligence, because these guys are going to 5 games right now, seeing what they prioritize, seeing what they want and don't want. Rhinos end up taking the Yuumi for themselves the first time this series. We've been asking them to R1, R2 it. They finally do it. They match it up with the Ornn. So they are definitely going for this scaling composition.
Definitely here. Their priority is not going to be great on the side lanes, at least for the early little bit. But, Yuumi does provide some value. We do see this Vayne, though, going to be slammed in instantly here for Dallas.
Yeah, that's really nice, right? Next Winter had a phenomenal game 3 on the Vayne. Went 17-5, got multiple quadra kills, and there we go. There's the Mordekaiser. Slam that baby in, and whoever that Yuumi is on, immediately when they get mortals, and that Yuumi gets disconnected or detached. And so now the Ducks have kind of shown their hand. Here's all our carries. Here's everything we want to play. Potentially, this Mordekaiser can get thrown into the jungle if they really, really want to. But if I'm Rhinos here, I just start mass banning out junglers, right? I have my support. I know what lane, bottom lane I want to go, what bottom lane I want to run. And so now you can just slam in your mid, you can slam in your AD carry, and you just start banning out junglers.
Sivir Yuumi, once again, will it be able to win? That's the question.
This is the opposite matchup, right? On game 3, Hayden was on the Sivir and Quintek was on the Yuumi, and Next Winter was on the Vayne, and they also had the Renata going in. And in that case, Next Winter absolutely popped off. Now, is Dallas as good of a Vayne as Next Winter? That's what we're gonna have to see unfold in this game 5. If Dallas can get going, get to that 2-3 item mark, right? Kraken Slayer or potentially goes Shield Bow into Bork, into Gwynsos, then he can really start laying into the side of Rhinos. And a really good point that we were talking about offline, Volt brought up that Sivir, out of all the hyper carries, is probably the one that does the least amount of damage.
Currently, but she provides a lot of safety. That's why you pick her, right? She pushes in waves. She has a lot better wave clear than most of the hyper carries, right? And she also has a spell shield and a lot of movement speed. So, nice and easy, very cushiony, very cozy, right? That's a term that I would like to use for Sivir. She's a very cozy carry, right? Not very dangerous or anything along those lines. Not super high risk.
Oh, and they're going to take the Bel'Veth out of the jungle pool here.
I want to say something else, but I'm not allowed to say that.
a very you better watch out. Gurf's going to tax you. He's going to fine you.
That's why I'm not saying it. That's why I'm not saying it.
The Gurf curse tax is there. And you see Rhinos ban out the Lulu. They ban this rock out. No enchanters really available other than potentially the Sona. Seraphine is still left up on the table. Nobody has actually grabbed it, which is very surprising. We could see Lobum take it into the mid lane, but I feel like he's been doing a fantastic job in the mid lane, has been the sole reason that these guys have been in some of these games, right? On the Yasuo was the reason they won with the Victor, has been really, really good. Is even the reason that they won with the Cassiopeia, right? Kiting it out so effortlessly in game 3. So I like the Poppy pick. Stops the Vayne tumble, allows you to really get ganks off, but they're just going to answer with the Trundle, right?
Slam the Trundle.
Standard pick. Yeah, slam the Trundle in, get the armor and shred off. You have really good targets both in the Ornn and the Poppy, so you can kind of choose who you want and then have your team focus that individual that has the lowered resistances.
Definitely there, and it hasn't been locked in just yet, but I do think that is probably a solid pickup, right? You know, the pillar's pretty solid there into Sivir. She can't run away as fast when the pillar's on the ground. Can't really spell shield a piece of, you know, depending on the skin, but you can't really spell shield that. Poppy and Ornn will be shredded. Nice and easy, will allow your Mordekaiser and Victor to just shred through their health bars. But Vayne shouldn't really have an issue with either of those tanks. We'll see what the final pickup here is for the Ducks. It is going to be that support pick. What are they going to look for? Something aggressive or something to just keep this Vayne alive?
Seraphine. I think you can slam Seraphine here and do completely fine, right? You build her into that healer enchanter that she was originally designed to be, and you just get a lot of healing, a lot of AoE. It's still up. It's not bad into the Yuumi. Sona has also been a pretty good lane pick into Yuumi, right? You just kind of handshake the lane and you provide a little bit more CC. You provide a bit more healing consistently, right, with the W. It just allows you to do more. But I wouldn't be surprised if they take an engaged support into them.
Whoa!
Zillion Wonkers! I love that champion. Zillion support. I've been playing it quite a bit, and it is pretty good if you go the Guardian version, and it allows you to have that E speed up. You can speed up your Trundle, you can speed up your Mordekaiser. I want to see the E max because I don't think Q max is going to do too much for the Rhinos in lane. It's not really important here. But if you max E, you can slow down something like the Sivir, you can slow down something like the Poppy, and alternatively, you can speed up your carries, right? Someone like the Victor, someone like the Vayne, who heavily relies on moving around team fights and dodging and dipping. Really nice Zillion pick, and they're going to answer with the Veigar into the mid lane.
And I think that's pretty good, right? Denies a lot of space here, especially since Vayne is very short range. She won't be able to find ample opportunity, but that's what we saw last time, right? When the Vayne was picked, the Veigar just wasn't able to have as much success with it against it, right?
Yeah, and that could be just, you know, a fault of Chaotic and them not really focusing down the Vayne, right? Because there were multiple points in the game where she was trapped inside the event horizon. It's just nobody else was willing to go inside and really try to fight her, right? Because sometimes she would be supported by the Cassiopeia, or sometimes she was just really out there and it was just being used as a zoning tool. Maybe Lobum is going to have more success on this Veigar. They have more follow-up with something like the Poppy, right? You can get the stun off. You can force them into the stun if you E them while the event horizon is down, right? So they can't just play in the middle of it. You also have something like the Sivir. You also have long range engage like the Ornn that can be set up. There's a lot more tools for follow up. It's just how do Rhinos play around it, because Ducks have drafted themselves a pretty solid composition. And if that R goes down onto somebody that's getting primordial bursted, you use Aurelian R for Veigar R. You'll take that trade 100 times out of 100. You'll take that trade.
Definitely here. And we do see that I don't know, like it is reversed though, right? Veigar is on the side of the Rhinos this time. So Lobum is going to be the one looking for these picks here, trying to lock out the Vayne and the Victor from being these hyper carries, right? So we'll see if they're able to do so. But a solid front line stands between the Ducks and the Rhinos here, right? You know, Mordekaiser Trundle, fairly solid front line, into Poppy Ornn, which is a better front line, but, you know, with a Vayne, you know, just constantly shooting out the pass of the Silver Bolts, the tank shouldn't really be all that scary unless they get their CC off. And that's the main thing, right? I think there's a lot better CC on the side of the Rhinos. They have the event horizon. They have more ways into a fight. The Ducks, they did the same thing in game 1. They didn't have a go button. So we'll see if that's going to bite them in the butt again.
Yeah, and this is where you leave everything out on the table, right? You play 100%. You go for the cheese that you need to. You go for those plays. You force. You want to be the one on the forefront. You want to start these fights off. You want to get the objective stacking. Any sort of mistake can be very, very detrimental. I don't want to see these teams play to not lose. I want to see them play to win. I want to see the aggressiveness that has come out from both Hayden and Calcep Jr. Guys are both very proactive junglers, right? In the Poppy and the Trundle, we've kind of turned the patch back a little bit, and now we're in the Poppy Trundle meta once again. But you have a lot of scaling on both sides, the Vayne, the Victor, the Mordekaiser. You also have the Sivir, the Yuumi, and the Veigar. This is the first time that Zolo Bomber has picked up Yuumi this game. This is only the third support out of the 5 games that we've had that he's played. He's mostly been playing Renata. He played the Sona last game. Looked shaky on it, I'm not going to lie, but Yuumi is a lot easier of a champion to execute. You can get a lot more value out of it. Don't know if he's going to end up going for the Luden's build or he's going to end up going for Moonstone. Both have their own, advantages and disadvantages. I think you want to just keep your team alive and top them off, though, in this situation.
We're leaving all the cards on the table right here, right now. Ducks and Rhinos on the brink of defeat, right? This is game 5. It's do or die. It's a best of 1. The table has reset. The bracket is back to 0. The timer is back to 0. Everything is going to end in this game. And we'll be right back as we find the end to this intense series. You don't want to miss it. Alrighty, folks, we are back, and we're seeing some shenanigans coming here from the Ducks. They're looking to fly low, close to the ground, and taking out this Ornn here. The roll forward, going to be forced to flash away. Flash forward from Hayden.
Oh!
I don't know about that one, Chief. Might not be able to find anything here. The damage is there, though. Lethal Tempo is procced, but this Ornn is very low. But they're going to have a high-level execution dive here if they want to make that flash worthwhile. Oh, no! Wait, this might be a throw.
Wait, his recall gets stopped. Hayden.
Recall gets stopped. Hayden taking so much damage here. It is going to be a 3v5, though. Hayden going to be able to run away. The speed up coming in from the Zillion will buy some time. But that's a leveled E. No bombs available level 1.
No bombs over Baghdad today for Zillion, unfortunately. Leveled the E. Not going to have any lane presence at all. And now, Sivir and Yuumi, they've got the lane, they've got the ward down onto the red here, so they're gonna know that Hayden started blue, and it's gonna be a rough jungle start. He's gonna have to smite here, and he's not gonna have any of his pots available. 100% he's gonna have to back right after this camp. Most likely 3 camps, and he's gonna back. Oh, Zoo?
Oh, no pause, but we do see the smite is burned here, but, you know, it's Trundle, right? Sustains a lot here in the jungle.
Yeah,
so we'll see. We'll see how things work.
He's going to give up that lane pressure, like we said. So, yeah, he's topped off, but it's going to be hard for him to do any of the other camps, like Raptors or anything. Actually going to opt in for the blue Grump, most likely into red, to potentially get, like, an early gank timer. But because next winter and Zolobama were able to use that shenanigans in the top lane to put the ward down, they're going to spot him out immediately. And, yeah, they have to know where he is. They don't die to any of these ganks, right? Mid and bot should play extremely safe.
But the wave is pushing away here from next winter. They're pushing this wave, and it is definitely freezable. So they know he's there, but they may not die to the gank, but they might get zoned.
They might get zoned out. They have to play a little bit more respectfully here. Oh, next winter, they're throwing some shenanigans down in here. They're just hanging out in the bush here, potentially, you know, anticipating a gank or something like that. Poppy free to farm, free to pick up all the camps. I believe she's 5 camping here, so they will be down here for that Rift scuttle here. And unfortunately, Hayden did have to back. Has to back only with boots, which is not ideal, not optimal. You want to try to back with that Sheen power spike, get that 700 gold, and then come back onto the map, because that gives you a lot of dueling power as Trundle, something you want to do, especially into this Poppy with the lethal tempo that you have. And unfortunately, Poppy does have the phase rush, so he's not going to be able to duel that well.
Definitely not the greatest duelist with that spell or with that summoner choice. So we'll see what happens here. We do see up top side goes that Trundle, gonna be able to take away that crab. Gonna be able to grab that one up here. Is a camp behind because of that little bit of a low health start. Not feeling all that great after that one, but Flash should be up very, very soon for both these, for the top laner and the jungler. And one thing to note here, no punishment left here on Zoo up on the top side.
He's down 10 CS, but that's pretty much a given when you're playing into Mordecai. So as you say that, though, we do see some shenanigans in the top lane.
Exhaust has been used. Dallas is trying to run for the hills. The Ghost has been used, but he's pushed into his own fountain. His own barrel is still alive. He's still alive. He's still alive, and it will be able to live on 1 HP. The red buff is not enough, but they did burn almost all their summoners on both sides. Oh, here's the punishment, though. No flash on the Ornn. No pillar going to be found, though, and Ornn's going to be able to just dash out to safety.
He'll be fine. Time wasted for both of these guys, but crucially, Dallas, like you said, burned the Ghost, burned the Flash. Quintek also burned the heal as well. So no summoner spells available for the Ducks other than Quintek's Flash here. And Rhinos, with this Sivir, with this Yuumi, are going to be able to burn and really keep the pressure onto this bot side.
Definitely. And Bane's going to be missing out on quite a bit of XP there, right? Dallas going to be feeling a little rough after that one. No Sums has to play a little bit safer as well. This Poppy can come for a repeat, stop the tumble as well. Again, now your only mobility is negated by a single spell, so you're in a rough spot.
Yeah, and you can just hold that W and really just, as you go closer and closer, you just keep it up, and then you just stop that tumble, root her, and then the rest of your team should be able to do the damage. Zolo Bomber, looks like they're opting in for the Moonstone Rush when I see that Fairy Charm here. Didn't go Exhaust Ignite. Ended up going for the heal because next winter also took a Ghost Flash here, which is really nice having that mobility in these team fights. So there's not a lot of action.
Ooh.
Aiden gets
a valiant effort.
Yeah, That's a good pillar. It kept him pretty locked down. You almost had one of those weird pillars where it kind of traps you in between two pieces of terrain and you're kind of just like jiggling back and
stuck.
forth. Yeah. Oh, Calcep, though, didn't buy yet, so he is weaker technically. I want to see them back and just get the Bomby Cinder.
Definitely. We'll see what Calcep does look for here. But yes, no base has been found yet for this Poppy. You're going to be looking for that right now, but we do see that Hayden looking for the play here. And Dallas dashing forward here. Next Winter going to be taking a good chunk of damage here from the bombs. Going to be able to spell shield that one, but the flash forward finds the pillar, and the heal is enough to get Next Winter out to safety. One more auto will do it. No, it's just not enough as Winter lives on just a speck of HP.
Winter got lucky there as Dallas messed up the condemn into the pillar, wasn't able to get the stun going, actually ends up saving them. And like you said, that one more auto is just getting ticked away from the heal, from the potion here. And now Calcep Jr. finally is back, actually not opting for the Bammy.
Aiden's level 4.
Going for the Divine Sunderer.
Event Horizon is down, no flash here, stunned into the wall. That's the Poppy Vagar combo, and Primordial Burst will find the first blood.
And that's Hayden burning that flash pillar, and immediately Lobum and Calcep get the combo off. Event Horizon into the first stun, and then you get the Primordial Burst. This now unlocks them to get this dragon at the 7-minute mark, and Rhinos have been doing a pretty solid job grabbing these early dragons throughout the series. They just haven't been able to get an Infernal Soul, or sorry, a soul at all. Only in game 1 were they able to grab the Infernal Soul, and that was after some back and forth. They were never able to get a clean 4-0 Drake, which is something they should start keeping up and really start focusing down, especially in this game 5. When you're ahead early, when you can start building these leads, especially with Poppy and Vigar, you have so much control around these objectives.
And Melee G, you know, having some aggressive trades up here on the top side. But again, Ornn has that Bomby Cinder and will just be able to replenish HP in lane because of the nature of the champ. But we see Hayden invading on this top side, looking to try and grab this red buff because he knows Poppy was down on that bottom side of the map, getting that dragon. So a good look for a good invade coming in, but it does look at the CS differential. It's just not looking too good here.
And that was off that jungle star. And you look as well, Hayden the guys have switched, right? They've switched their champion builds. Hayden opting for the double ruby crystal. This is definitely going to be...
flash forward. There it is. The Death Realm has been found. Welcome to Brazil, my friend. And Hayden waiting outside. Ornhorn going to be used. Can he find the knockup? The Unstoppable is there, but the knockup is too early as Hayden claims the kill.
Yeah, and the idea is that you want to try to use your W, your Bellows Breath, while he's ulting as he raises his hand. And so that when he does that, you're pretty much immune to all CC. You're immune to it, and you can kind of do that outplay. Now, I don't know what ping these guys are on. They could be playing on 70, 60 ping, but it is possible to outplay the Mordekaiser R with the Bellows Breath. It is difficult.
Collapses here. Hayden not going to get stunned up, but again, the combo is there, and Hayden instantly taken down. The Primordial Burst finds it again, but Melly doing so much damage here. Castle forced to flash away. Zoo is here as well. Flash forward. Another kill for the Vagar. And Dallas is going off on the bot side of the map, but heal is not enough as Next Winter finds the kill, and things are just falling apart here for the Ducks. They're collapsing. Flash forward. Zoo trying to find the kill, but cannot do it. Chaotic going to be able to walk away, but does burn their own flash in response.
Vigar getting a nice start into this game 5. Lobum doing a lot better than Chaotic did in that game 3. Able to pick up the 3-0. Has somebody to force him into the Event Horizon with the Poppy. This combo is absolutely disgusting. And now he's a solid 1,000 gold ahead of his lane opponent in Chaotic. And the Rhinos have opted in and gotten a 2,000 gold lead. Next Winter picking up a kill onto Dallas. Everything that the Ducks picked in previous games, the Rhinos have just shown that they're more proficient on in the preceding game. It's literally a flip of game 3.
And they're up a good chunk of gold here at 10 minutes, right? 1.7K-ish ahead. Things are looking a little rough here for the Ducks. They scale very well, yes, but so do the Rhinos. So you're in a rough spot here, giving the scaling comp a lot of, and especially Vagar. This champion scales infinitely. Will be constantly getting AP. Will be constantly just scaling up as the game goes later and later, and you're already feeding him takedowns.
Yeah, and as well on top
94
of that,
stacks.
94 stacks right now, but you also have the added scaling, the added gold value of the ornaments, right? When these come in, when Sivir gets the Kraken Slayer upgraded, when Vigar potentially gets, he might go Everfrost, he could go Ludens, there's a lot of different builds he can go. Whatever he chooses, that's going to get upgraded. That's going to do a lot of damage. When these ornaments start coming in, there's going to be so much more gold value on the side of Rhinos, and they have equal scaling options, right? Vigar matches Victor. Sivir can match Vayne, although Vayne does a little bit more damage. But the burst from Vigar is absolutely disgusting, especially if it's a guaranteed landing on all of his abilities. If Poppy ease anybody into the event horizon, the W is going guaranteed, the Q is guaranteed, and obviously the primordial burst is guaranteed. We've seen that combo executed twice now on Hayden, and this guy still doesn't have any pieces to his mythic. No Bammies, no Divine Thunder, nothing right
Going
now.
for the play. The stun into the wall is not going to be found. The condemn is a little late. They find the knock-up here onto Hayden, but that Subjugate doing a lot to keep him alive. Next Winter forced to flash away. Does not have the ghost, and the slows are there. They're trying to find one. Can they find the pick? The Yumi's doing so much work, but Dallas finally finds one. But the resurrection is there. The Chrono Shift keeps them alive for just a little bit longer, but Lobum has joined the fray. Here comes the Everfrost. Cannot find anything. Prowling Projectile lands onto Hayden. But on the top side, we have a fight popping off as well. Melly G brings one to Brazil, but Lobum still has the Primordial Burst. Will find one. That is a pick. And they're looking for more. Quintic has no mana. Melly G does find the solo bull up in the top side. Lobum is so fast with this Yumi sitting on top of him. It does not even matter. Just able to run away. Victor's shown up, but does absolutely nothing as this Vagar's 4-0.
4-0 with the Everfrost. Hayden is still looking for something onto them. The solo kill comes out from Melly G onto the top side. 1-1-1, and this could be the start of something, right? Melly G, known to carry on this Mordekaiser, has proved it already once this series. If she can get going, if they can get going, then it can be a nightmare for the Rhinos to deal with.
And 2 plates as well into the back pocket, just getting stronger and stronger as this game does go on. But I'm still wary of this Vagar, right? 120 stacks in 12 minutes. That's 10 stacks a minute. May not be at the 10 CS mark, but you take 10 stacks any day of the week.
Oh, you'll take 10 stacks a minute anytime. These primordial bursts have been doing a huge amount of damage. The event horizons have been perfectly placed. And this pairing this Poppy up with the Yumi just allows her to have so much mobility, so much healing that she can go in and out of fights, dodging and dipping and bobbing and weaving, and eventually she's able to get that E cooldown up. As long as the Rhinos, specifically Lobum and Calcep, sync their E timings up, they are almost guaranteed a pick every single time, and it's up to Quintek to match that with his R.
And they're just going to get second Dragon as well. Ocean and Infernal. Very, very solid Drake spread. The early game should be helped out with that Ocean, and the Infernal scales so incredibly well.
Yeah, and you also get the Cloud Dragon here, the Cloud Soul. Really nice for both the Sivir, the Yumi potentially if she wants to detach.
Okay. Keeper's Verdict finds 1, the Knockup finds 2, and they're just going to buy some time, but this Herald should be going over to the Ducks. Nice and easy.
This Herald should be going fine. Vigar, their main carry, is not there, unfortunately. But yeah, a lot of value coming out from the Rhinos with this Cloud Soul, right? You have Vigar, who's going to ult and wants to move around the fight. Next Winter as well. Potentially Poppy as well. I mean, other than that, you don't really have too much value. On the side of Ducks, they would really like to grab this Cloud Soul, right? Victor and Vayne benefit so much from that bonus move speed that you get when you pop your ultimate that it could be a deciding factor in some of these fights. But so far, Rhinos have had a good lid on capturing these dragons, opting in and aiming in for about a 22 to 23 minute Dragon Soul.
Definitely, but this tower is still up, will not fall just yet. The minions may not be enough here, but Calcep, just annoying Melly here, finds at least the dash, and here comes next Winter, but into the Death Realm you go. Welcome to Brazil, Loud says hi. Calcep still running for the hills, running right here into Dallas. But can they find the pick? The flash forward from Melly finds the pullback onto Next Winter. The spell shield used a little late, but the TBS is there. Next Winter staying alive. The Yumi is so strong, but Dallas is even stronger. They're finding one. They're looking to find 2. Hayden claims that one. Dallas forced to flash away. Solo Bomber has to run for the hills. The Condemn going to stop Yumi from getting pulled back. And it's going to be a trade of towers, but they lost 3 in exchange for a tower. And they lost 1 too.
They lost one as well. Lobum not grouping with his team. This is a massive blunder. I get it. You're farming. You want to get your stack going of your passive. But you are the strength of your team right now. Your Sivir is just not there yet. Your Ornn does not have his mythic. If you're going to abandon your team, you have to group eventually so you can flex your gold. You can distribute the power, share the wealth, but instead, he's opting in on playing selfishly and for himself, which is going to cause the gold lead that the Rhinos had, which was once 2K. Now they're down about 500, and crucially, Vayne has picked up some kills. Mordekaiser has picked up a kill. People that love the gold that can carry with it. Dallas is no slouch, and Melly G is definitely not one either.
And like you said, it's just a huge blunder, right? The Lobum wasn't there. No teleport available as well. It just wasn't the opportunity to look for a fight. Just give up that tower. Kill the Herald before it hits your second one, yes. But they defended a tier 1 for too long.
tier 1 for too long, and they didn't allow themselves to properly fall back, so they can't get the healing off from Yumi. There's just not enough. You're not dragging the fight out long enough, and Dallas was just able to get it's not resets, but he was just able to pick up kills with the lethal tempo, picks up 2 for himself, and then obviously Melly G picked up 1, which is really nice as well. But all these guys, they're picking up kills when they shouldn't be, and Rhinos, they had control of this game, and they're slowly losing their grip.
The thing is, all their gold, like you said, is on Lobum, right? 4 out of 6 kills, 5 kill participation, right? Everything is on Lobum. That is where you put all your eggs. That one basket. No one else has gold. So you really have to be playing around this Veigar, and if he's not there, you just have to give whatever you have to at this point. But Kausa might be caught out here. Gonna get slowed down here. The pillar is gonna buy some slowdown, and into the wall he goes. They might be looking for the pick here onto Hayden.
Oh,
not enough, but here comes the chrono shift, buying some time. Ultimate still available on the Veigar. The next Winter forced to flash away. Ornhorn lands onto 1, and they're looking to try and take down Hayden. Kausa gonna get stunned up though by the Zillion, and Kausa might be taken down. One more auto would have done it, but Dallas cannot commit for it. No flash, no ghost, no kill, and they're gonna back off.
Yeah. And a lot of ultimates burned, right? The Sivir ultimate, the Ornn ultimate, the Poppy ultimate, and Lost Chapter all burned for just this Trundle here, who burns the Subjugate. They burn the Chaos Storm. A lot of key ultimates are down for this Dragon fight, and they won't be up. But Melly G still has the Thunderdome ready to be unleashed. Nobody else other than Lobum has their ultimate ready to go. So they need to find that pick fast and quick, so that when Melly G uses the Thunderdome, that they can turn a 4v3 fight and then kill Melly G as she comes out of the ultimate.
30 seconds on this dragon, and they have the setup. The Ducks are flying into the enemy jungle, trying to get some wards down, hopefully. There we go. There's 1. And the thing is, vision control, you know, even though the Ducks have had their way into the river, we still see more wards on the side of the Rhinos, right? We see that Scuttle Crab already claimed that control ward should be taken down nice shortly. There it is. But now the resets are come through. The items are there. 1.5 here for next winter. Almost 2 here for Zolo. Or sorry, for Lobum. 1 on the Poppy, 1 on this Ornn. But they're positioning topside here. They're looking to give this one up.
I don't even necessarily agree with that. I think you have the bodies to muscle your way through this. Yes, there is some terrain control with the gravity field, with the Chaos Storm, but I think you can fight it, especially if you have somebody like Lobum who's on the back end, can not necessarily face check with your tank, but play a little bit back, and anybody that tries to aggress, you immediately event Horizon, you catch somebody out, but them giving this dragon just prolongs the game. I don't feel like they have a dire need to farm necessarily, but if they're willing to give this up, then I think they feel like they're behind.
And they definitely are not in the greatest position at this point, right? About a 600 gold lead here for the side of the Ducks. That has increased just a little bit because of that tower going down. That is the second one of the game. But we see the mid priority has already been gained here. But the teleportation device has been used. Ornhorn is going to look to try and find 1. It's only going to find the Zillion. But Hayden going to get not stunned into the wall. Event Horizon going to go a little short, but it does not matter as the ultimate comes through and the kill goes down.
That was a really good Poppy ultimate to separate some of the members of the Ducks here so that they can just get that solo kill on, or not solo kill, but solo pick onto Hayden, who's kind of been tormented in this game, right? Event Horizon into Poppy, he's been the apple of Rhino's eye. He's been constantly getting picked on here. Another Event Horizon.
Melly G on the flank here, not going to be able to find the pullback here, but Chaotic doing quite a bit of damage here with those lasers. The crown may not be the most damaging item, but at least he's getting some poke down.
Getting some poke down, and you look at the difference between Lobum's Veigar and Chaotic, specifically the summoner spell choice, right?
Oh, the pullback! Now, Brazil is available. Event Horizon going to find the stun. The Everfrost is there as well, but who's going to grab the kill? The shutdown comes through. The mace goes down, and Melly G picks up another.
Bit of a greedy recall there. You could have just walked back a couple paces to your turret. Instead, opts to back in a potentially warded area. Didn't really sweep it, didn't really clear it. And now that shutdown went over to Melly G, and that's scary. Right, because they were the deciding factor in that game 4. They were one of the huge reasons as to why they were able to come back. And now, if you're the Rhinos, you're looking at it like, wait, Mordekaiser's fed again, guys. Like, I don't know what we can do. You're gonna play more scared. That leaks into your mental. You don't really know if you can take these fights confidently, especially when your main carry is down right now. Calcep Jr. though looking for Hayden. Oh, does he steal it?
He did not steal. Oh, he did not steal it. It goes over here to Hayden, but the blue smite is there. The Prowling Projectile is going to be found here. Can they find the stun? Can they find the pick? This could be a Baron. This could be a throw. And Zoo grabs that one, but Dallas has shown up Final chapter going to be buying some space. Only onto Dallas, though. And they find Melly, though. Going to be rooted up here, but they're walking forward. And Dallas just ghosting here at Cowsup, who's split from the team. The flash away. The flash forward. They cannot find a pick, though. And Lobom buying a lot of space here with that Event Horizon.
Beautifully placed, didn't allow any gaps into that river entrance here, so just saves Cowsup's life. Not a Baron, but still another kill onto Hayden. I mean, he's just getting absolutely bullied. 4 deaths now. He's responsible for pretty much 50% of Rhino's kills, feeding them in. Now, unfortunately, the individual that picked that up, I believe, was the Ornn. Sivir didn't actually pick it up. So, you know, would have loved to see that gold go onto one of their carries, especially when you're trying to match somebody like Dallas, who is doing really well navigating these team fights on the Vayne.
Alice is having a great old time, but Burn Both Thumbs wasn't able to find a pick here. They could just be looking to try and grab some priority here in this river, get some wards down so they at least know about rotations incoming. But look at that ball wave. No one's there to catch it immediately. So they are going to lose at least a couple minions off of that one, but Veigar moving for that, trying to grab that. Get some more CS in the back pocket.
Yeah, Veigar, 182 CS, 21 minutes into the game. So CSing pretty well. Is around that, you know, I believe it's
That's
10
cap
CS.
completed.
Yeah, 10 CS a minute mark, excluding the first, you know, 1.5 or 2 minutes that, you know, get out. He's doing pretty good. Death cap is completed. You're correct. The boots are in as well. And you have a fully stacked tier waiting to be completed into an Archangels. So there's a lot of power that Lobom is sitting on right now that he needs to convert. Even with the death cap being there, he needs to convert his tier into the Archangels. He's definitely ahead of Chaotic, but it just feels like nobody else on the side of Rhinos can pick up some of that damage slack. Next Winter just hasn't been having the game that we've expected out of the Sivir Yuumi pick.
Fortunately, they're not able to find anything here with this pick. And, I mean, the Veigar sitting at 600 AP in a really, really solid position. But, again, all your gold is on one carry. All your eggs are in one basket. Lobom has to be able to pop off here. And if he falls, all your damage is gone. But Casa may be caught out here. Not going to be able to find the stun with that pillar. But the slowdown is there. Next Winter is there as well. Might be able to use that ultimate to buy some space, but they don't need to.
Yeah, and really, you can't just use Lobom's ultimate for like an easy pick onto Hayden or something, right? Your Primordial Burst needs to be saved for either the Victor or the Vayne. Because if you use on one of the
teleportation
tanks,
has been used here. Subjugate is down here onto Cowsup. They're going to find the knockup. Oh, but a good flash. Melly G finds Lobom in the back line. Lobom trying to stay alive, trying to stay up and healthy, but the bonk is down and he's stuck between enemy lines. Primordial Burst not going to find anyone. Chrono Shift has already been used, but that doesn't matter. The Dragon is next on the menu, and all the Rhinos can do is just watch as the Ducks take down this objective.
Yeah, they take down the egg. They take down the basket of eggs in Lobom, and there's really nothing else Rhinos can do. They just watch as the objective goes down. There's just not enough damage, not enough follow-up. You have to believe that somebody's going to pick up a QSS, right? Especially if it's Lobom. I mean, finish the Archangels, I guess, but you've got to be able to pick up a QSS soon.
Zoo is okay, but they are going to look to turn here right onto this Baron. It's going to go down pretty quickly here. They have a Vayne. They have Chaotic here. Lobom is up.
Oh, TP's coming in.
They're going to base away. TP has already been burned here, but Melly G stuck. And not too healthy. The stun is not going to be found. The pillar actually going to stop that one coming forward, and Melly's going to be able to walk away alive.
They can turn on the Baron right now. They have the damage. They have the abilities right now.
They have the HP.
Low health bars. They have the HP. I would turn on this Baron.
They're turning. Grab that one quick. Teleport down in the mid lane. Victor might be able to find the pick here. They're getting shredded. The resistances are down. Pay here. Cassup's getting kind of low. Can they find the pickup here? 2.5k, but a beautiful Event Horizon. Quintic may just be taken out. Event Horizon has already been popped, but down goes there. Victor steals it on the back end, and Hayden just wreaking havoc in the back line. Will find one, and the Ord Horde is going to be used, but it's too little, too late. As Veigar going to get stunned into the wall, can't do anything, and Dallas claims that one. Zoo going to get slowed down. Melly stands forward, walks tall, stands eternal, and they are just running this game.
The smite came out early from Cowsep Jr. A hair short. I believe it was at 1,050 or 1,000 health, and he smites it for 900, and Chaotic picks up the Baron. Was probably afraid of dying. The burst wasn't there. A luck of the draw for the Ducks. My God. Just amazing steal from Victor, but a lot of luck coming out, and the momentum has been swung for the Ducks here.
3K in the lead. They're in such a good spot now. They have their scaling in their favor. Again, the kills are on Dallas. The kills are on Melly. He is so strong. He will be bursting out any carries. Look at this high damage build. Riftmaker, don't agree with the Mythic, but I do like the Nashers and the Rylai's. It's going to do a lot of damage and slow down your targets. Stop them from kiting away.
Yeah, I can stop them from kiting away. I do like that Mythic, like you said. And Mordekaiser, Melon G going Swordekaiser here with the Nashor's Tooth as well. Just looking to bonk people to death while they're in the death realm. Doesn't want to get kited out, just wants to do as much damage as possible.
Oh, this could be a pick here. Event Horizon has been used. They're finding some decent damage here, but Hayden just too tanky. Doesn't even use the Subjugate. Force of Nature completed.
Force of Nature. Yeah, Force of Nature completed means that he's not going to be able to get bursted out by the Primordial Burst from Vigar here. So now you're putting the game in the next Winter's hand. You're forcing him to carry by saying, you have to damage me, you have to walk up an auto, and unfortunately, he's just not at that 3-item point yet with the 60% crit. So these
pull back.
These bouncing blades aren't going to do much. Cowsep Jr. is so low.
Will be forced to back away here. No neutral objectives on the table. They might look for this tier 2, though. It will go down eventually. It's just a matter of time.
Yeah, and the objective bounties have started for the Rhinos. That's how you know you're behind in gold, right? Quite a bit. When you start seeing those things take you that doom sets in, right? The gloom sets in. We're like, wait a minute, we're behind quite a bit of gold right now.
Event Horizon
solo defending this.
Hayden just does not take damage, does not have a care in the world. Next Winter has finally showed up, but this tower is gone. But they're going for it. The On the Hunt has been popped. They're looking to try and find one, but instantly Cowstep is so incredibly low, will go down. And they lose their jungler and get absolutely nothing in return. Loba may be next on the menu here. The Pillar finds so much space and Chaotic instantly taken. Finds him, takes him down, and they're looking to try and maybe end the game. Dallas just pushing in this mid lane here. Next Winter wave clearing, but it might not be enough here. They could just go for this tier 3.
They could go for the tier 3 here. It is so low into this mid lane. The cannon minions are barreling onto it right now, pounding on the front door. They're going to look to crack this base open. Finally, the Baron has expired, but the tower is gone. They're going to take mid inhib. They're also going to pick up a dragon for their troubles. Bottom inhibitor turret is low. They were sieging onto it. Look at the vision. Look at how much pink wards are spread out for the Ducks here. What was looking pretty bleak with Lobum and Cowsep Jr. here on that combination, they've been able to turn around a few quick kills onto Melly G, onto Dallas, and now they're in the driver's seat. Rhinos are staring down the barrel of a very, very heavy shotgun.
Here comes the teleportation device. They are going to use that one. It might be behind enemy lines, but they're not going to be able to look for that one. They have no QSS. There's no way to stop Brazil from coming. And they could just look to grab this dragon up here. It's third Cloud Dragon here, and their rotations are just going to be that much faster.
Yeah, they're going to pick up this dragon. The move speed, the slow resistance is so important, especially when you're playing into somebody like the Yuumi, like the Ornn and the Poppy, who all have built-in slows, right? With the Qs, the Ornn Horn, Yuumi Q as well. All of these get negated even more, and Lobum's dead.
Oh, Lobum is dead. Event Horizon's going to buy some space, but he's just dunked down. Dallas will find the final arrow. And they're looking to try and catch out Castle, but Castle moves very fast. Deadman's play, but Dallas moves even faster. The Ghost will allow him to do so. The autos are there. Keeper's Verdict. The dash has already been used, but Flash 4 from Chaotic stunned into the wall, but they don't have the damage. Into the death realm you go. Next Winter stuck in Brazil, and Melly G will find the bonk down. This could be and that is this could just be the end right here, right now.
They've got supers in the mid lane. They're looking to push. All the carries are down for Rhino.
Ornn and Yuumi.
It's Zoo and Zolo Bomber versus the world. Quintek is very low. Ooh, can they end? Are they looking for it? TP's coming in.
Ornn Horn. Not going to find very much. Does find some decent damage. They're trying to take down Dallas. Can they do it? But the Chrono Shift is there. They find one pick onto Melly, but is it going to be enough? Zolo, still alive, will finally be taken down. The Silver Bulls will take that one. Flash 4 from Lobum. Trying to find the execution. No Primordial Burst. The damage just is not there.
And the
towers are falling. The Nexus is falling. The Ducks, to the brink of defeat, will find victory. They take the game, and they're trying their hearts out, but the Rhinos will finally fall. That's why they're an endangered species, and the Ducks fly high and soar above the crowd.
Ducks are flying high. They were down 2-1 at one point. They make a miraculous Game 3 comeback, and Game 5 was an absolute stomp, right? Ducks just taking control of the game. Unfortunately, Lobum could not carry. He had the kills. He had the gold, but just couldn't put it to work. Unfortunately, the Rhinos will fall out of contention. They will take 4th place. The Ducks will move on to face the Hounds, I believe, right, in the semifinals
Would be
matchup.
the Hounds. Oh boy. This was a very, very crazy series, but let's bring it back to the desk real quick so we get Volt back on here.
Well, looks like I don't know what else to say other than I told you so. You know, guys, everybody was like on the RNO crusade, and don't get me wrong, I think Lobin played an exceptional series, all 5 games long. But you know who also had that kind of impact? Meli G in the top lane. He's been very pivotal. Even his Ornn was good in game 2. His Aatrox was good. Sometimes it was capable of making an impact, sometimes it wasn't. But at the end of the day, both teams really like shown us a lot of highs and a lot of lows sometimes as well.
I mean, that's just VRD,
Oof.
right? That's VRD in a nutshell. A lot of highs, a lot of lows. Ducks eking out with the win, 3-2. A 5-game series from them. One really good comeback and one really good stomp at the end, right? And Meli G, I think you're right, Volt. Pivotal to those last 2 games, just being an absolute monstrosity to deal with on the Mordekaiser. I'm surprised that they gave it to them 2 games in a row.
Well, I mean, right now we have the MVP poll up in top right, I assume. So with that, you can just vote for whoever you believe that had the most impact. If you do believe that Lobam was the best player of the series, you can also go ahead and do that. But at least for us, I'll go back to you, Salt. What happened in the last 2 games? Like, we were talking about how like the comps of Rhino are usually much easier to execute. And
Don't
suddenly,
give Meli G.
oh
boy. Need I
like,
say more?
suddenly we see a lot of different stuff, especially like the Sona that we've seen in game 4. Was that like 2 out of left field that went awry in the game?
I mean, the main thing here that we have to say is no QSSs on anyone. And sure, they were behind and the tax feels bad, but if your carries are caught out in that QSS, it's almost a death sentence, right? And that's exactly what happened. You weren't able to keep your enchanters alive, and they just fell over like brickwork. And this Mordekaiser was just wreaking havoc. 2 games in a row, they thought it wasn't a problem, but every time Mordekaiser was picked, it got fed. So, I mean, sometimes you just gotta bite the bullet and say, you know, maybe it's not the most meta pick, but getting rid of this might be the way to victory.
Especially if you're not willing to pay the tax, right? Like, I saw at one point, you know, Vigar was sitting on 2 items, had the Everfrost and the Death Cap here, had the fully stacked tier, had enough gold to buy a blasting one and still sat on the Dark Seal. I think if he sold the Dark Seal, didn't buy the blasting one, and ended up going QSS, these fights probably go a lot different, right? Because then you immediately QSS the ultimate, or if he chooses not to ult you because you have QSS, now you can start affecting these team fights. Now you can start putting your event horizon down, zoning the rest of the enemy team out, potentially picking off this Vayne. I mean, just simply because Mordekaiser was ulting the Vigar, Vayne had complete free reign of these team fights, was able to ghost in, play super aggressive, and it didn't really get punished. So, yeah, you probably go back to that. You look at it for the Rhinos, like, yeah, you know what? We probably should have just bought QSS, especially for running a 2-carry comp like that, where it's Sivir and Vigar. Drag the game out, buy the QSS, and just pay the tax. I think that's what you need to do. I think especially in game 4, they probably could have paid the tax a little bit more too. I don't think Yasuo ever bought QSS.
Yeah, well,
Maybe at the very end.
But that in itself was like one of the trademarks of the game, where we see, like, I would say a lot of, I wouldn't say non-respect to the other team, just a lot of confidence in your ability to outplay on either side. And that just led to a lot of situations that we've seen where people would walk into a Renata ult, because who knows why. Or, I don't know, somebody will walk into a Vigar. Or people will walk into Vayne. from the side of next winners in like game 3, where the Vayne just absolutely took over when the side of the Ducks couldn't handle it. So do you think that that kind of over-aggression will be harmful for the Ducks moving on now that they're on the second round of the losers bracket?
The Hounds are a good team, right? The Hounds and the Wolves are very good teams. I would say they lucked out a lot, right? Like you said, they walked into a lot of stuff. A lot of people walked into them. The Hounds and the Wolves, they're not gonna make those kind of mistakes, right? There's a reason these guys are at the top of the table. I've seen them when they get these 5,000 gold leads. They absolutely suffocate you. They absolutely close these games out, and it's an uphill battle for the Ducks. Can they do it? Definitely, right? If people overperform, if people perform above their standards, they can definitely look to pick up some wins here. But they do need to kind of work on their comp flexibility. I don't think they have found their identity just yet, which is really odd to say this late into the playoffs. I think they're just kind of trying things, trying to counterpick. Melly G is swapping from tanks to fighters to carry tops. And I don't know if they're necessarily comfortable with either play style.
Well, Salt, I'll put this onto your plate then. You know what we've seen a lot of? It was Victor. And I think Victor won all 4 games, whether it was in JS Chaotic or if it was in Lobium hands. So do you think that this pick could actually be something to look out for moving from in here? Or do you think it's just, it's the easiest scaling control mage that we can find because Azir is just too hard, or like Victor is too safe?
I mean, the thing with Azir into Victor is you have to be looking for those shuffles with your jungler. You have to have good coordination, and unfortunately, I think the Azirs we did see just didn't have that, big potential. They didn't really look for those plays that they really needed to be looking for. And if that's the case, his worst matchup that he does have doesn't really affect him at all. So you just have to either pick it or ban it, right? Just able to stay long range, no real threat from the mid lane. And sure, the junglers might do something, but the mid laners that they picked just didn't really have the greatest threat on Victor. And that's what you need. Like, again, Victor's designed for pro play. He's designed to just be even at 30 minutes and start popping off. But if he's already getting those stacks on that passive, upgrading those abilities earlier in the game than he should be, he's just going to be a monster that's so hard to deal with. And because of so many skirmishes happening and unfortunate target selection and coming in from either side, right? Because Victor was 4-0. Every time Victor was picked, it won. So if you're not focusing the Victor in these fights, it's going to look really bad. He's going to be outputting damage, and that's exactly what happened. But I do think that the poll is ready, and we should be seeing an MVP graphic very, very shortly.
Okay, here we go. It will be Melly G himself here on the Mordekaiser in the last game, 5-2 and 8, who wasn't really, I would say, the lights out game for him in game 5, but he definitely had a lot of impact, and that has been the theme for the Ducks. They very rarely have, I would say, a lights out performance from a single player. But a lot of the time, you'll see Melly G getting like a small lead. Maybe they can run away with it if the teammates are on board. Or sometimes maybe you'll see Dallas running away with it a lot. But this game, I think Melly G takes the MVP just for how consistently good he was throughout the series.
Oh boy. And I mean, Melly did have a great performance, right? Every time they won, Melly stepped up really, really, really high. And I'm not sure what just happened, but I think someone has, in fact, joined the call. Hello.
Kongman.
I didn't realize that you all were live because you all are in green room. So Mordekaiser? Is it?
Yeah.
Is it, yeah, someone introduced me.
What's up, Gong Man? Mr. Colorcaster of the VRS, back at it again here tonight. How you doing?
Yes, sir. Feeling pretty good. So Mordekaiser, are we talking top lane or jungle?
Top lane.
Oh, top lane? Very solid pick in the top lane. 100% balanced. I have no complaints.
Yeah, okay. I'll just hit you up with this. What do you think of somebody that likes playing Aatrox and Mordekaiser primarily? What does that kind of person strike you as?
A very well-rounded individual who's very intelligent.
Absolutely based here from the side of the Kongman. And well, with that, I think that maybe we can actually we can actually talk about like more of the performance that happened. So Pawn Star, do you have any last words like for the series, for the future, what we have for the next round of lowers or semifinals of uppers?
Ban Melly G Mordekaiser. I mean, that's how you win if you're Hounds, right? You look at this game, you look at Chaotic, you look at Melly G, and you say, what? Their solo lanes are the strong point, right? Dallas, unfortunately, wasn't able to show up until game 5, and even then had a little bit of extra support coming out from the solo laners here. It's going to be a tough uphill battle for the Ducks here, but they definitely can make the upset. They definitely can make the run, but they've got a long way ahead of them, and they've got a lot of teams, or not a lot of teams, but 2 very strong teams to plow through.
Yep. So Salt, any last words for you either?
Melly had a great performance, but it has to carry over to next week because Dracanis, one of the strongest top laners, is your opponent. So topside carry, that's exactly what the Hounds have been doing all day long. And when that pops off, that's when they start winning. So try and play towards that win condition. Deny them that condition, and you can probably win the game. So just focus on that. But a great performance overall from the Ducks. They came back from death's door. And thank you all for watching.
Well, yeah, exactly. Thank you all for watching. So if you want more of this, the VRD, just come in next week for our next round. But tomorrow we'll also be live. We'll have, I believe, VAS and VRS Valorant on here on the main channel. So VAS will be on Victoris GG2. And with that out of the way, we hope we see you next time. But until then, it was Soul Spreader, Pawn Star, Dodge on the production as always, and yours truly, Volcast. So until then, see you guys and have a great night.